The University of Haidu in September. Moments ago, sunlight quietly traversed the vast expanse of the cosmos, piercing through the interstellar darkness to gently cascade upon this land, as if the Creator had scattered golden rays upon a cherished toy. Perhaps due to its coastal location, even the midday sun here does not appear glaring. Instead, it radiates warmth and brightness. The light, caressed by the sea breeze, softly blankets the campus paths, where the air is imbued with a refreshing vitality that flows subtly with each passing moment. Within the campus, the silhouettes of freshmen and returning students weave together, their faces aglow with smiles, brimming with the vigor of a new semester. A bustling crowd forms at the school's entrance, where many parents accompany their children to complete enrollment procedures. How wonderful it is to experience university life, Li Yuanming mused, captivated by the lively scene. Yet, as an orphan, he had no parents to accompany him. Fortunately, being a local of Haidu, he was well acquainted with the renowned university, making his solo journey to school quite manageable. He proceeded to join the line, filling out forms, swiping his student card, and registering his facial recognition before finally arriving at the Computer Science and Technology Department for check-in. Please sit here for a moment. A shuttle bus will arrive shortly to take you to your dormitory, a staff member informed him. All right, Li Yuanming replied dutifully, settling down on the chair at the registration area as he awaited the bus. As a resident of Haidu, he had been instilled with the belief since childhood to study diligently in order to gain admission to Haidu University. It had become an obsession for every parent in Haidu to see their child enrolled in this prestigious institution. Haidu University, as the pride of the city, stands among the finest universities in the nation, boasting an array of accolades such as being part of the C9 League, 985, and 211. Projects, coupled with Haidu being a bustling first-tier city, it is undoubtedly the aspiration of countless students. At times, Li Yuanming reflects on his fortune compared to other orphans. After all, he possesses a coveted Haidu residency. Had his parents intentionally placed him in such a predicament, it would indeed have been a torment. For local students, Haidu University offers favorable admission policies. However, these policies held little relevance for Li Yuanming, as his scores far exceeded the university's threshold, allowing him the possibility of even applying to the capital university. Ultimately, he chose to attend Haidu University and enrolled in the prestigious Computer Science and Technology program, ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. Moreover, gaining admission to Haidu University fulfilled a long-held aspiration of his. He recalled fondly how his late grandmother, the dean, had once taken his hand and expressed, "If only I could see you admitted to Haidu University." Alas, she was no longer with him. Gazing at the resplendent nameplate of Haidu University ignited a yearning within him. Had it not been for his unfortunate performance in the college entrance examination, he might have already been immersed in the joys of university life. Indeed, Li Yuanming was a beleaguered repeat student. The hardships he endured along this journey were known only to him. Regrettably, there were no alternatives. As he sat there, his body swayed unconsciously, his thoughts drifting back to that year of repetition, and in a momentary daze, his vision began to blur. Suddenly, echoes of the past reverberated in his mind, and memories long buried began to assail him. Junior, 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 do you need assistance? The calls pulled Li Yuanming from his reverie, and he lifted his gaze to the girl beside him. Before him stood a vibrant senior, smiling as she reached out to take his luggage. Realizing her intention, Li Yuanming responded with a polite smile, declining her kind offer. "The suitcase is quite heavy, I'll manage it myself." However, the senior remained undeterred, her tone still warm. "What's there to be shy about? I'm your instructor." "Ah, you're the instructor?" Li Yuanming was taken aback. The senior appeared to be of similar age, hardly fitting the image of a burdened educator. "I'm an instructor, not merely a tutor," she clarified, immediately sensing his uncertainty. "I'm just here temporarily to help out and accumulate volunteer hours." Hee. Her playful laugh bridged the distance between them. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Li Yuanming from our class," she continued. "I'm Huang Sujia, responsible for your class, so don't hesitate to ask me anything." Yet, this was a slight falsehood on Huang Sujia's part. Although she was a temporary instructor, she wasn't tasked with welcoming each new student individually, as that would be utterly exhausting. "However, instructor, shouldn't I wait for the shuttle bus?" Li Yuanming queried, uncertain, as this was his first day at university and many rules were still unclear to him. No need for that, I have an electric scooter. I can take you directly, Huang Sujia replied, jingling the keys in her hand. And please, just call me senior and merely 2 years your senior. Isn't it just one suitcase? Huang Sujia continued. Yuanming nodded. Yes, then you don't have much to carry. So it's perfect for me to take you, Huang Sujia said nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Is that really okay? Li Yuanming hesitated, unsure if university seniors were typically this helpful compared to the competitive atmosphere of the working world. What a kind-hearted senior she was. Oh, there's no need to feel awkward. Let me show you your dormitory, she said, leading him toward her scooter. Well then, thank you very much, Li Yuanming expressed his gratitude. Seeing him agree, Huang Sujia felt a surge of joy. Having seen Li Yuanming's photo previously, she found him strikingly handsome, and her impression of him deepened upon meeting him in person. Today, she had merely intended to pass the time, but unexpectedly encountered someone so captivating. The more she looked, the more attractive he appeared, exuding an innocent charm. She hadn't anticipated such an intimate interaction today, sending a thrill of excitement through her. After enduring 21 years of singlehood, was this not the moment she had long awaited? Mom, your child is ready to embrace youth. Huang Sujia placed the suitcase on the footboard of her scooter, securing it before turning to Li Yuanming. Hop on, sit behind me. Perhaps I should just walk there, senior, Li Yuanming suggested, feeling somewhat awkward. The scooter was relatively small, and given his larger frame, he worried about accidentally encroaching upon her space. Noticing his hesitation, Huang Sujia cheerfully patted the back seat. Oh, there's no need for that, just hop on. All right then. With her encouragement, Li Yuanming reluctantly complied, carefully mounting the rear seat, unsure where to place his hands. The scooter was so compact that he found himself at a loss. After a moment of indecision, he grasped the sides of the seat. Hold on tight. My driving skills are decent, but the ride might be a bit bumpy, Huang Sujia advised, glancing back to catch a glimpse of Li Yuanming's delicate features, causing her heart to race involuntarily. The electric scooter roared to life, winding through the campus paths. The early autumn breeze tousled their hair, carrying a hint of coolness. As they crossed a speed bump, the scooter jolted unexpectedly, and instinctively, Li Yuanming placed both hands on Huang Sujia's shoulders to steady himself. I am terribly sorry. Li Yuanming immediately realized his rudeness and quickly withdrew his hand. It's quite all right, you may hold on to my shoulder for safety, Huang Sujia replied, feigning calmness while her heart raced like a herd of startled deer. Oh, Mamma Mia! He touched me. Mother! A man has laid his hands on me. A man, haha, a man. As the vehicle took another sharp turn, it suddenly tilted at a steep angle, causing Li Yuanming to lurch forward, his chest inadvertently pressing against Huang Sujia's back. Huang Sujia felt the firmness of his chest muscles and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, an inexplicable warmth spreading from the point of contact throughout her body. The nape of her neck subtly flushed with color, relieved that Li Yuanming could not see her expression. Hee. Huang Sujia's heart soared with delight. The chest muscles of a junior. How wonderful. Indeed, I did that on purpose. Yuanming wore a peculiar expression. While his senior's driving skills were commendable, why did she always seem to steer towards the potholes? Despite Huang Sujia's myriad thoughts, in order to maintain her image as a helpful and earnest senior, the two remained mostly silent throughout the journey. After dropping Li Yuanming off at the freshman dormitory, Huang Sujia retrieved his luggage from the electric scooter's footboard. Your suitcase is surprisingly light. Did you bring so little? Huang Sujia remarked, lifting it, astonished at its weightlessness. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yuanming was an orphan, possessing little more than the suitcase he had purchased just before the semester began. I don't have much to bring. I plan to buy the rest of the essentials here, Li Yuanming replied. That's quite good, she nodded, offering a piece of advice. When purchasing daily necessities, make sure to avoid the school supermarket. Buying online will yield better quality at lower prices. The campus store has a monopoly and is quite a ripoff. Suddenly recalling something, she took out her phone. All right, let's add each other on WeChat. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. It seemed she had indeed encountered kind senior Huang Sujia truly was a good person. Li Yuanming felt a surge of gratitude as he took out his phone to scan her QR code. There are indeed many good souls on campus, unlike outside. where those who are overly kind often have ulterior motives, likely seeking to lure me into a trap in northern Myanmar. Ugh, lusting after my body. After successfully adding her as a friend, Li Yuanming politely expressed his thanks. All right. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. You're welcome. Huang Sujia's heart brimmed with joy, yet she maintained an air of composure, appearing unfazed. Well then, I shall head upstairs. Okay, goodbye. As she watched the fresh-faced junior depart, Huang Sujia reluctantly averted her gaze. Mother, it seems we will need to add a new set of chopsticks for the new year this year. At that moment, Huang Sujia was far too preoccupied to concern herself with the orientation. She hurried back to her dormitory to discuss matters with her trusted confidants. Upon returning to her room, Huang Sujia was promptly besieged by her roommates. How was it? Tell us everything. How wonderful is your junior? Huang Sujia raised an eyebrow, a hint of uncontainable pride flickering in her eyes. He is indeed wonderful, however, he is rather too polite, and she deliberately paused, a sly smile creeping across her face, completely shedding the image of the serious senior, resembling a weasel that had pilfered a hen. What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Her roommates urged, eager for the gossip. And his hands, they're so soft. Huang Sujia's roommates exchanged disdainful glances. Chapter 2. The student union interview. Carrying his luggage, Li Yuanming arrived at his dormitory. The room appeared stark and empty, with only a few bags scattered around, suggesting that he was the last to arrive. It must be said that university dormitories are significantly superior to those in high school. Moreover, as a prestigious institution, Haidu University boasts ample resources, featuring smart locks, card access, quad-sharing rooms, lofted beds with desks beneath, private bathrooms, and even a small balcony. A wave of nostalgia washed over Li Yuanming as he thought back to high school, stirring a bittersweet sensation in his heart. Never mind, he thought. There was no point in dwelling on the past. Regardless of the year he spent in repetition, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Today marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. After setting down his belongings, Li Yuanming hastened to the administrative building, for he had an interview to attend. He had submitted his application to the student union prior to the start of the semester, and today was the day of the recruitment interview. Why did he wish to join the student union? Perhaps he sought to completely shed his former self and embrace new experiences. Yet, he found it difficult to articulate his motivations. Primarily, the enticing monthly stipend of 500 for student leaders was too tempting to resist. After all, idleness was not an option. One must find something to occupy their time at school. If he found the work displeasing, he could always withdraw without regret. As Li Yuanming approached the interview venue, he was taken aback by the bustling scene that awaited him. A considerable number of male students had gathered outside, all seemingly there for the interview. They formed small groups, their energy palpable, each dressed with care, some even donning cologne, clearly putting more effort into their appearance than usual. Some craned their necks to catch a glimpse, while others exchanged hushed conversations, their eyes sparkling with excitement and barely contained anticipation. They repeatedly mentioned the president and the campus beauty, their expressions filled with yearning and rivalry, as if they were strategizing for an encounter with a goddess. In stark contrast, Li Yuanming, clad in casual attire, felt somewhat out of place. He had not anticipated that what was merely a student union interview would resemble a royal selection. This left him feeling a tad embarrassed. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace the situation. After all, he was present and could not act as a coward. A strikingly dressed but pale young man stood prominently at the forefront, his chin slightly raised and a hint of arrogance gracing his features. He occasionally cast a provocative smile at the other applicants, clearly exuding an air of superiority. This young man, Chiozha, was the son of a chairman of a publicly traded company who had established a trust fund for him, enough wealth to last a lifetime. Having been raised in comfort, Chiozha was oblivious to hardship, leading him to believe that nothing was unattainable with money. In his mind, dignity, power, status, and even women were commodities to be bought. Casting a glance at those around him, Chiozha smirked and disdainfully remarked, "The president is like a high mountain flower. Do you really think this bunch of you stands a chance to pursue her? It's akin to a toad yearning for a swan." Nearby, another well-dressed young man, Chu Chung, scoffed derisively, leaning casually against a pillar with his hands in his pockets. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, "Look at yourself. Do you really think your rather unappealing appearance could captivate Lin Muxue?" Chu Chung, also a wealthy heir with a similar background to Chiozha, had known him since childhood. and their rivalry was evident in their banter. Qiujia's expression darkened slightly, and he coldly replied, "You think you can do any better? Let us make a bet. I'll test the waters first and see how she responds to me." "Fine. Just don't embarrass yourself if you get rejected," Chu Qing shot back, unwilling to back down. "She is not an ordinary woman. Do you really plan to win her over with money?" Qiujia countered with a mocking laugh. Chu Cheng smirked. "Well then, it seems you've come here just to be humiliated." "I'm not here to interview," Chu Cheng replied nonchalantly. "I'm just here to watch you fail." Qiujia huffed in annoyance, choosing not to engage further, adopting an air of indifference as he looked ahead confidently. Standing nearby was a quietly composed young man, Lu Jingze, who exuded a natural authority. He was a third-generation red aristocrat, rumored to have influential connections in the political sphere. Though not in the same social circle as Qiujia and Chu Qing, he was well acquainted with them in Haidu. Adjusting his blazer, Lu Jingze glanced at the two and spoke with a tone of superiority. "You two should cease your bickering. The Lin family's daughter is from a distinguished background. It's not that I look down on you, but if Lin Muxue is to choose, she will seek someone of equal standing. Your petty squabbles are inconsequential in her eyes. Do you understand?" Though he wished to argue, Li Yuanming had to concede that Lu Jingze's background indeed surpassed his own. Qiujia's expression darkened at the remark. Unwilling to accept defeat, he retorted, "No matter her background, she is still a woman. Treat her well, and there will always be a chance. You simply don't understand women. Which one doesn't he enjoy being pampered?" "Naive," Lu Jingze scoffed, casting a cold glance at him. With a mere wave of her hand, she could have a crowd clamoring to gift her anything. "You should really reconsider." Amidst their debate, a young man could no longer contain himself and interjected, his hands clenched in excitement, eyes sparkling with dreams as he said, "Regardless of what you all say, I think she is like a goddess. Beautiful, aloof, and unattainable. Even if I can't win her heart, just being able to see her is a blessing." Chu Cheng smirked, amusement lacing his tone. "Young man, mere admiration won't get you far. If you want to win a woman's affection, you need strength and a solid background." Embarrassed, the boy scratched his head, undeterred by Chu Cheng's words, his face a mix of yearning and bashfulness. "I know it's unlikely, but I can't help but dream perhaps one day this enigmatic beauty will be touched by my sincerity." The others around him chuckled derisively, their expressions mocking as they regarded him, akin to observing an innocent child. Li Yuanming stood a short distance away, silently observing the banter among the boys. It was no wonder that the vast majority of applicants were male. They were all here for the president. It seemed they were all under the spell of superficial desires. With a light chuckle, he shook his head, feeling a twinge of disdain. It was evident that each of them harbored ulterior motives, viewing the campus beauty as a prize to be claimed. Their professed sincerity and passion were merely manifestations of possessiveness over beauty and status. Simply put, what was supposed to be an interview felt more like a matchmaking event. How absurd. Li Yuanming found their antics rather amusing. In pursuit of a student council position for the sake of a woman, Li Yuanming contemplates that engaging in more tangible acts, such as assisting an elderly lady across the street, might prove more effective in winning the affection of the goddess than vying for the role of her subordinate. Indeed, it is possible that this could lead to a deeper connection with the elderly lady herself. While the campus belle may regard him as merely a backup option, the elderly lady is certain to cherish him. Moreover, one must consider the nature of this place. Hidden within the depths of the sea are numerous wealthy women, each possessing several properties. Chapter 3. Shocked, the president is my ex-girlfriend. As the boys eagerly engaged in conversation, the door to the interview room creaked open, and a young man emerged, his face flushed with embarrassment and evident reluctance. With his head bowed, he hastily avoided the gazes of those around him and walked away with a sense of defeat. Thus, the first unsuccessful candidate made his exit. "Goodness. Am I the only one here who genuinely wishes to participate in the interview?" lamented Li Yuanming, feeling disheartened for the future of the student council at this institution. Qiujia, witnessing the scene, couldn't suppress a chuckle. He straightened his coat and adjusted his collar, feigning nonchalance as he raised his chin and remarked, "Did you see that? It's all about strength and presence. If all goes as expected, she will surely regard me with newfound admiration." With that, he strode confidently toward the interview room, the door closing automatically behind him. The boys at the entrance exchanged glances, their murmurs quieting. They whispered among themselves or furtively eyed the interview room, a sense of anxiety creeping into their hearts. It seemed that gaining the favor of the renowned Miss Lin was no trivial pursuit. Meanwhile, Li Yuanming observed the scene with a calm demeanor, feeling somewhat bored. Had he known, he would have refrained from wading into such murky waters. As for the interview, it held no significance for him. He simply didn't wish to stand among these peacocks, as it would diminish his own stature. His thoughts darkened as he considered the possibility of the interviewer mistaking him for someone with ulterior motives, which would leave him at a significant disadvantage. Just then, a voice tinged with melancholy pierced through his reflections. What is so good about women? They only bring men suffering. Turning his head, Li Yuanming saw a despondent young man sitting nearby, his expression reflecting profound dejection. He appeared disinterested in the interview, his hands buried in his pockets, head lowered. Was there another honest soul, like himself, genuinely here for the interview? Intrigued, Li Yuanming inquired, "Brother, from the sound of it, you seem quite indifferent towards the student council president?" "Me? How could I dare?" The melancholy young man lifted his head, casting a glance at Li Yuanming. These individuals are truly self-assured. I fail to see what merits such effort over women. Sensing an opportunity, Li Yuanming approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Hey, brother, have you experienced a heartbreak?" The young man managed a faint smile, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. "You're quite perceptive." "Yes, I've had a breakup, and my family is pressuring me to attend this interview, insisting I need to change my environment and broaden my horizons. In truth, they simply don't want me wallowing in self-pity, thinking a grown man like me should not be holed up in the dormitory without ambition. My name is Lin Feng. And you are? Ah, a scion of wealth, a child of privilege. Now we have yet another well-connected individual. No wonder you lack interest." Li Yuanming mused, realizing how many notable figures had convened for such a seemingly simple interview. "I am Li Yuanming." The mention of heartbreak resonated within Li Yuanming, stirring memories long buried. He too had tasted the bitterness of lost love, and not just once. The solitude of quiet nights, the pangs of unhealable wounds, these were scars etched deep into his heart. Reflecting on past relationships, he recalled the sweetness mingled with quarrels, the once promising futures that ended in silence. Each breakup rendered the world devoid of color, and at times, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own fate, wondering if he was destined to be alone despite his earnest affections. Returning to the present, Li Yuanming sighed softly, his gaze falling upon Lin Feng, who was similarly ensnared in the throes of heartache. A flicker of sympathy welled within him. "Brother, I understand your feelings. I too have endured my share of failed relationships. In the darkest moments, life can feel unbearable, but as time passes, you will realize that some things are simply not worth the anguish. Life encompasses more than just love. Heartbreak is merely a chapter in our growth. Ultimately, one's happiness is paramount." Lin Feng listened intently, nodding slowly, a glimmer of understanding crossing his features. "You're right. I ought to let go. Remaining ensnared in past pains serves no purpose." Li Yuanming encouraged him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "You are still young. The road ahead is long. There is no need to be mired in past grievances. Your family's insistence on your involvement in the student council might not be such a bad thing. Meeting new friends, encountering different people can only elevate your spirits." Lin Feng finally managed a genuine smile, his mood visibly lifting. "Brother, why do you speak with such an air of wisdom? One might think you are older than I. I can't help it. Life has bestowed upon me many experiences." Li Yuanming shrugged. Indeed, anyone with such a rich tapestry of experiences would surely seem a decade older in spirit. "Thankfully, I've managed to endure." As they conversed, the affluent and privileged candidates entered the interview room. Li Yuanming cast a glance inside, but the soundproofing of the office was impeccable, allowing only faint echoes of argument to filter through. Yet, it was evident what transpired within. The wealthy youths made no effort to disguise their intentions regarding the president, even attempting to ingratiate themselves during the interview. A cold voice resonated from within, followed by the immediate intervention of a bodyguard, who unceremoniously escorted the two young men out. Qiuzhe emerged with a stormy expression, his face ashen with rage, glaring at the bodyguard before slamming the door shut behind him. Following closely, Lu Jingze also exited, his demeanor equally grim, clearly having faced disappointment during the interview. Lu Jingze kicked a nearby pillar in frustration, unable to mask his defeat and anger. Meanwhile, the onlooker Chu Cheng couldn't resist mocking them, sneering. It seems some truly overestimate their own abilities, hoping to court the swan without the merit. Qiuzhe shot him a furious glare and stormed away, while Lu Jingze muttered a curse under his breath, his heavy footsteps echoing his displeasure as he departed the interview scene. "Well, it seems there is entertainment to be had here after all," Li Yuanming chuckled to Lin Feng. It appears your cousin is not one to be trifled with. Lin Feng nodded emphatically, his voice filled with authority as he recounted tales of his cousin. That's just her style. I remember when she was quite gentle, but for reasons unknown, her demeanor has transformed entirely. Now, she is akin to an iceberg, indifferent to everyone, even her parents. Of course, I've only heard rumors, but I gather there is some tension between her and my folks. They often quarrel, quite fierce, I must say. I wouldn't dare cross her. If my parents cut off my allowance, I'd be finished. Lin Feng glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to whisper, We've even nicknamed her the Ruthless Ice Sorceress. What do you think? Is it fitting? Isn't that a bit juvenile? Li Yuanming replied with a smirk. Li Yuanming has indeed developed a new perspective towards these affluent science. These individuals possess a peculiar mindset, compelling them to provoke my cousin for no apparent reason. I am not referring to you, my good friend. I advise you to abandon such notions promptly, for my cousin harbors no interest in men whatsoever. Observe those bodyguards. They were specifically summoned today to manage this scenario. TSK. Even Batman finds this dull enough to attend. Why, you ask? Li Yuanming, struggling to grasp the train of thought, inquired. To seek the Joker, of course. Impressive. Li Yuanming gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. He felt a burgeoning curiosity towards the formidable ice sorceress, who had captured the attention of so many. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from the interview room, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Next, Li Yuanming. As Li Yuanming stood at the threshold, a slight frown creased his brow, and he pondered discreetly, did that wealthy heir utter something inappropriate that incited her ire? It appeared he must exercise greater caution in his words and actions. Soon, taking a deep breath, Li Yuanming pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interview room was bathed in soft light, adorned with minimalist yet elegant decor. Once the door closed behind him, an enveloping silence descended. The soundproofing was exceptional. It must have cost a fortune. He found it perplexing why these affluent individuals have such a penchant for soundproofing, especially when the interviewer is a woman. It seems rather inexplicable. However, the moment Li Yuanming entered the interview room, his gaze fell upon the individual seated behind the interview desk, and he froze instantly. Before him sat none other than his ex-girlfriend, Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue perused the resumes before her, her austere expression rendered even more striking under the soft lighting. Yet, upon encountering a name that had been etched into her heart repeatedly, a fleeting ripple of emotion crossed Lin Muxue's face. Moments later, she gradually lifted her gaze, and as their eyes met, the atmosphere between them seemed to stagnate. Complex emotions flickered in Lin Muxue's eyes, as if buried memories were unearthed in that instant. Her fingertips quivered slightly, but soon regained composure, and with an impassive demeanor, she spoke. Li Yuanming, please take a seat. Li Yuanming, a name both familiar and foreign. These words bore an air of estrangement and deliberate coldness, as though an invisible boundary were being drawn. Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Chapter 4, Rainy Night and 52 Yuan. Li Yuanming never anticipated that he would reunite with his ex-girlfriend in such an unexpected manner. For a fleeting moment, the thought of fleeing flashed through his mind, not for any other reason, but because her mother was more formidable than the northern regions of Myanmar, the kind that could drown one in the depths of the sea. Yet, Li Yuanming understood that even if he attempted to escape, her bodyguards would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Since evasion was not an option, he decided it would be better to confront the situation with dignity. He forced a smile and took a seat across from Lin Muxue. In their brief exchange of glances, a cascade of memories surged forth, yet an invisible barrier seemed to separate them, thickening the air with an unspoken tension. Lin Muxue lowered her gaze, busily organizing the documents in her hands, striving to maintain a professional tone. Why do you wish to join the student council? Do you believe me if I say it has nothing to do with you? I genuinely just want to find something to occupy my time. I never imagined that the president of the student council at Haidu University would turn out to be my ex-girlfriend. You never mentioned it before. The sunlight streamed softly through the window, casting gentle rays that illuminated Lin Muxue's face, obscuring part of her expression. Although Li Yuanming felt an overwhelming urge to weep, he could not betray any weakness. It was a matter of a man's dignity. There's no particular reason, Li Yuanming replied calmly. I just want to find something to do. Li Yuanming, is it? Lin Muxue deliberately confirmed his name, her tone icy. No, I am Li Jinan, the twin brother of Li Yuanming. Who would believe that? Besides, When I entered, you called my name. Indeed. Though Li Yuanming longed to retort, he chose to answer truthfully. The time since their breakup was neither long nor short, approximately a year. Do you have any prior experience with student councils or similar organizations? Li Yuanming smiled, replying, no experience with student councils, but I did handle some class responsibilities in high school, so I possess a bit of management experience. Lin Muxue nodded slightly, marking something on the resume before continuing. What do you think is the most important quality for a member of the student council? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuanming responded, responsibility. Whatever the task, it must be executed well. One cannot betray the trust of others. Responsibility. To love someone is to be accountable for them. That was clearly your sentiment. He still loves me. A flicker of something unidentifiable passed through Lin Muxue's gaze as she looked at Li Yuanming, sending shivers down his spine. What was she plotting? I truly wish to escape. Lin Muxue continued. If your responsibilities within the student council clash with your academic commitments, how would you handle it? I would manage my time wisely, as the primary objective of attending university is still to learn. Perfectly articulated. Lin Muxue paused briefly, setting down her pen and exhaling softly. So, do you have any specific goals for applying to the student council? I joined the student council purely for enjoyment. Of course, becoming a key member and receiving student stipends is another aspect, but primarily, it is about serving the community. At present, I have no specific goals. Li Yuanming admitted. Lin Muxue nodded slightly, and then inquired, what advantages or specialties do you believe you could bring to the student council? Li Yuanming observed her calm, yet distant demeanor, feeling a pang of bitterness. She was maintaining her distance. What am I thinking? Let it go, Li Yuanming. What is your status? And what is hers? Get a grip. Li Yuanming sighed, allowing a gentle smile to cross his lips as he replied casually. I excel in communication and am quite skilled at interacting with various individuals. I am confident I can assist others in managing certain affairs. Lin Muxue remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. The atmosphere descended into a profound stillness. Brace yourselves, children. This must be what they call a pressure interview. No wonder those who finish their interviews look like wilted cabbages under the sun. After a moment of silence, Lin Muxue's gaze revealed a hint of unmasked emotion, her voice dropping slightly with an undercurrent of tremor. So, are you doing well? What was this? The final farewell from an ex-girlfriend or my closing statement? Li Yuanming was taken aback, not expecting such a question. After their breakup, he had embarked on a journey of renewal. To be honest, he owed her a debt of gratitude. Without her, he might have continued languishing in that internet CAF. Li Yuanming's expression dimmed slightly. Despite the brilliance of the day, he could still hear the pitter-patter of raindrops. That day seemed to be a rainy one, with raindrops falling one after another, refusing to be lonely. Li Yuanming stood at the bus stop, gazing at the girl before him, drenched and covered in dirt. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and confusion as she hugged herself tightly in a corner of the station. In the 21st century, after winning the battle against poverty, how could there still be beggars? Surely, she was just a disobedient child who had run away from home. Out of kindness, Li Yuanming approached her, asking, hello, do you need any help? Seeing her wary expression, he found it amusing, feeling like some creepy uncle trying to lure a girl. The reflective metal of the bus stop revealed his own disheveled appearance. Untidy clothes, unshaven face, dry eyes, and greasy long hair, clearly indicating he hadn't bathed in days. He chuckled at himself, realizing he could easily compete with the homeless for territory under the overpass. Life has turned an 18-year-old youth into an old man. How absurd. Should I call the police? Li Yuanming shook his phone, gesturing kindly. Lin Muxue suddenly looked up, gripping his arm tightly, her expression filled with terror. She quickly shook her head, shouting, no, please don't. Li Yuanming felt that if the police witnessed this scene, they might suspect him of engaging in some illicit activity. In that case, he would indeed become the creepy uncle. Yet, even if he were imprisoned, there would be no one to visit him. What will you do then? Li Yuanming paused, gazing at her anxious face, unable to resist teasing. Just so you know, I don't have much money either. If you need to borrow some, I'm truly unable to assist. I have money. I have money. Lin Muxue bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before pulling out a handful of cash from her pocket. Awkwardly spreading her palm to reveal, I have money, but this is all I have. She held out a 50 yuan bill and 2 coins. A meager amount that was almost pitiful. That's even less than I have. Li Yuanming couldn't help but laugh. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Suddenly, Lin Muxue's expression darkened, a hint of desolation in her eyes, as she replied softly, "I don't have a home." Her tone carried a profound loneliness, leaving Li Yuanming momentarily stunned. Sighing softly, he replied, "What a coincidence, I also have no home." As he looked at this unfamiliar girl, a memory of his recently deceased grandmother surged within him, evoking a sense of compassion. With a gentle sigh, Li Yuanming proposed, "Then, let us find a net CAF to spend the night. This amount of money certainly won't suffice for a hotel." Lin Muxue looked at Li Yuanming with a hint of bewilderment, seemingly taken aback by the suggestion, and hesitantly inquired, "An internet CAF? Indeed. Haven't you ever been?" Li Yuanming chuckled. "With such a meager amount, we certainly cannot afford a hotel. You might as well make do at an internet CAF for now." Alas, it seemed he had truly transformed into an eccentric uncle. Ever since the breakup, the passing of the dean's grandmother, and his disappointing results in the college entrance examination, he had become increasingly disoriented. Li Yuanming was a frequent patron of the internet CAF, which had practically become his sanctuary. Observing her puzzled expression, he decided against returning to his rented room, for it would only lead to aimlessly scrolling through his phone. To help one thoroughly is to deliver the Buddha to the West, he mused. He draped his coat over her shoulders, opened an umbrella, and guided her into the nearest internet CAF, reserving a private room. He then requested a basin and towel from the attendant, as well as a hairdryer. Naturally, an internet CAF would provide hot water around the clock. Otherwise, the gaming enthusiasts who played until the early hours would surely protest en masse. Li Yuanming entered the room with a basin of warm water and addressed the disheveled Lin Muxue. "Here, clean yourself up. You're quite dirty. We wouldn't want to soil their chairs. If you do, we might find ourselves in quite a predicament, though not in the literal sense." He continued, "Use the hairdryer on the damp areas to avoid catching a cold. I'll step out for a bit and return in an hour." With just enough money left to buy 2 cups of instant noodles, Li Yuanming chuckled inwardly, thinking it wasn't his expense, and besides, he had been quite considerate towards her. Surely, asking her to treat him to a meal of instant noodles was not too much to ask. Timing himself, Li Yuanming returned to the room with 2 cups of noodles, pushing one toward her. The once disheveled Lin Muxue had managed to clean herself up, looking considerably refreshed. Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback. This seemingly dirty girl was, in fact, quite beautiful. "Goodness, no wonder you were so intent on getting dirty," Li Yuanming blurted out unexpectedly. Lin Muxue, perplexed, tilted her head and asked, "What do you mean? You're not a fugitive, are you?" Li Yuanming feigned seriousness, lifting his phone as if to dial. "Hello? Police? We have." "Stop. Who is a fugitive?" Lin Muxue exclaimed, panic evident as she grabbed his arm. Realizing that he was merely teasing and that his phone remained untouched, she felt both flustered and annoyed, casting him an exasperated glare. Chapter 5. Rainy night, and the Maybach. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Li Yuanming chuckled as he handed her the instant noodles, presenting them with an air of nonchalance. "Here you go, your noodles. Enjoy them slowly." Lin Muxue accepted the bowl, cradling it in her hands, and lowered her head to inhale the steam. As if slightly scalded by the warmth, her eyes involuntarily squinted, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. "Wow, these noodles smell amazing," she murmured softly, her voice laced with tenderness. Observing her focused demeanor as she savored the noodles, Li Yuanming couldn't help but tease, "Have you not eaten in days? A single bowl of instant noodles has you so content." Lin Muxue lifted her head, a trace of broth on the corner of her mouth, and defiantly replied, "Of course not. I just feel a little hungry, that's all." She returned to her meal, seemingly lost in the simple pleasure of the instant noodles. Watching her, Li Yuanming was struck by a peculiar sensation, feeling as though this girl was not merely a stranger he had encountered by chance, but rather a familiar presence. "Since the room is open, it would be a shame to waste it. How about we play some games? Come, let's unwind a bit," Li Yuanming inquired. "Do you know how to play?" "I don't," Lin Muxue replied shyly. With the room's potential going to waste, Li Yuanming decided to guide her through an evening of gaming. Initially, Lin Muxue appeared somewhat reserved, but under his tutelage, she gradually acclimated to the controls and soon became engrossed in the virtual realm before her. Her expression transformed into one of ease and delight. "Look, this little character is so amusing." Lin Muxue's laughter as she played captivated Li Yuanming, sending him into a reverie. Someone has said something similar to me before. Yet, he found himself reluctant to dwell on those memories. That night, Li Yuanming and this girl he had stumbled upon sat side by side at the computer, escaping their respective worries through the joy of gaming. As dawn approached, Lin Muxue leaned against the back of her chair, weariness creeping into her features. Yet her eyes shimmered with satisfaction. With a gentle exhale, she murmured, "The internet CAF is incredibly fun." Li Yuanming burst into laughter, his abdomen shaking. Indeed, it is quite fun. From that day onward, they began to meet frequently at the internet CAF, where Li Yuanming would take her on wild adventures. Lin Muxue became a vibrant splash of color in Li Yuanming's life, while he became her sanctuary. Sometimes, they would seize the opportunity to snatch up 9 yuan foot massage coupons. The woman tending to their feet would tease, "Why is your boyfriend so stingy, only opting for the 9 experience?" Instead of feeling offended, Lin Muxue wore a proud smile as she replied, "Humph, that's why he's my boyfriend. He knows how to save." Li Yuanming, reclining in his chair, rolled his eyes and retorted, "Oh please, your family hasn't even paid the betrothal gifts yet. Keep some distance." The foot masseuse looked astonished. Young people these days really know how to have fun. They ventured to the night market, selling trendy, glowing rose bubble balls. Taking advantage of his handsome appearance, Li Yuanming drew a substantial share of attention. With enthusiasm, he called out, "Ladies, would you like to buy a glowing bubble ball? Carry it, and you'll surely be the most stunning girl on this street." One girl, amused, paused and cheerfully replied, "You really know how to charm me. I'll take one." Li Yuanming promptly handed her a glowing rose bubble ball and playfully asked, "All right, would you like it wrapped?" The girl waved her hand, laughing, "No need to wrap it. I'm just buying one for you." Li Yuanming was taken aback, scratching his head with a smile. "Miss, you really know how to joke." "No, I'm quite serious." The girl cheekily winked. Before she could finish, Lin Muxue rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Li Yuanming. "No, he already has a girlfriend." Once the customer departed, Lin Muxue pouted, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Li Yuanming's waist. "I still prefer you with a full beard." She squeezed his face, manipulating it to her liking. Dissatisfied with his current appearance. "At least not like this, attracting all sorts of attention." My fault. I promise to keep the beard from now on." Li Yuanming replied with an affectionate smile. "That's more like it," Lin Muxue conceded, releasing his poor face. Li Yuanming rubbed his chin, joking, "What if when I go out to sell, people mistake you for my daughter? You take advantage of me," Lin Muxue exclaimed, setting down her grilled chicken leg and playfully lunging at Li Yuanming, nuzzling against him. I was wrong. He chuckled, bracing himself to prevent her from tumbling. "Do you still want to earn money? Do you crave crawfish?" "Humph," Lin Muxue responded haughtily. "If it weren't for the crawfish, I wouldn't let you off the hook." "That chicken leg is mine now," Li Yuanming declared, not minding her saliva as he took a bite. The meat of the chicken leg easily separated from the bone, falling into his cavernous mouth. "Hey, Li Yuanming, you can't eat my chicken leg." They resumed their playful banter. After their frolic, Lin Muxue leaned against Li Yuanming, lost in thought as she gazed at their stall. She softly remarked, "At worst, I could be a bit old-fashioned, an uncle with an aunt." "What?" Li Yuanming, preoccupied with attracting customers, did not catch her words. "Nothing." Lin Muxue purposely called out louder, "I want to eat crawfish." After the night market concluded, the money they earned led them straight to a roadside stall, where they ordered a mountain of crawfish to feast upon. However, as they indulged, their appetite grew, and they decided to sell crawfish instead, though they ended up consuming more than they sold. Later, Li Yuanming discovered that Lin Muxue was the same age as him, but she delighted in presenting herself as a little girl in his presence. Gradually, everything seemed to unfold naturally, and the time they spent together lengthened, with Li Yuanming cherishing each moment. Yet, neither dared to break that final barrier. Li Yuanming found satisfaction in this life, at least knowing someone cared for him, until he encountered her mother. Before their stall, a low horn sounded. Li Yuanming turned to see a pair of bright beams cutting through the curtain of rain, illuminating the scene. A sleek, pitch-black sedan came to a halt at the curb, adorned with a triangular emblem featuring two overlapping M's resembling mountains. A Maybach 62. Maybach, the pinnacle of luxury from Mercedes-Benz. Li Yuanming had little interest in cars. Such knowledge came from former colleagues at the bar boasting about them, their stories inspired by shows like Dragon Clan. The deep black Maybach glided to a stop, and a meticulously dressed woman emerged, her expression aloof and regal, her gaze chillingly indifferent. The driver eagerly held an umbrella for the noble lady, shielding her from even the slightest hint of rain. That evening, she spoke at length, detailing their family's background and delivering cliches that sounded straight from a drama, emanating an air of condescension and detachment. What Li Yuanming truly remembered were a few pivotal statements. Words the noblewoman intended for him to retain: "Do not seek my child again. Muxue, you listen too. My child is still young and must not be led astray by you. I am aware of your past, and our investigation has unveiled everything. Do not harbor any illusions of climbing into our family's favor. If you possess even a shred of conscience, refrain from disturbing us. Here is some money, sufficient for you to accomplish certain tasks, I presume." Li Yuanming stood outside her black umbrella, clutching a bag filled with cash. What was he thinking at that moment? Though he wished to emulate the spurned Ziwahuo by throwing the money at her and exclaiming, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not trifle with the impoverished youth. He restrained himself, for the truth is more painful than lies. The deeds of the past will eternally linger, perhaps akin to a stain that accompanies one throughout life. The phrase social standing is a neutral term, much like the tightening spell from Journey to the West, a shackle bestowed upon us by 5 millennia of history. It safeguards the common folk while preserving the privileged. Let us go, Lin Muxue, her mother spoke coldly. The rain poured heavily. Lin Muxue stood beneath her mother's umbrella, gazing through the curtain of rain at Li Yuanming's indistinct figure. Her lips parting slightly as if to utter something, yet no words escaped. Despite the sorrow and reluctance in her eyes, she could only silently follow her mother away. The rain fell harder than it had at the station that day. Li Yuanming watched Lin Muxue's silhouette recede until she vanished, his thoughts drifting similarly. The raindrops collided in the air as if shattering, splattering upon the ground in a flurry of water droplets. Each drop that struck Li Yuanming felt like a bullet, piercing his being and leaving indelible scars. He should have understood long ago. She is a child sheltered by an umbrella. Yet I am not. This time, it was Li Yuanming who was drenched. As the recollection faded, he noticed Lin Muxue lost in her own thoughts. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by their restrained breaths, their emotions akin to the irretrievable past, marred by indelible wounds. Suddenly, Lin Muxue's fingers faltered, and the pin slipped from her grasp. Yet neither paid it any mind. Lowering her head, seemingly to conceal her emotions, she spoke in a tone striving for calmness. "This past year. Have you been well? Could I ever say otherwise?" Yet, the man's wretched pride kept Li Yuanming from voicing the truth. He forced a smile and replied, "I've managed. I suppose, navigating through in relative tranquility." As Lin Muxue absorbed his response, a trace of unmasked sorrow and regret surfaced in her eyes. He must have endured great hardships. Despite his struggles, he still endeavored to attend Haidu University to seek me out. His heart undeniably harbors me. She lowered her gaze, sorting through the documents on the table, her voice imbued with a lingering melancholy. If only I could have persevered a little longer. Tears began to well in Lin Muxue's eyes, her voice faint yet choked with emotion. "In truth, I also contemplated reaching out to you, but I was unable to connect through your phone. I thought." Suddenly halting, Lin Muxue's gaze lingered on Li Yuanming's face, her eyes reddening slightly. Biting her lip, it appeared the emotions she had suppressed for so long could no longer be contained, and she eventually bowed her head, tears cascading uncontrollably. "Do not cry, please. I mean, come on, are you really this sentimental? If your mother finds out, she will surely cast me into the depths of the sea. Some matters are beyond our control." Li Yuanming quickly consoled, "You have your future, and I have mine. Please, do not cry, I beg you." A silence enveloped them, the unspoken emotions swirling in the air. Lin Muxue, head bowed, clenched her fists tightly, her shoulders trembling slightly. Li Yuanming observed her, at a loss for words, as if something had lodged in his throat. "Damn, the weight in my heart is unbearable. It is all her mother's fault." After a prolonged moment, Lin Muxue inhaled deeply, gently wiped the corners of her eyes, and lifted her head, striving to regain her composure. "Li Yuanming, I have a few final questions for you." Are we still friends?" "I suppose so." "Then will you still take me out?" "Probably not." Ultimately, Lin Muxue's voice reverted to a formulaic coldness. "Well then, this concludes the interview. I wish you all the best in university. We will inform you of the interview results shortly, Li Yuanming." Li Yuanming nodded silently before turning to leave. The moment he stepped outside, memories of the nights they had shared flooded back. Those days spent gaming in internet cafes, selling balloons at stalls. That cherished past has long since become a mere memory. It seemed as though the sound of raindrops still lingered in the air. Chapter 6 this time. I must seize the opportunity. Next, Lin Feng. "Good brother. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right out." Lin Feng shouted to Li Yuanming, who was standing at the door. Inside the interview room, Lin Feng felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, no matter how he adjusted himself. He remained uncomfortable. After all, he was in the presence of the woman known in the Lin family as the formidable Ice Witch. On the surface, Lin Muxue appeared to be merely a strikingly beautiful young lady, yet anyone who had interacted with her was invariably overwhelmed by her fierce aura. Even some of the elders in the family had suffered losses at the hands of this cousin. Unbeknownst to many, she had subtly established herself as the leading figure among the younger generation of the Lin family. In contrast, Lin Feng felt like nothing more than a spoiled scion, unable to make his mark within the family. Faced with a cousin who had always been regarded as a model of excellence, he felt an undeniable pressure. Lin Feng's legs trembled incessantly, and he frequently glanced at his watch, pulling out his phone to scroll aimlessly, embodying a state of sheer anxiety. Observing his cousin Lin Muxue leisurely perusing resumes, it was evident that she was not at all concerned about him. Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Clearly, she was intent on keeping him in suspense. Finally, unable to contain himself, Lin Feng urged, "Shuejia, could you speed things up? I have plans to dine with someone." He understood that he was merely going through the motions of the interview. The outcome mattered little to him. After all, he was not cut out for a quiet role in the student council. If anything, he would just return home to face his parents' scolding. Lin Muxue finally paused, furrowing her brow slightly as she cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, her tone laced with annoyance. This guy never seems to think about anything serious. Perhaps it was time for a proper lesson. A sinking feeling washed over Lin Feng as he sensed her intimidating presence, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. "Lin Feng, who are you dining with? It wouldn't be your ex-girlfriend again, would it?" Lin Muxue emphasized her words, tinged with a hint of reproach. After all, their parents had entrusted her with the responsibility of guiding her cousin. Lin Feng was not a bad person. He abstained from vices and had not fallen into any detrimental habits. However, his judgment in relationships was horrendously poor, leaving his family exasperated by his financial losses due to deceit, and he had even assisted in counting the money lost to a woman. It was utterly disgraceful for the Lin family. Once was not enough. Did he truly wish to be fooled again? Upon catching the subtle implication in Lin Muxue's words, Lin Feng felt a twinge of grievance and quickly waved his hands in denial. It's not her, Shuejia. I'm meeting a brother I just interviewed with, named Li Yuanming. We agreed to have dinner together. There's nothing else." Lin Muxue paused in surprise, a ripple of emotion stirring within her at the mention of Li Yuanming's name. A flicker of something unidentifiable glimmered in her eyes, but she swiftly concealed it. She bit her lip, feigning indifference as she nodded slightly, retrieving a meal voucher from her bag and handing it to Lin Feng. "Since it's a new friend, please treat him properly. This restaurant is quite nice. Take him there and host him well." Lin Feng was taken aback, accepting the voucher with unexpected delight. Was the usually aloof Shuejia showing concern for him? He cautiously stole a glance at his cousin, sensing a different aura about her today. No matter. Free food was a boon. Ever since he had been swindled by his ex-girlfriend, leaving him nearly destitute, he had been forced to have his living expenses. Thus, every penny saved was precious. "Thank you, Shuejia." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, excitement evident on his face as he exited the interview room. Meanwhile, Lin Muxue watched him leave, a subtle smile gracing her lips, a hint of unspoken anticipation glimmering in her gaze. Her decision to select such a fine dining establishment was clearly not merely for the purpose of treating her cousin's new friend. Within her, long-suppressed emotions surged forth, igniting a secret thrill. Perhaps there was still an opportunity for her to observe him in a different light, to rebuild their connection. Lin Muxue's gaze lingered on Lin Feng's departing figure, softening gradually. The joy of reunion, past regrets, and a flicker of unextinguished hope intertwined within her heart, which had long been sealed away. This encounter, with Li Yuanming's appearance, felt like destiny offering her another chance. After so many missed opportunities, how could she afford to retreat any longer? In the past, she had been forced to part ways due to familial opposition. During that time, she had felt suffocated by the weight of reality, living in constant regret. Arguments with her mother and sessions with a psychologist had yielded no remedy for her loss. Now, fate had brought them together once more. This time, she would not let him slip away so easily. Gently caressing Li Yuanming's resume on the table, her fingers glided over the familiar photograph. Li Yuanming. Lin Muxue whispered his name within her mind, closing her eyes momentarily. Unbeknownst to her, she gripped the edge of the table tightly, her complexion flushing as her delicate fingers traced the contours of her neck. "This time, I must capture your heart." Lin Muxue inhaled deeply, reining in her emotions. As she lifted her head, a firm resolve settled within her. No matter the cost, she would not allow him to vanish from her life again. Outside, Li Yuanming awaited, and upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, he raised the meal voucher triumphantly, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his features. "Good brother, sorry for making you wait. Today is truly fortuitous. My sister just handed me a meal voucher. Let's go eat something nice." "Your sister gave you a voucher? How generous," Li Yuanming remarked, surprised. When he had previously spent time with her, she had always been rather frugal, presenting herself as someone from an ordinary family until her mother had come to find him, revealing her true status. Nonetheless, in this regard, Li Yuanming and Lin Feng shared an astonishingly similar mentality. If there's a meal to be had, one ought to take it. With a chuckle, Li Yuanming readily agreed. "Since it's your sister's kindness, I won't refuse. Let's go." The two soon arrived at an upscale restaurant near campus, with Lin Feng deliberately choosing a window-side table. Once seated, Lin Feng expertly ordered several dishes he deemed delightful, exhibiting an air of familiarity with such settings. Perhaps just a year ago, Li Yuanming would have appeared somewhat awkward. But after a year of exposure to various experiences, he had grown accustomed to these situations. Ultimately, it was true that money nurtured a person. As the appetizers arrived, Li Yuanming and Lin Feng engaged in conversation. Initially, Lin Feng remained silent, simply enjoying his meal, but as the wine took effect, he gradually opened up, the shadows of melancholy fading from his eyes. "My family sent me to the student council just to fill a spot, claiming it would broaden my social circle and help me make new friends." Lin Feng chuckled, a hint of resignation in his smile. "But to be honest, they just want to protect me from being swindled again." Li Yuanming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean? You were deceived?" With a sigh, Lin Feng nodded, his expression tinged with self-deprecation. "It's rather embarrassing to share. I once had a girlfriend whom I believed to be my true love. I treated her wholeheartedly, agreeing to nearly everything she asked. Eventually, I was completely brainwashed by her. She constantly pointed out my shortcomings, insisting I wasn't caring enough, and that if I truly loved her, I should be willing to sacrifice for her. Her family is plagued by illness, her mobile screen is shattered, and her living expenses are insufficient. All these serve as excuses for me to provide financial support. If I refuse, she accuses me of not loving her. Initially, I naively indulged her whims, purchasing this and that for her, only to later realize that she is utterly indifferent to my feelings. She even uses my money to rendezvous with other men." Lin Feng's anger escalated, nearly directing his ire towards the heavens. It dawned on me that she merely regarded me as her personal ATM. How foolish I was to believe she genuinely cared for me. In the beginning, I truly liked her and wished to treat her well. A gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and her shattered existence. Li Yuanming interjected abruptly. Chapter 7: The Melancholic Man Manipulated by Pua. "Indeed, you are absolutely right, my brother," Lin Feng exclaimed with indignation. "She truly said that, with all her tricks. This is what Pua is." Li Yuanming lamented, feeling exasperated. "Pua?" Lin Feng queried, perplexed. "You don't even know what Pua is?" Li Yuanming, observing Lin Feng's bewilderment, explained, "It refers to the manipulation of your empathy, inducing guilt and self-doubt within you, belittling you, chiding you, rendering you dependent on her, making you feel as if you are perpetually inadequate. Reflect on it. Do you often find yourself being led by her whims?" Li Yuanming continued, "With your experiences, you could make a Hollywood production. Even the clowns would yield their seats to you. A lovesick fool, your name is Clown." "Indeed," Lin Feng replied. "Alas, child, you are beyond salvation. No wonder they treat you like a gullible fool. Humans are inherently emotional beings. Once your emotions are stirred by another, rational thought often eludes you. Take for instance those shopping streamers. They first proclaim, 'We are all family,' then declare, 'The manufacturer is offering exclusive benefits.' Nowhere else can you find this, or the price is incorrect, and once it's gone, and finally, they resort to tricking you into making a purchase, perhaps even throwing in a lottery for good measure. Yet, if you pause to consider, do they genuinely regard you as family? Their primary concern is your wallet. Romantic relationships function similarly. Do you comprehend now?" "I am beginning to understand." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. "Did your ex-girlfriend frequently throw tantrums for no apparent reason, and afterward demand that you buy her gifts?" "Indeed," Lin Feng confessed, looking somewhat embarrassed, as if caught in his own folly. "Did she initially pursue you ardently, showering you with emotional validation, leading you to believe you had found a kindred spirit, only to withdraw her enthusiasm once the relationship was established? She would speak of her family's hardships, claiming she was too busy, evoking your sympathy. Later, she would nitpick your faults, leaving you in a state of anxiety, only to soothe her displeasure with gifts? Goodness, brother, I am at a loss for words. You have hit the nail on the head, Lin Feng exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. To think that my troubles resonate so closely with your insights. I have one final question, Li Yuanming said, taking a sip of water, his throat parched from the lengthy discussion. Before you met your girlfriend, were you not a two-dimensional culinary enthusiast? My brother, Lin Feng lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Despite having been in a relationship for so long, he still felt like just a mere cook. His progress with his ex-girlfriend had been non-existent. Thus, witnessing her with another man in a hotel room was utterly devastating. Indeed, a full spectrum of emotions, a two-dimensional cook. This child is destined to be toyed with by women of higher status. Li Gu, you are indeed remarkable. Have you, like me, also been subjected to PUA? As Lin Feng spoke, a vivid image flashed through Li Yuanming's mind, a manic woman. He hastily shook his head, dispelling the unpleasant memory. I have endured much, he thought. Why recall her? Such a misfortune. Well, Lin Feng nodded. Such women are undeniably terrifying, and your family has every reason to be concerned. Li Yuanming consoled. However, it is fortunate that you have gained clarity and emerged from that situation. Lin Feng nodded, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. Indeed, reflecting on it now, it was truly money wasted. My parents are overly protective, fearing I might be deceived again. I can only blame myself. Looking back, I was exceedingly foolish. Li Yuanming smiled ruefully. Indeed, who isn't foolish in love? I recall when I was involved with your cousin, I was just as easily deceived. No wonder, when her parents were mentioned, she would become evasive. I should have realized that no ordinary child would be unaware of internet cafes and instant noodles. Indeed, it even have my monthly allowance. Lin Feng exclaimed indignantly. What is your current monthly allowance? Li Yuanming inquired with curiosity. 5,000, Lin Feng replied. Li Yuanming immediately felt his appetite weighing. In the past, I had to toil for an entire night just to earn a meager sum, wishing I could split a single coin in half to make it last. Yet here you are, without lifting a finger, earning 10,000 a month. More than those who labor tirelessly for heartless capitalists. It is infuriating. Is this the privilege of the wealthy? When communism is realized, I shall hang you all from streetlights. I set aside 1,000 for meals, giving the rest to her. Goodness. Li Yuanming felt a pang of sympathy for the naive son of a wealthy family. You would be better off giving it to me. It might help rectify the wealth gap in society. You are truly a hopeless romantic. As Li Yuanming prepared to continue his meal, he suddenly noticed a woman seated behind them, quietly scrolling on her phone, seemingly oblivious to their presence. She appeared to be alone, which struck him as rather pitiable. Li Gu, we've spoken for so long, yet you have not shared anything about yourself. Lin Feng remarked with a playful grin. I am quite curious about your ex-girlfriend. Was she exceptionally beautiful? My ex-girlfriend? Li Yuanming chuckled. She is the very embodiment of the ice-cold enchantress you describe. You are, in essence, my long-lost little brother. If I were to truly end up with Lin Muxue, what would I be called? The ice-cold enchanter? A nostalgic smile graced Li Yuanming's lips as he spoke with a hint of fondness. She was indeed beautiful, fair-skinned, slender-waisted, dressed with an air of innocence, and her clumsy demeanor drew attention wherever she went. However, her temperament was quite peculiar. She was exceedingly jealous. I recall once, while walking, I merely glanced at another girl, and she pinched my waist in anger. Just then, a sudden crash interrupted their conversation, the sound of porcelain shattering on the ground. Li Yuanming instinctively turned to see a petite woman hurriedly crouching to pick up the scattered dishes, her hair partially obscuring her face, emanating a strangely familiar aura. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, Li Yuanming felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Then what happened? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. Li Yuanming shook his head, dismissing the thought, and resumed his conversation with Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the woman who had accidentally broken the dishes was none other than Lin Muxue. A server rushed over to Lin Muxue, inquiring if she was injured. A fleeting look of panic crossed her face before she shook her head, signaling for the server to tidy up the mess nonchalantly. At that moment, Lin Muxue felt her composure teetering on the brink of collapse. If Li Yuanming and her cousin discovered her clandestine surveillance, she would have no face left to exist on this planet. No, It was not merely a matter of face. It was about her very existence in this world. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng continued to inquire, somewhat tipsy. Li Gu, what was the reason for your breakup? It sounds quite challenging. Li Yuanming sighed softly, his gaze drifting as if lost in reminiscence. Indeed, that period was quite arduous. Her family's circumstances overshadowed mine significantly, and her parents always felt I was unworthy of her. In truth, she genuinely cared for me. She even contemplated eloping for my sake. Yet, I felt she should not sacrifice everything for me, nor should she sever ties with her family. Li Yuanming took a delicate sip of his drink. His expression somber, the bitterness of his memories evident in his voice. What were your thoughts back then? Lin Feng pondered, nodding slightly, feeling a twinge of regret and confusion. And what about later? Do you regret letting go? Later. I chose to release it, she attempted to hold on. But I knew we could never truly be together. At that time, I believed I was making the right decision, yet reflecting on these years, I do feel a hint of regret. Li Yuanming paused for a moment, setting down his cup, and continued, how could one not feel regret? But what does regret accomplish in such matters? Incompatibility was destined to lead us apart. Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart, raising his glass and saying, we are all tragic souls. Let us not dwell on the past today, let us drink. I toast to you. Li Yuanming clinked glasses with him, and they both downed their drinks. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and with a mischievous glint, he suggested, Brother Li, why don't I take you to a massage parlor to relax a bit? Men must understand the importance of unwinding at the right moment. Li Yuanming chuckled and shook his head. No thanks, I think I will head home early to rest. Brother Li, you are too honest. Lin Feng laughed heartily, a touch of inebriation in his demeanor. Trust me, I know a wonderful place that will surely allow you to unwind. Let us explore the world of men. Lin Feng flashed Li Yuanming a knowing smile. Goodness, this fellow could write a novel titled about my journey to becoming the emperor of bathhouses after a heartbreak. However, that kind of establishment does not pique Li Yuanming's interest. Li Yuanming shook his head once more. No, I won't go. All right then, I will heed your wishes. And we shall find time to relax another day. Little did they know, Lin Muxue had overheard everything. Her emotions a tumultuous blend of regret and concern upon realizing her cousin's attempt to lead Li Yuanming astray. With an impassive expression, she rose from her seat, settled the bill, and exited the restaurant. Back in her car, Lin Muxue retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Feng's parents. Once connected, she exchanged polite pleasantries before subtly mentioning her encounter with her cousin and hinting at Lin Feng's relaxation plans. Adolescence can be a time of restless thoughts. I suspect Lin Feng may have excess living expenses, which could lead to reckless behavior, wouldn't you agree? Little Lin, we owe you a debt of gratitude. If he truly goes off to do such things, it would be utterly shameful. I will call him back immediately. Lin Feng's father's voice turned furious, teeth clenched. Lin Muxue chuckled softly, her tone gentle. Please do not be too upset. Such youthful exuberance is normal. Perhaps you should contact him first to prevent any real trouble. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng and Li Yuanming were preparing to leave the restaurant, Lin Feng's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Looking down, he saw it was his father's call and quickly answered, still haunted by past deceptions that had earned him a reprimanding from his father. Where are you now? His father's serious voice came through, laced with a hint of anger. I'm out dining with friends, Lin Feng replied somewhat guiltily, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Li Yuanming. Friends? What friends? Come home immediately. I heard you plan to go to some club. Don't think I am unaware of your antics. Get back here and don't embarrass me. Lin Feng's father commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded, clearly unprepared for his father's sudden outburst. He glanced at Li Yuanming, his face flushing with embarrassment, and quietly responded, Understood, Dad, I will return right away. After hanging up, Lin Feng forced a wry smile at Li Yuanming. Brother Li, I must apologize. An unexpected family matter has arisen. I need to leave. Li Yuanming waved his hand, smiling. No problem. Family matters take precedence. I shall take my leave as well. Reluctantly, Lin Feng departed the restaurant, leaving Li Yuanming alone at the table, gazing at the now cold dishes before him. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. The memories stirred up were difficult to quell. Meanwhile, not far from the restaurant, Lin Muxue sat in the driver's seat. Having just ended the call, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After putting her phone away, she drove off from the restaurant, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 8. The welcome dinner. Lin Feng received a call from home, prompting his parents to summon him back. Li Yuanming strolled alone along the path to his dormitory, the night breeze brushing against his face, imbued with a hint of coolness. The gentle caress of the wind was rather pleasant, despite the sweltering heat of summer. The nights in Haidu remained relatively refreshing. What was he doing last summer? He had suffered the disappointment of failing the entrance examination, spending his days idling away in internet cafes. How wonderful it would have been if he had succeeded. Perhaps he would have been joyfully living in university by now. Yet, had it not been for this turn of events, he would not have encountered Lin Muxue. Was this fate good or bad? Li Yuanming found himself at a loss. As his thoughts swirled, Li Yuanming unknowingly arrived at the entrance of his dormitory. Although he had reached his destination and set down his belongings, he had yet to meet his 3 roommates. With 4 years of shared living ahead of them, Li Yuanming was quite curious about his new companions, hoping they would coexist harmoniously. Upon pushing the door open, he found his 3 roommates animatedly discussing something, bursts of laughter punctuating their conversation. As soon as they noticed Li Yuanming's arrival, they turned their heads to scrutinize the newcomer. He greeted them warmly. "Hello. Sorry for being late." The first to rise was a slightly plump boy, who flashed a hearty smile and clapped Li Yuanming on the shoulder. "Hello, I'm Hua Hui, but everyone calls me Xiaopang." He gestured towards a plain-looking boy dressed modestly. "This is Tang Zhe." Tang Zhe smiled shyly and nodded at Li Yuanming. "Hello. Nice to meet you. And this is Lu Jie," Hua Hui continued, pointing to a well-dressed boy with a distinctly different demeanor. Lu Jie tilted his chin slightly and responded with a casual, charming smile. "Just call me Lu Jie. We're all brothers now, no need for formality." His gaze lingered on Li Yuanming, revealing a hint of curiosity and appraisal. After surveying Li Yuanming, Lu Jie's eyes betrayed a sense of admiration. Li Yuanming's appearance was indeed striking, and his composed demeanor further endeared him to others. Li Yuanming exchanged greetings with them, and the distance between them began to dissipate. Just as he settled into his seat, Hua Hui cheerfully asked, "Yuanming, why did you come back so late?" "I was at a student council interview," Li Yuanming replied casually, his mind still lingering on his reunion with Lin Muxue. "The student council? Wow," Hua Hui exclaimed, curiosity piqued. "How did it go?" "Pretty normal, just a standard interview," Li Yuanming answered nonchalantly, still preoccupied with his thoughts. "I heard our student council president is a stunning beauty. Did you meet her?" Hua Hui continued. Li Yuanming nodded. "You're right. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also my ex-girlfriend." However, he refrained from voicing this revelation, pondering whether he should divulge such personal details for mere gossip. Even if he did, they might not believe him. Hua Hui shook his head, expressing disappointment. "What a pity. If I had known, I would have applied for the interview too." Lu Jie chuckled and mockingly retorted, "You'd just be cannon fodder. I've heard that many wealthy heirs and officials' children are vying for a spot on the council, all to pursue our president." Hua Hui, unabashed, declared, "Why wouldn't he at work? I could perform a dance right in front of them. I'm sure I'd win her over." Lu Jie, amused by his antics, raised a thumb in appreciation. "Impressive." Tang Zhe chimed in, teasingly inquiring, "Why didn't we see you dance during the freshman orientation?" Hua Hui feigned shyness. "There were too many people. I felt a bit embarrassed." Tang Zhe consoled him, "No worries. We'll have class introductions later. You can showcase your dance then." "Absolutely. I'll claim priority for choosing a partner for the next 4 years." Li Yuanming couldn't help but chuckle. His roommates were indeed skilled at lightening the mood, which explained their lively conversation upon his arrival. "By the way," Hua Hui turned to Li Yuanming, "if you get into the student council, don't forget to look out for us." "Of course. I want to let them check on our dorm," Li Yuanming replied with a grin, eager to play along. "Then thank you, Director Li." Hua Hui continued, "And about our family dog serving as a police dog, we'll leave that to you." The group shared a jovial exchange. And then Lu Jie slammed his hand on the table, proposing, "It's the first day of school, just sitting around is boring. Let us have a proper gathering. How about we go out for a feast to get to know each other better?" Hua Hui immediately chimed in, and Tang Zhe nodded in agreement. Seeing the enthusiasm, Lu Jie added, "Why not invite a few girls we just met? It'll be more lively." Tang Zhe and Hua Hui perked up at the suggestion, with Tang Zhe enthusiastically exclaiming, "Great idea. It's the perfect occasion to celebrate the start of school." "Exactly. I'm famished." Hua Hui nodded eagerly, looking at Li Yuanming. "What do you say, Yuanming?" Though Li Yuanming initially intended to decline, having just dined with Lin Feng, the eager expressions of his roommates dissuaded him from doing so. He smiled and replied, "All right, let us go." Before long, Lu Jie had gathered a few newly acquainted girls. The four of them exited the dormitory in high spirits. The girls stood at the school gate, their smiles radiant as they waved at the boys. Li Yuanming and his roommates hailed 2 cars and headed to a high-end restaurant in the city center. They soon arrived at the upscale establishment, its neon lights shining brightly under the night sky. As they entered the spacious and well-lit lobby, the elegant lighting and exquisite decor enveloped them, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and tranquility. Tang Zhe and Hua Lihui felt a bit shy, instinctively straightening their clothes. In contrast, Lu Jie exuded confidence, as if he were intimately familiar with the place. He gestured for everyone to follow him and led them straight to the reserved private room. Once inside, they took their seats, with Li Yuanming settling by the window. He noticed the girls beside him casting curious glances in his direction, their expressions hinting at interest and subtle amusement. Li Yuanming maintained a composed exterior, though internally, he felt a touch of helplessness. Was it his good looks that drew such attention? Li Yuanming was indeed a handsome young man, and combined with his calm demeanor and an air of depth, he naturally attracted glances. Noticing the girl's interest, Lu Jie appeared slightly envious. He raised his eyebrows and boisterously declared, "Feel free to order whatever you like. Today is on me. I promise you won't be disappointed." The girls responded with laughter, showering him with compliments for his generosity. Li Yuanming smiled politely, ordering a few dishes without wanting to make the atmosphere awkward. As they chatted animatedly around the table, the mood grew increasingly lively. However, Li Yuanming's thoughts remained somewhat scattered. He glanced around the decor of the private room, suddenly struck by a feeling of familiarity. This restaurant, he felt he had been here once before. Li Yuanming vaguely recalled that the erratic Dongfang Jihe had once brought him to this place, and unpleasant memories surged forth. Her proud demeanor and the commanding glint in her eyes lingered in his mind, making it difficult for him to forget. At that time, he was still quite naive, while she exuded an air of superiority, deliberately manipulating his emotions in various ways. On one occasion, she inexplicably made him lick her used chopsticks. Truly, the antics of this capricious young lady were always unexpected. It was quite unsettling. Were it not for the promise of monetary gain, he would. As Li Yuanming dwelled in his reveries, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and a server entered, accompanied by the manager. The manager scanned the room and immediately recognized Li Yuanming, his face breaking into a familiar smile as he approached with deference. "Mr. Li, it has been a while. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback. He had only visited once, yet this manager remembered him. Such acumen in business and impeccable service surely ensured a steady stream of return customers. However, Li Yuanming could scarcely afford such indulgence in the future, unless someone else footed the bill. He replied politely, "Thank you. I have no particular requests." The entrance of the manager abruptly halted the conversation in the room, and astonished expressions adorned the faces of his companions as all eyes converged on Li Yuanming, especially Tang Zhe and Hua Lihui, who exchanged glances filled with surprise and envy. Lu Jie, unable to contain his disbelief, exclaimed, "Wow, Yuanming, I didn't expect you to be so well connected here. The manager knows you?" The manager chuckled, adding, "Mr. Li is indeed a valued guest of our restaurant. By the way, we will soon be undergoing renovations and will be renamed Himing Lu. Mr. Li, we hope to see you here often." Himing Lu? Dongfang Jihe Li Yuanming? Goodness, how does this individual remain so persistent in my thoughts? The mere mention of that erratic girl made Li Yuanming's head spin. Who knew what she was plotting? This revelation left Tang Zhe and Hua Lihui speechless, igniting new speculations about Li Yuanming's status. In hushed tones, they murmured, could it be that old Li is a rich second generation? Otherwise, why would someone come to greet him in such a high-end establishment? Li Yuanming gently shook his head, responding with a hint of resignation. That's not the case. I merely visited once with a friend. A friend? Could she truly be categorized as such? Yet, admitting to knowing the owner felt somewhat awkward, as if he were being kept. While it bore little difference, Li Yuanming preferred to keep that chapter of his life hidden. Lu Jie, undeterred, playfully inquired, "Yuanming, could it be that you possess some special identity? Do you know the owner? Please, don't entertain fanciful notions. I'm just a humble farmer." Li Yuanming replied with an awkward laugh, vaguely asserting, "I suppose she could be considered a friend. I visited once." Not only did he know her, but their acquaintance had reached an intimate level. However, it had been a careful service from his end. That woman certainly had a penchant for wielding a whip. The manager, Perceptive and astute, recognized Li Yuanming's discomfort and tactfully remarked, "I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, please let me know." With that, he discreetly exited the room, leaving behind a gathering filled with contemplative glances. Despite Li Yuanming's efforts to downplay the situation, his roommates remained skeptical, seemingly affirming their newfound assumptions regarding his extraordinary background. Several female classmates also cast curious looks his way, one of whom jested, "Li Yuanming, are you hiding some sort of identity?" "What identity? Does having been a kept man in the past count?" Unwilling to delve into it, Li Yuanming forced a smile, diverting the conversation by picking up the menu and presenting it to everyone. "All right, enough of that. Let us decide what to eat today. Since Boss Jia is treating us, feel free to order whatever you like." Lu Jia, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "Everyone, order to your heart's content. Today it's on me. Don't hold back." The female classmates eagerly placed their orders, and the atmosphere at the table became increasingly vibrant. Once the sumptuous dishes were laid out, excitement filled the air as everyone dug in. Throughout the meal, the girls frequently cast subtle glances at Li Yuanming, some even initiating to clink glasses with him, evidently intrigued by his presence. Though Li Yuanming maintained composure, he could not shake the complexity of emotions stirred by the recent memories. Chapter 9. Assistant to the President. In the end, it was the boss who waived the bill, leaving Lu Jia somewhat embarrassed. His intention was to show off, but instead, it made Li Yuanming appear pretentious. Li Yuanming was indifferent. After all, it was not his money. He truly wished to distance himself from that individual and thought it best not to return in the future. After the dinner gathering concluded, the night breeze outside the restaurant carried a slight chill. Groups of friends lingered at the entrance, chatting amiably, savoring the remnants of their meal, still reluctant to part ways. Several girls were giggling playfully. One girl with long hair, encouraged by her friends, mustered the courage to approach Li Yuanming. With a hint of shyness, she softly asked, "Li Yuanming, could we add each other on WeChat?" Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized the awkwardness she felt under the teasing of her friends. If he were to decline, she would undoubtedly face their mockery, which would be quite embarrassing. Although Li Yuanming was not particularly acquainted with her, he did not want to cause her discomfort and agreed, saying, "Sure, no problem." He took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and successfully added her on WeChat. The girl beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she thanked him softly before blushing and rejoining her friends, who erupted into playful banter, eliciting laughter all around. Witnessing the scene stirred something within Li Yuanming. Should he consider embarking on a simple romance? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Given his tumultuous past, it would be better not to complicate someone else's life. After exchanging WeChat information, the group shared a few words before dispersing, each taking a taxi back to their dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, the night air settled into a peaceful quiet. The four friends reminisced about their dinner experience. Tangzhe was the first to collapse onto his bed, exclaiming, "Ah, that dinner was quite delightful. Everyone was so lively." Hua Lihui chuckled in agreement, unable to resist teasing Li Yuanming. "Old Li, you have quite the charm. A girl approached you for your WeChat right away." Li Yuanming, often referred to as Old Li due to his mature demeanor and appearance, simply smiled without responding. In his previous job, he had added many contacts, but there were regulations prohibiting discussions of peculiar topics, or one could face dismissal. Sitting at his desk, Li Yuanming opened his computer, intending to watch a movie when his phone vibrated with a notification. Glancing down, he saw a message from the very girl who had asked for his WeChat. "Li Yuanming, I really enjoyed dining with you today." "With me? Shouldn't it be with us?" He mused, amused by her choice of words, which seemed intended to foster intimacy. Li Yuanming chuckled. Having experienced many such tactics, he found them trivial. She was either quite adept or had a strategist behind her. Of course, it could also be that he was overthinking it. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to respond courteously. "I enjoyed it too. Everyone was very warm." She replied promptly, "Shall we hang out sometime?" It appeared she was genuinely interested in him. Li Yuanming let out a slight sigh. This troublesome affection. He realized he was neither wealthy nor influential. She must have misjudged him, yet he felt it inappropriate to clarify. He couldn't very well say he had been there once with a client, could he? What would happen if she inquired who the client was, or what he had done? That would be embarrassing. He was not a rich heir, and feared his reality would disappoint her expectations. It was better not to entangle her in his life. After pondering for a moment, he replied politely, "Sure, but I just started school and will likely be busy. I need to find a tutoring job to support myself." so I might not have much time. Sorry. He maintained an appropriate distance, ensuring his words neither seemed cold nor overly warm. A tutor? You're going to be a tutor? Why wouldn't I? The meager financial aid I receive is hardly sufficient. Without a tutoring job, I wouldn't even have money for meals. Though somewhat exaggerated, this statement was enough to dispel her interest. After all, a rich heir wouldn't be seeking financial aid. I am indeed a genius, he thought. Moreover, Li Yuanming had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at this moment, especially as he had just entered university. He preferred to focus his energies on studies and life. With a gentle exhale, he closed his phone. A notification from his computer indicated he had received an email. Who still sends emails in this day and age? The student council? It seemed to pertain to an interview. What fate brings, one cannot escape. Li Yuanming harbored little expectation for the interview. Although she was his ex-girlfriend, he had indeed accepted money from Lin Muxue's mother and promised not to associate with her again. He couldn't blame himself. Her mother had such a formidable presence. And he was alone, with his past being dug up. Regardless of the outcome, it won't be pleasant. He sighed, dismissing the troubling thoughts as he had moved on from that period. Turning his attention back to the computer screen, he clicked on the email from the student council. The content was succinct and clear. Dearly Yuanming, congratulations on passing the student council interview. You are hereby appointed as the assistant to the president. Please report to the student council office every Friday morning to communicate and handle matters with the president. Thank you for your participation and support. We look forward to your joining. Upon reading the title Assistant to the President, Li Yuanming's heart tightened, and the image of Lin Muxue immediately sprang to mind. Her stubbornness, her tears, and even the resoluteness of their breakup resurfaced with this notification. That chapter of his life seemed to linger, refusing to fade. This meant he would be working alongside Lin Muxue weekly, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. It felt as if he could pen a novel. Shock. My boss is my ex-girlfriend. It was a blessing and a curse. One could not escape their fate. Goodness, I haven't done anything wrong. But she insisted on dragging me along. Li Yuanming sighed softly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Hey, Yuanming, what's going on? You seem so engrossed in that email. Tang Zhou inquired with a grin, leaning in for a closer look. Li Yuanming set his phone down, smiled faintly, and replied. The student council has recruited me as the assistant to the president. Assistant to the president? Oh wow, that's quite a lucrative position. Lu Jie exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he slapped Li Yuanming on the shoulder. I heard the president of the student council is the goddess of our school. You're in for a treat. Don't be ridiculous. I have no desire to drown in that sea. Li Yuanming rolled his eyes. What do you mean? Lu Jie was puzzled, not grasping Li Yuanming's insinuation. I'm only interested in men. Li Yuanming replied with a chilling smile. Stay away from me. Lu Jie crossed his arms, quickly distancing himself from Li Yuanming. Don't. Hua Lihui chimed in, adding to the light-hearted banter. The group shared laughter in their dormitory, deepening their camaraderie. Before long, Friday arrived, the day for the student council assistant's duties. The week leading up to the semester had been designated for students to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. So there were no classes. Thus, in the days that followed, Li Yuanming spent his time either tutoring or indulging in games, novels, and dramas in the comfort of his dormitory. The tutor was someone I sought out during my own repeat year. Initially, I intended to forego tutoring a month before the college entrance examination to concentrate fully on my studies. However, my employer turned out to be exceptionally kind, allowing me to continue even after the exams. My employer is truly a remarkable person, and I, Li Yuanming, approached my tutoring duties with utmost dedication. Life has been exceedingly pleasant since entering university, aside from the matter concerning Lin Muxue, which is rather troubling. After all, she is my former girlfriend. And though we have not been together for nearly a year, encountering her again feels slightly awkward. Li Yuanming arrived at Lin Muxue's office at the appointed time. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find her already at work. The office was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of her keyboard and the occasional chirping of birds outside. To his relief, the two bodyguards he had seen during the interview were absent. Facing those stoic figures had been somewhat daunting. While he had always known her family was not ordinary, he had not anticipated the extent of their wealth. His own experiences could easily fill a novel, aptly titled The Tale of a Former Girlfriend from a Wealthy Family. Lin Muxue gestured towards the vacant chair beside her desk, her tone nonchalant as she instructed him to sit. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen. Though she was acutely aware that the display contained nothing but a blank Word document, an act of pretense, as she feigned productivity. In truth, both Lin Muxue and Li Yuanming shared a similar sentiment. She had yearned to see him, contemplating their reunion every day leading up to Friday. What should she say? How could she express her desire to rekindle their relationship? Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, when the moment arrived, she found herself at a loss for words. While pretending to focus on her screen, Lin Muxue discreetly stole glances at Li Yuanming. "Speak up, Lin Muxue," she admonished herself. Li Yuanming settled into his workspace, appreciating the comfort of the chair and desk, so delightful that he contemplated relocating them to his dormitory. In a moment of boredom, he fiddled with his phone. Observing that Lin Muxue remained engrossed in her computer, he considered playing a game to pass the time but hesitated, unsure if it would be frowned upon. Feeling somewhat idle, he rested his chin on the desk, absent-mindedly toying with a pen, his gaze drifting between Lin Muxue and the view outside. "This is rather dull. Surely she hasn't summoned me just to amuse herself," he mused. "President, could you perhaps assign me a task? I find myself exceedingly bored here." "President? Lin Muxue?" He called her name softly several times, but receiving no response only added to his mild frustration, compelling him to raise his voice once more. "Ah, what is it?" Lin Muxue responded, momentarily startled, her expression reflecting confusion. Was he addressing her? He had spoken to her. How should she reply? Li Yuanming, noticing her dazed demeanor, reiterated, "President, do you have any tasks for me? Speak up, Lin Muxue. You can do this," she urged herself internally. "Oh, let me see." Lin Muxue finally regained her composure, displaying a fleeting moment of panic before quickly returning to her usual calm demeanor. Li Yuanming found it amusing that, in this interaction, she appeared more like the president than he did as her assistant, as it was rather uncommon for an assistant to seek work from their superior. Lin Muxue rose and approached a nearby filing cabinet. After retrieving some documents and casually organizing them, she turned to hand them to Li Yuanming. "Please deliver these materials to Teacher Bai on the second floor of the administration building. That will be all." "All right," he replied, relieved to finally have a task that would allow him to stretch his legs. Sitting there for so long had left him feeling stiff. Being in an office with a boss who was actively working while he had nothing to do was somewhat pressuring. He recalled how, during their previous interactions, she had been a naive girl who knew nothing of computers and had never tasted instant noodles. It felt as if, in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into an imposing ice queen. Li Yuanming sighed inwardly, his curiosity piqued as he examined the materials in his hands. A planning document for the welcome party. Is that all there is to it? This would be his first experience with the welcome party at Haidu University, and he was quite looking forward to it. Li Yuanming made his way to the second floor of the administration building and found Teacher Bai's office. He knocked gently, despite the door being ajar. "What is it?" Teacher Bai, seated at her desk, looked up and asked. The moment she raised her head, Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback. Bai Laosher, is that you, Bai Ruobing?" A rush of complex emotions surged within him as memories flooded back, those past days. That time when they had shared a story, as vivid as if it were happening right before his eyes. Chapter 10, Bai Ruobing's young boyfriend after a period of despondency. Li Yuanming finally resolved to cease wallowing in self-pity over past failures. Only by uplifting himself could he forge an entirely new beginning. He could not allow Grandma Dean to be disappointed again. In pursuit of maintaining focus during his studies, Li Yuanming began to search for a quiet and affordable dwelling, conducive to his concentration. He traversed one neighborhood after another, inquiring of countless landlords, yet failed to find a suitable residence. Either the surroundings were excessively noisy, utterly unsuitable for revision, or the rent was exorbitantly high, far beyond his means. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a flicker of determination ignited within him, leading him into a more secluded community. This area appeared somewhat dilapidated, with several small buildings bearing the marks of time, yet it exuded a serene isolation, a tranquil refuge from the bustling city. The environment was remarkably peaceful, a perfect sanctuary for relaxation. At the entrance stood a security guard, an elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair. Despite his advanced age, he possessed a sturdy physique and a remarkably clear gaze. Li Yuanming approached him politely, greeting him before inquiring about available rentals in the vicinity. "Excuse me, sir, do you know of any affordable houses for rent nearby?" Li Yuanming asked, his fatigue evident. The elderly guard set down his newspaper, lifting his eyes slowly to appraise him. "Looking for something inexpensive? Well, there is one unit. The price is reasonable." Li Yuanming's eyes brightened instantly, his heart racing. "Really? Could you tell me which one?" The guard paused, brow furrowed as he pondered how to respond. Finally, in a hushed tone, he remarked, however, he drew out the words, "The landlord has quite a temper. She is a doctor, likely too busy with work. Furthermore, I believe she only rents to women. I'm not entirely certain." Li Yuanming was taken aback, not anticipating such a stipulation. After a lengthy silence, he regained his composure and pressed, "You mean she only rents to females?" The guard nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. "You could still try. The landlord doesn't reside here. I've heard she has several properties and is seldom in this neighborhood. If you can persuade her, perhaps it could work." His demeanor softened as he continued. "Though this is our first meeting, I sense you are a decent young man, quite polite. There shouldn't be any issues." The location was tranquil, not far from the market, and although transportation was less than convenient, it was suitable for his study needs. Li Yuanming felt a surge of hope. This price was precisely what he had been seeking, affordable, conducive to his studies, and with ample time before the college entrance examination, he wished to conserve his funds for accommodation. Saving money would allow him to focus more intently on his revision, alleviating some of the pressures of daily life. He inhaled deeply, resolutely deciding, "All right, I shall give it a try. Who knows, I might secure the rental." The guard stroked his chin, breaking into a warm smile. "Very well. I shall give you her number. You can call her to discuss." Gratefully, Li Yuanming accepted the phone number, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. He dialed Bai Ruobing's number, but she was preoccupied with pressing matters. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, she instinctively hung up, intending to return the call later when she was free. However, when Li Yuanming saw the call disconnected, a wave of disappointment washed over him. With determination, he swiftly sent a text to Bai Ruobing, straightforward and concise. "Hello. I am interested in renting your apartment." Bai Ruobing glanced at the message, quickly calculating her time. With other obligations awaiting her, she typed a time for him to meet her at the door, stating that they could finalize arrangements then, eliminating any unnecessary discussion if it was inappropriate. Caught up in her own affairs, Bai Ruobing completely overlooked that their agreed time was noon, arriving instead in the afternoon. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback to find a man waiting at the property, Li Yuanming. Her brow furrowed instinctively, her expression remaining cold as she questioned, "I am looking for a female tenant. Why is it you, a man?" Li Yuanming had not anticipated her tardiness nor her abrupt demeanor and was momentarily speechless. Yet, recognizing his need, he quickly lowered his head in apology. "I apologize. I understand you may prefer not to rent to men, but I truly need this place." Bai Ruobing felt a surge of irritation, perceiving him as an unwarranted distraction to her time. The thought of having to make this trip for someone who did not fit her criteria only heightened her displeasure. If Li Yuanming had known that this icy beauty not only arrived late, but also bore an accusatory stance, he might have turned away then and there, thus avoiding the entangled fate that followed. With a frosty tone, Bai Ruobing reiterated, "I only rent to women. I am not considering anyone else." Li Yuanming's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he did not retreat. Seizing this opportunity, he expeditiously explained, "I am not intending to offend you. I truly have no other options. I am an orphan, struggling after a failed college entrance examination and financially challenged. This place is peaceful, affordable, and genuinely suitable for my studies." He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "I understand the rent is modest, but if you do not mind, I could offer a little more. I could tutor to supplement the cost. I sincerely beseech you." After speaking, he watched Bai Ruobing cautiously, awaiting her reaction. Her expression remained impassive, but internally she felt a growing disdain. She instinctively perceived his words as overly direct, laden with an unwelcome moral obligation. Bai Ruobing scoffed quietly, feeling as though he was attempting to elicit sympathy. It struck her as a form of emotional coercion, merely an excuse to secure a discounted rental, perhaps harboring ulterior motives. Men are always like this. With a cutting glance, she addressed him coldly, "Do you think this will sway me?" Li Yuanming sensed her demeanor growing icier, a wave of helplessness washing over him. The chill settled deep within him. Once more, he lowered his head in apology. "I am truly sorry for the inconvenience. If this does not work out, I will have to continue my search elsewhere. Missing this opportunity would leave me with few options, as your property is my only viable choice." Reflecting on his past employment with a tinge of bitterness, Li Yuanming offered a rueful smile. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to return to his previous line of work. No, he could not surrender. The life in the orphanage and the weight of reality had long since toughened his resolve. Sometimes, one must strive with all their might for what they desire. Li Yuanming spoke softly, expressing that he did not seek her sympathy, merely a chance. He genuinely needed this place. A flicker of complex emotion crossed by Ruobing's eyes. While she maintained an outwardly refined demeanor and succinct speech, an inner coldness had long taken root within her. Her father, originally a child from an ordinary family, had ascended the social ladder through his good looks, only to soon abandon her mother for another woman, leaving both her mother and her behind. The pain of that betrayal remained etched in her heart, rendering men nearly a taboo in her life. To Bai Ruobing, Li Yuanming's words were merely a feeble struggle. She refused to be swayed by emotion. Nonetheless, his persistence stirred a flicker of hesitation within her, for his eyes revealed no complex sentiments, only sincerity and helplessness, igniting an inexplicable wave of turmoil within her. Yet she reminded herself not to yield easily. Thus, she firmly maintained her stance, her tone growing more resolute. You may leave. This place is truly unsuitable for you. Li Yuanming, undeterred by Ruobing's icy rejection, recognized he had no alternative but to persist. I can assist with tasks cleaning, organizing the room. I am quite fastidious, he ventured, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. I genuinely need a quiet space to study. Hearing this, Bai Ruobing's lips curled slightly, though a chill lingered in her gaze. Do you think being a housekeeper will earn you a room? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Do you know why I am reluctant to rent to you? Taken aback, Li Yuanming momentarily faltered, unsure how to respond. Because I detest men. Bai Ruobing's tone was frigid. I find your kind, feigning weakness, utterly repulsive. Li Yuanming fell silent, sensing the profound pain nestled within her heart, an emotional burden not easily alleviated. Though he could not fathom her prejudice, he understood that this opportunity, if missed, would be irretrievable. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke with calm resolve. I do not require your affection. I merely ask for a chance. I truly need this room. As Bai Ruobing prepared to dismiss him coldly, her phone vibrated suddenly. Glancing at the screen, she saw a WeChat message from her mother, urging her to attend a blind date. Here we go again, she murmured softly, a hint of irritation flickering in her eyes. Just as Li Yuanming was on the verge of surrendering, Bai Ruobing suddenly raised her head, a glint of mischief sparkling in her gaze. Very well. If you wish to rent the room, you must agree to one condition. Li Yuanming was taken aback by the swift turn of events and eagerly inquired, what condition? Today, my mother is coming. I want you to accompany me in a charade. Bai Ruobing replied nonchalantly. Chapter 11. The mother-daughter quarrel. Li Yuanming was increasingly confounded. Acting? What did that mean? Bai Ruobing's expression grew complex, her eyes filled with weariness. My mother has been relentlessly pressuring me to go on blind dates, arranging numerous suitors whom I have no interest in whatsoever. Her prejudice against men is even more severe than mine. Each time I meet one of the men she has set up, I feel utterly repulsed. Bai Ruobing paused, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yuanming. Tonight, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend, to act as if you are the kept man to infuriate her. Do you understand? The weight of her tone during the last remark was unmistakably commanding rather than requesting. Though somewhat displeased, Li Yuanming refrained from voicing his discomfort, merely furrowing his brows and hesitatingly replying, Is that really all right? Bai Ruobing, impatient, waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unwilling to waste any more time on him. If you want to stay here, you must comply. You are merely a disposable resource. Just pretend to be my boyfriend for a while. Don't overthink it. Don't you find this arrangement rather beneficial? You get to stay, and I can rid myself of my mother's incessant pressure. Li Yuanming clenched his teeth, feeling a sense of reluctance. Yet, he recognized that this might be his only chance to secure accommodation. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Fine, I will acquiesce. Thank your fortunate stars for your decent appearance. Otherwise this role of a kept man would not have been assigned to you. Bai Ruobing coldly retorted, a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Indeed, men are unreliable, easily relinquishing their dignity for the slightest gain. Bai Ruobing's mother arrived promptly. As Li Yuanming stood before her, he could distinctly feel her scrutinizing gaze upon him. It was uncomfortable, exceedingly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to endure and stand firm. Bai's mother's eyes radiated an unmasked contempt, as if she were attempting to see through him entirely. Hello, Auntie. Li Yuanming couldn't suppress his nervousness, his body instinctively stiffening. To be candid, he despised lying. It contradicted his principles. Bai's mother settled onto the sofa, her countenance austere, arms crossed over her chest, appraising him from head to toe. With a furrowed brow, her voice was as icy as winter. How old are you? Her tone was reminiscent of an interrogator questioning a suspect. No wonder they are mother and daughter. Their manner of speaking was clearly cut from the same cloth. Li Yuanming cautiously replied, 18. Bai's mother's expression darkened considerably. 18? Are you of legal marriageable age? Are you attending university? Do you even know how old she is? Li Yuanming honestly shook his head. Age is a woman's secret. He dared not inquire. However, it appeared she shouldn't be too old. She is 25. What is going on here? A May-December romance? Bai's mother, incensed, trembled with rage, her tone exceedingly severe. You, an 18-year-old, are involved with my daughter? Do you find that appropriate? She is a whole decade older than you. Li Yuanming felt a flush of heat on his face. The sting of reproach was unpleasant, especially since he had no real connection to her. Yet, he remained at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching his head and attempting to smile to mask his anxiety. However, Bai Ruobing interjected, showing no regard for her mother's authority, standing defiantly before her and shouting, "What is wrong with that? I enjoy the thrill of dating an older man. Besides, I am the one supporting him. What of it?" Bai Ruobing's voice rang out, almost tauntingly, completely disregarding her mother's furious expression. Li Yuanming was nearly terrified. This lady was not merely trying to provoke. She seemed intent on driving someone to the brink. Bai Ruobing was 25, and her mother must have been in her 50s. If her mother were to suffer a serious health crisis from the altercation, Li Yuanming would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. You. Is this how you spend the money I provide? Bai's mother's face turned a shade of deep anger, her chest heaving violently with rage. Witnessing her state, Li Yuanming had already placed his hand on his phone, ready to dial emergency services. Why can't you obey? Do you comprehend what you are doing? At your age? How can you be so willful? Willful? Bai Ruobing scoffed. If I were not willful, would that please you? When have you ever been satisfied with me? Is it my face that displeases you, or the half of my blood that you resent? Do you genuinely wish for me to marry one of those unsightly suitors you arranged, living that loathsome life of yours? You are truly insane. I raised you, and this is how you repay me? Is all my effort in vain? Bai Ruobing, unperturbed, retorted with a cold smile. Yes, I spend as I please. What can you do about it? I like what I like. If you find it shameful, then mind your own business. You are utterly out of control. Are you even still my daughter? Do you realize what you are doing? You bring home a boy several years younger than you and engage in such disgraceful behavior. It's utterly humiliating. Bai's mother stood in a fury, nearly speechless. Several years younger? 25 minus 18 equals 7, doesn't it? Auntie, did a physical education teacher teach you math? Li Yuanming observed quietly, standing to the side and watching the heated exchange. Bai Ruobing smirked disdainfully. Oh, you say that as if you are so well aware of my actions. How I live my life is my affair. How much can you truly control me? Bai's mother's face paled with rage, her voice trembling. You are utterly. She pointed a finger at Bai Ruobing, as if to articulate something, but then suddenly choked on her words. Observing her reaction, Li Yuanming felt a jolt of surprise. Dear sister, don't frighten me. After a few moments, Bai's mother spoke again. Do you know what he will think of you? He will only take advantage of you. You are simply bringing this upon yourself. Li Yuanming exhaled in relief. What a chaotic scene. Everyone says family troubles should remain private, yet here he was, an outsider witnessing such a fierce confrontation. He could hardly imagine what would transpire if they were alone together. The fallout would surely be catastrophic. What right do you have to judge me? A figure flickered through Bai Ruobing's mind, her eyes igniting with fury. What right do you have to criticize me? You were once blinded by a man, and in the end, he abandoned you. Have you ever reflected on your own actions? Li Yuanming, standing aside, subtly shook his head. TSK. Such aggression. Far too intense. Perhaps you've not endured enough hardship. Come visit our orphanage, and you will realize how fortunate you truly are. Bai's mother froze, her gaze momentarily shifting to a complex expression, deflated like a punctured balloon. She sank weakly onto the sofa, covering her face with her hands. Her shoulders trembled, seemingly fighting to contain her emotions. After a lengthy silence, Bai's mother finally rose, her voice still quivering but lacking the previous sharpness. You are willingly descending into depravity. Do you realize how this will end for you? I revel in your words. Bai Ruobing scoffed derisively. The more you fail to understand me, the more you wish to see me suffer, the more I will engage in the very actions you despise. Since you care so much about me, you should closely observe just how well I can thrive. Bai Mu suddenly hurled the vase from the table at Bai Ruobing's feet, the deafening crash nearly piercing the eardrums. With a voice tinged with desperation, Bai Mu exclaimed, "I truly do not comprehend what you are thinking. I genuinely do not understand your mindset. Please, the vase is innocent." Li Yuanming lamented as he observed the shattered vase strewn across the floor. "Then mind your own business," Bai Ruobing retorted coldly, her impatience evident. "I am old enough to take responsibility for my own choices." Bai Mu, on the brink of losing control, slammed the door behind her. Bai Ruobing stood silently in place. She remained still, and Li Yuanming dared not move. After a long pause, Bai Ruobing took a deep breath, restoring her impassive facade. Li Yuanming, standing nearby, felt a weight in his heart, hesitating to speak. May I continue to stay here? I stand by my word. If you wish to stay, the rent is 500 each month. All right, thank you." Upon receiving a confirmation, Li Yuanming felt compelled to offer her some counsel. "Actually, your mother is only looking out for your best interests." The moment the words left his lips, Bai Ruobing abruptly turned and struck him. The sharp crack echoed throughout the room. Li Yuanming felt a sting on his face. "Damn it, you didn't even hit me. I apologize. I am a strong advocate for gender equality. In my eyes, both men and women are equal. Therefore, accept this. The iron fist of the core values of communism. I'm sorry, I was a bit impulsive. Consider your rent waived for 3 months. Oh, how can my fist be so indiscriminate? However, refrain from meddling in my affairs from now on." With that, Bai Ruobing coldly turned and strode toward the master bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. The old man does not deceive me. This person has quite the temper. Li Yuanming stood still, taking a deep breath. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Anger brings no respite. A gentleman does not bear grudges against a petty woman." Li Yuanming tidied up the living room, continuing to organize his belongings. Once Bai Ruobing entered her room, she leaned against the door, and suddenly, her body seemed to lose all strength, trembling slightly. Bai Ruobing took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself, but the torrent of emotion was uncontrollable. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks, overflowing from her eyes and dripping onto her hands. She bit her lip hard, allowing the tears to gradually soak her sleeves, the air in the room so still it felt suffocating. Bai Ruobing did not wish for anyone to witness her vulnerable side, whether it be her mother or the unfamiliar tenant. Li Yuanming rubbed his stinging cheeks. He was accustomed to being hit, but he refused to endure such a slap without reason. At the very least, he should be exempt from this month's utilities. Despite the convoluted circumstances, he had at least secured his living arrangements. Li Yuanming contentedly began to lie down and tidy up, as he had very few belongings. After completing the cleaning, he gazed at the pristine room, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. This would be his home from now on, albeit with a somewhat neurotic landlord. Chapter 12. Beneath the torrential rain due to Li Yuanming's limited finances, he had only rented a single room, while the other spaces remained the property of the landlord. However, Bai Ruobing had requested him to assist with various household chores, including cleaning the entire apartment. Occasionally, when she stayed over, he would prepare meals for her and help with tasks such as moving furniture or running errands, which allowed him to offset some of the rent. During this period, Li Yuanming had almost become a part-time caretaker for Bai Ruobing. Yet, this arrangement was not entirely displeasing, as it brought a modicum of enjoyment to his otherwise monotonous study routine. It was unrealistic to expect himself to study uninterrupted for 12 hours each day. He required some physical activity to invigorate his mind. As the days passed, Li Yuanming gradually acclimated to this lifestyle. His daily routine revolved around 3 primary activities: studying, grocery shopping, and chores. One evening, a sudden downpour erupted outside, accompanied by the resounding claps of thunder. Rain cascaded relentlessly, splattering against the glass, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Despite the torrential downpour, Li Yuanming remained undistracted from his studies. Seated at his desk, his fingers poised over the textbook, he was abruptly interrupted by a frantic knock at the door. At this hour, one could hardly expect any visitors except for his unfortunate landlord. He found it perplexing that she preferred to visit him in his modest accommodation rather than reside in her spacious home in the Villa district. Nonetheless, it was her property, and he had to respect that. Furrowing his brow, he set down his book and made his way to the door. It was essential to maintain a cordial demeanor with his landlord. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Bai Ruobing, drenched and alone, standing there in a pitiful state. Rainwater trickled from her hair down her face, and her clothes clung to her form, faintly revealing her delicate silhouette. Her complexion was pale, and she leaned against the wall, leaving a trail of water on the floor. She appeared utterly feeble. "What on earth happened to you?" Li Yuanming exclaimed, noticing her shivering figure. "You look terrible." Bai Ruobing, head lowered, replied weakly, "I feel a bit dizzy." Her voice trembled, clearly indicating her poor health. "How could you be so reckless?" He chastised inwardly. "In such heavy rain, without an umbrella. Thank goodness nothing happened on the way here." As Bai Ruobing teetered dangerously, he quickly moved to steady her shoulder. "Why are you falling over?" "You, goodness, you're burning up," he exclaimed as she leaned against the wall again, trying to regain her balance. Alarmed, he reached out to touch her forehead. It was alarmingly hot. She was clearly running a fever. "Why haven't you gone to the hospital? You're burning up," Li Yuanming insisted, concerned that his frugal landlord might collapse in his presence. "I don't want to go to the hospital. It's a waste of time." Bai Ruobing mumbled, her eyes half closed, utterly disoriented. She resembled someone intoxicated, swaying precariously. With a resigned sigh, he positioned himself to support her. "You shouldn't push yourself like this. Your health is paramount." "You don't understand." Bai Ruobing waved him off, her tone laced with icy detachment. "What does my hospital visit have to do with you? You really should consider seeing a doctor," he urged, interpreting her obstinacy as mere folly. "I've said it before, I want to go." Her voice, now hoarse from her illness, reflected the fever's toll on her throat, yet she remained adamant. "You're only making things worse for yourself. It's crucial to take care of your health." Li Yuanming thought to himself, exasperated at her resemblance to a petulant child fearful of needles. "What do you know?" Bai Ruobing's tone suddenly sharpened, forcefully pushing his hand away. "Do you think I'm a woman who needs care? I'm merely trying to help," he retorted, his irritation rising. "You're being unreasonable. How can it be wrong to suggest you see a doctor? Do you think I'm weak?" Bai Ruobing shot him a cold glare, anger flickering in her eyes. "I don't need you, a pitiful creature, looking after me." Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback, an unfamiliar ache blossoming in his heart. He had expected concern, not hostility. He stammered, words failing him. Indeed, he was an orphan, abandoned and alone. He had failed his college entrance examination. She was not incorrect. The fault lay with him. He was merely a pitiable being. But what of it? "The local gang is so rude. The elders bully me, and the youngsters do as well." Li Yuanming felt a surge of indignation. How could she be without a boyfriend? "If it weren't for the spaciousness of her home, I would be tempted to retaliate and flee. Forgive me, I'm not eloquent, but I do possess certain skills." Bai Ruobing ignored him, lowering her head in silence for a moment. Her voice became more subdued. "You have no right to dictate my actions. Stop pretending to care." Li Yuanming stood there, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. "Who cares about you?" he thought bitterly. "Did I say that? You said it yourself." Looking around, he noticed the absence of anyone by his side. There had been none before, and there were none now. What could he do but endure? "It's not a big deal," he reassured himself inwardly. His landlord was in a foul mood and required an outlet for her frustration. And he had become that punching bag. This was not new. He should have grown accustomed to it long ago. "Move aside." He stepped aside to let his irate landlord pass. Bai Ruobing, still in her soaked shoes, chose not to change into slippers, entering the room in her drenched state, leaving a trail of water behind her. Suddenly, she turned back, a trace of sarcasm in her gaze. "Do you think I'm pitiable?" "No, Li Yuanming stammered, momentarily rendered speechless by her provocative tone. "You can't even defend yourself," she continued, her discomfort palpable. Li Yuanming repeated in his mind, "She is ill. Her reasoning is impaired." Bai Ruobing, resolute, continued, "I don't need you to do anything for me. I can take care of myself." "How dare you?" Li Yuanming thought. Though he refrained from voicing his frustrations, he raised an okay sign, retreating to his room without further ado. Bai Ruobing scoffed, rummaging through the tea table in front of the television until she found a small medicine box, taking a few cold remedies without even a sip of water, swallowing them with difficulty. Perhaps she had soaked herself too much in the rain. Li Yuanming watched her rough mannerisms, shaking his head in disbelief. Bai Ruobing then collapsed onto the sofa, eyes closed, the effects of the medicine gradually lulling her into a haze of sleep. The dampness and chill intertwined, enveloping the entire room. Bai Ruobing, drenched and shivering from fever, lay on the sofa, her body trembling slightly from the cold. After a while, Li Yuanming emerged, intending to boil some water. Upon seeing Bai Ruobing sprawled on the couch, he unconsciously approached her side. Observing her pale lips and ashen complexion, he felt a wave of concern wash over him. Li Yuanming let out a soft sigh, muttering under his breath, How can one be so careless with their own well-being? At this age, she ought to know better. Please don't perish here. I still hope to rent this place for the upcoming college entrance examination. What a misfortune that would be, utterly inauspicious. I'm a pitiful wretch, what about you? An unwanted old woman, a shrew scolding in the streets. Whoever marries you will surely be doomed. Who would still desire you? Li Yuanming found himself torn, contemplating whether to assist her. He picked up the cold medicine nearby, only to be greeted by an overwhelmingly pungent aroma. It was an indescribable stench, reminiscent of decaying tree roots buried deep in the earth, mingling with the foulness of rot and mold, provoking nausea. He wondered if this medicine had been discarded outdoors, left to fester and grow mold before being brought back inside. Hastily, he closed it, relieved that he hadn't been compelled to expel his dinner upon encountering it. A glance at the expiration date revealed it had lapsed in 2022. Several years had passed. Remarkably, she had managed to unearth it. Her memory was sharp enough to find medicine from 4 years ago, yet woefully inadequate when it came to its shelf life. What a character. It was fortunate she was a doctor, if she were to prescribe such medication to a patient. Sigh. I truly hope she doesn't pass away on my watch. Li Yuanming had no desire to wake up the next morning and be greeted by the first living soul to cross his path being a police officer. Chapter 13. Within the house, Li Yuanming sighed. Now that he was here, he might as well see it through. He carefully helped her out of her drenched coat, making every effort to avoid disturbing her. The heavy, waterlogged fabric felt particularly burdensome. What a genius, preferring to endure the rain rather than invest in an umbrella. The thoughts of the affluent are indeed perplexing. As he gently laid her coat aside, his gaze fell upon by Yuanming's feet. She hadn't even removed her shoes. Li Yuanming stared in disbelief at the muddy prints left on the sofa, an unsightly testament to her footwear. After all, she wasn't one to do housework, was she? He couldn't help but wonder if her shoes were wet enough to sustain fish. Well, they would have to come off. With utmost care, he began to untie her shoelaces. Every movement deliberate and gentle, fearful of rousing her from slumber. He felt rather indecent in his current position. Should a neighbor suddenly enter and call for him to fix a leaky pipe, his innocence would be compromised. As the laces loosened, the tongue of the shoe lifted slightly, liberating her feet. He gently pulled off her shoes, pondering that this task was more challenging than solving the final problem on a mathematics exam. With her shoes removed, he now faced the socks. How childish to still wear Hello Kitty socks at her age. The damp fabric clung to her skin as he grasped the cuff, cautiously pulling it down. The process of removing the socks demanded even greater caution. After all, he was in direct contact with her skin, and an accidental awakening would be disastrous. But why should he fear her waking? He was in the right. He had done nothing wrong. What was there to be afraid of? Maintaining a stoic expression, he deftly removed both of her wet socks. Yuanming stirred slightly, her brow furrowing. Whether from his actions or the fever that plagued her, he could not tell. Apologies escaped his lips silently, as she merely groaned. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. With her socks removed, her feet were now fully exposed, revealing delicate soles as pale as jade. Her skin appeared almost translucent, faint blue veins resembling intricate patterns on ice sculptures, flawless in their beauty. Li Yuanming's gaze lingered on her elegantly arched toes, each one perfectly shaped and arranged with meticulous precision. Such lovely feet. It would be a shame not to run a marathon with them. Her toenails were neatly trimmed, revealing a healthy pink hue, devoid of any excessive embellishments, not even polish, exuding a quiet elegance. The contours of her toes flowed gracefully, the tips slightly flushed, as if imbued with a whisper of vitality. Her slender ankles, delicate yet not overly sharp, and the gently rising arch of her foot created a harmonious silhouette. This natural beauty drew Li Yuanming's gaze irresistibly. Let it be known, he was not a foot fetishist. Certainly not. Yet, at that moment, his heart quickened inexplicably. As if sensing his heavy breathing, her toes curled slightly, like delicate blossoms unfurling in warm air. My heart is as iron, unyielding. The ancient will of Sigma awakened within him. With an impassive demeanor, he tossed her wet socks aside. Fortunately, she hadn't worn stockings. Otherwise, the task of removing them would have been fraught with complications. He had no desire to assist her with that. After all, he might be misinterpreted as a pervert. Wasn't it originally men who were meant to wear stockings? Why should a man's fondness for stockings be deemed deviant? Such thoughts were merely Li Yuanming's fanciful musings. Removing a coat, shoes, and socks was already beyond the pale. The kettle in the corner let out a soft whistle, steam rising like gossamer in the mist, obscuring its form. The sound of boiling water echoed in the tranquil room, a melody marking the passage of time. Just in time, the water had boiled. He decided to dab her with a cloth. It would be unreasonable not to reduce her rent given his kindness. Li Yuanming lifted the kettle, tilting it gently to pour hot water into a basin, steam immediately billowing forth, clouding his view. After adding a touch of cold water and testing the temperature with his hand, he deemed it satisfactory. Truly, he considered himself a model provider. Whoever married him would be fortunate indeed. With a towel in hand, he soaked it in the hot water, wrung it out, and began to tenderly wipe her limbs, fearful of waking her. Outside, the tempestuous rain was kept at bay, while inside, everything seemed so serene. Save for Bai Ruobing's heavy breathing and Li Yuanming's careful movements disrupting the stillness. Task complete. He felt a sense of fulfillment at his benevolence. I am indeed a good person. But what of her hair? It was said that sleeping with wet hair could lead to headaches or rheumatism. Well, since he was already there, recalling her wealth, he noted her hairdryer was of high quality, boasting ionic technology and a silent, powerful airflow, certainly a luxurious item. He resolved to dry her hair, simultaneously ensuring the wet areas were attended to. Just as he was about to commence, Bai Ruobing suddenly opened her eyes, staring blankly at Li Yuanming. Her expression was a muddled mixture of confusion, still caught in the haze of sleep, quickly replaced by alarm. She bolted upright, her eyes filled with wariness and anger. What are you doing? Her sharp voice sliced through the air, her face freezing in an icy glare. She recoiled as if startled by an unseen force. What are you doing? She repeated, her tone laced with fury. Li Yuanming was taken aback by her sudden reaction, the hairdryer slipping from his grip and clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. I was drying your hair. I took off your wet coat and shoes, he explained. What? Her voice rose an octave. Listen to me. Your coat and shoes were soaked. Li Yuanming attempted to clarify, but her rage erupted, nearly spilling over. Get out, she shouted, delivering a stinging slap to his face, her action devoid of mercy. Get away. Do not touch me again. What the hell? She slapped me again. This woman must find it amusing. My mother has never struck me. With a red mark on half his face, Li Yuanming stood frozen, astonished. This could not be allowed to stand. Yet, he refrained from arguing, lowering his head and softly murmuring, I merely wish to help you dry your hair. To prevent you from catching a chill, never mind. Silently, he picked up the hairdryer, turned, and exited the room without another word. Bai Ruobing watched him leave, her heart momentarily stalling. Gazing at her soaked clothes and the hairdryer on the table, a wave of guilt washed over her. Bai Ruobing, usually cold and resilient, never easily displayed weakness. Yet, as she observed Li Yuanming's departure, an unfamiliar pang of regret surged within her. Bai Ruobing found herself questioning internally, what was happening to her? Had she gone too far? Her cheeks flushed slightly, an inner turmoil brewing as her resolve began to waver. The profound indifference and resilience within her seemed to blur at this moment, replaced by an unprecedented emotional entanglement. No. If he has left, then he has left. Can I not survive without him? After all, I have managed alone for so many years. Bai Ruobing repeatedly reminded herself, forcing her mind to calm down, striving to regain her composure. She had always been accustomed to living independently, confronting all challenges on her own, having long since ceased to rely on anyone. Yet, why at this very moment did her heart feel so intricate, as if stirred by some elusive sentiment? Chapter 14. Beyond friendship. Li Yuanming did not leave. Anger was certainly present, but he had previously endured a monetary slap to the face, rendering this level of discomfort a trivial matter. To navigate life smoothly, he could tolerate such minor hardships. After all, the payment had been made. It would be a waste to let it go to waste. Thus, Li Yuanming conceived an ingenious plan. He grabbed an umbrella and made his way to a nearby pharmacy, purchasing some fever-reducing medicine and cold remedy powders. With this level of care, you still struck me? You must feel terribly guilty. May your nights be restless, wishing to slap yourself awake. He chuckled, for Li Yuanming was not one to harbor petty grievances. After all, he needed her assistance, and it was essential to endure. He placed the medicine on the table and poured her a cup of warm water, opting for a plastic cup in case she became unhinged. It would be easier to clean up. If a glass cup shattered, a sturdy man like him could simply tread on the shards. But if Bai Ruobing were to step on them, the whole place might erupt in chaos. With my meticulous nature, it is no wonder I reside here. The medicine was freshly purchased, and he insisted she take it, reminding her that the previous medication had expired. Rest early. Discomfort warrants a doctor's visit, and delaying it will only exacerbate matters. His tone remained remarkably calm, as if her earlier outburst had never transpired. Bai Ruobing lowered her gaze, her eyes fixed on the assortment of medications in the plastic bag, which Li Yuanming had expertly shielded from the rain despite his own drenched state. At that moment, the guilt in Bai Ruobing's heart peaked. I do not know what has befallen you, but I hope you take care of yourself. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Li Yuanming understood. Today's youth bore significant pressures, often resembling volatile time bombs, ready to explode unexpectedly. However, if she were to lose her composure, he would at least wait until he was no longer renting, then she could act as she pleased. He cursed his own frugality, realizing how difficult landlords could be. While Li Yuanming appeared composed, internally he reveled in his triumph. Look at you, burdened with guilt. You struck me, yet here I am, unbothered, still caring for you. Who else could do that? With a sense of pride, he turned to leave, only to feel a tug at his shirt. What is this? Can't bear it anymore. The landlord may be a bit unhinged, but surely she is not without reason. In that case, I graciously forgive you, considering the rent. He turned to see Bai Ruobing suddenly rise, her hand gripping his shirt tightly. Bai Ruobing had once believed she could bear everything alone, requiring no assistance. Yet, at that moment, Li Yuanming's concern quietly warmed her frigid heart, like a beam of gentle light penetrating her long-closed chamber of emotions. Her face flushed, she murmured, "Thank you. Hey, it worked. No need to move out. Tomorrow, I'll discuss a rent reduction." Li Yuanming thought to himself, feeling quite clever as he returned to his room to continue reading. The following morning, Bai Ruobing awoke early, determined to prepare breakfast herself. Hoping to mend the wounds inflicted upon Li Yuanming the previous day, she understood that this gesture might not fully atone for her actions, but time was on their side. Their days ahead were plentiful. Though she was not accustomed to cooking, today she was resolute in her endeavor. After all, to capture a man's heart, one must first tantalize his palate. Bai Ruobing watched cooking tutorials on Douyin, finding the tasks not as daunting as they seemed. With the essential seasonings at hand, thanks to Li Yuanming's culinary habits, she thought, all right, I shall make fried eggs and pan-fried buns. Enthusiastically rolling up her sleeves, she set to work. However, chaos soon ensued. The kitchen was a disaster zone. Eggshells and egg liquid were scattered everywhere, and the buns in the pan resembled charred coal. Smoke billowed, and the flames flickered mischievously, accompanied by the unpleasant scent of burning. Confusion clouded Bai Ruobing's face as she flitted about, witnessing her efforts descend into calamity. Every task proved more cumbersome than anticipated. How do I turn on the gas and stove? After a lengthy search online, she finally figured it out, only to discover that she could not crack an egg without shattering the shell into the mix. After extracting the shells and whisking the eggs, she realized she had forgotten to add oil. Reluctantly, she washed the pan and began anew. But disaster struck again. Oil splattered everywhere, leaving a burn mark on her hand. Yet the eggs remained in the pan. Inevitably, the eggs burned, emitting noxious smoke, and only then did Bai Ruobing remember to turn on the exhaust fan. The situation devolved further into a complete mess. What do I do? How can I fail at such a simple task? Frustration enveloped her. No, I must persevere. I refuse to believe I cannot manage this breakfast. Gritting her teeth, she charged back into the kitchen like a soldier heading into battle. Meanwhile, Li Yuanming, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the cacophony from the kitchen. Countless scenarios flashed through his mind. What on earth? A terrorist attack? An earthquake? Godzilla? Without a moment to spare, he dashed out of his room. Upon witnessing the kitchen's state, he was momentarily speechless. Are you attempting to blow up the kitchen? Bai Ruobing, caught off guard, halted her frantic movements, suddenly aware of the calamity surrounding her. Amidst the disarray and the nearly smoking pot, she offered an awkward smile. I just wanted to try making breakfast. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, she said with a hint of resignation. Raising an eyebrow, Li Yuanming glanced at her, unable to suppress his incredulity. With skills like that, perhaps dining out is the safer option. You can afford it. As he spoke, he approached Bai Ruobing, ready to assist in salvaging the chaotic kitchen. Let South not blow the place up. This is our home, after all. I merely wanted to do something nice. I thought cooking was a good way. Bai Ruobing's voice dropped in volume. Are you feeling better? Li Yuanming replied, exasperated. And yet, I am the one left to clean up after the mess. Please, spare me the trouble. Much improved, Bai Ruobing nodded, watching Li Yuanming bustle about, and suddenly feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. Is this what home feels like? The thought struck her unexpectedly, and it felt rather delightful. I still want to make breakfast. Very well, since you are so determined, I shall teach you when I have the time. Li Yuanming moved to turn off the stove, noting that breakfast would have to wait a bit longer. Wiping his hands with a paper towel, he began tidying the kitchenware. Teach me how to make breakfast? Bai Ruobing envisioned the scene, a man standing behind her, arms wrapped around her waist. Ruobing, I will teach you how to make breakfast. Her cheeks flushed crimson at the thought. Why is your face so red? Li Yuanming observed her rosy complexion, concern evident in his tone. I just can't catch my breath, Bai Ruobing stammered, avoiding his gaze. Indeed, you should step outside. It's too suffocating in here. Li Yuanming quickly understood her delicate nature. Hurry, turn the smoke extractor to the maximum and open the window for ventilation. It's all right, it's all right. Bai Ruobing waved her hand and obediently stood to the side. Li Yuanming was confused. Just yesterday, she had been so tempestuous, and now she seemed so docile. Is your landlord still my landlord? How peculiar. He decided to disregard her. Li Yuanming earnestly focused on his tasks, and after tidying up the kitchen, he turned to leave, only to have the corner of his shirt tugged again. Oh, here we go again. Wait a moment. Reluctantly, Li Yuanming halted and asked, what is it? They exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Bai Ruobing lowered her head and quietly said, thank you for yesterday. I was too impulsive last night. I had a fight with my mother, and in a fit of anger, I ran out and lost my head, even hitting you. I'm truly sorry. She paused, seemingly wanting to express more, but fearing that she might overwhelm him with her words, she ultimately just whispered, thank you. Li Yuanming noticed her downcast eyes and her averted gaze, which he found unexpectedly endearing. Has this girl really changed her demeanor? That slap yesterday was not in vain. No need to mention it, he responded with a smile. It's no big deal, just don't kick me out. Bai Ruobing raised her head to look at him, her eyes gleaming with a hint of joy. Previously, she always projected a strong persona, both at home and in her career, embodying the image of a cold, independent woman who never relied on others. However, under Li Yuanming's care, she discovered that she was gradually beginning to depend on this man who was merely her tenant. Li Yuanming observed her standing there, lost in thought. She looks so quiet when she is not speaking, he mused. What a waste. He inquired, shall I go buy breakfast? Would you like some? Bai Ruobing nodded and softly replied, What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, as long as it's the same as yours. Okay, but next time you cook, please at least avoid blowing up the kitchen. You can just call me to do it. Li Yuanming was in high spirits, making a playful remark. Don't let my rough exterior fool you. I can actually cook quite well. If cooking could reduce the rent, he would wish for her to dine with him every day. Bai Ruobing averted her gaze, her silence betraying a struggle to conceal some inner feeling. Accustomed to bearing everything alone, she suddenly found herself beginning to rely on him, although she was reluctant to admit it. Li Yuanming's kindness and consideration silently chipped away at her hardened exterior. She was no longer the entirely indifferent woman she once was. Her heart began to thaw imperceptibly. Unbeknownst to them both, Li Yuanming had become an indispensable part of her life. Their relationship flourished, and they even shared harmless little jokes. Sister Bai, at your age, aren't you going to find a boyfriend? I'm waiting for you. Bai Ruobing smiled brightly at Li Yuanming. She wrapped her arms around his, gazing up at him with affection, and asked, what about you? What do you say? Li Yuanming admitted that for a fleeting moment, he truly succumbed. But reality was what it was. Sister Bai, please don't joke. How could I possibly be worthy of you? He quickly withdrew his hand, scratching his head in embarrassment. So I'm waiting for you. Li Yuanming found Bai Ruobing quite agreeable, treating her like a confidant. They chatted, watched movies, and took walks together. In Bai Ruobing's eyes, life was improving day by day, filled with happiness, until one day, Li Yuanming quietly left without a word. Apart from a text message, he left nothing behind. Sister Bai, I've rented a place near the exam site to acclimatize to the environment. Thank you for your care over these days. P.S. The rent isn't due yet, but I'm returning it early. No need for thanks. No. Why did he leave? Why did he leave? Bai Ruobing frantically dialed Li Yuanming's number. Sorry. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Sorry you. The phone flew from her grasp, shattering on the ground. No one is answering. Is he avoiding me? Despite the room being filled with furniture, Bai Ruobing felt an overwhelming emptiness. Her heart felt hollow. The familiar presence was gone. She still had so much to say to him, including one crucial question she had yet to ask. She had always thought there would be time, ample time. Opportunities, however, slipped through like grains of sand. Tears streamed down her cheeks, smudging her carefully applied makeup as she leaned helplessly against the wall. Clenching her phone, Bai Ruobing seemed to make a resolute decision and dialed a number that was all too familiar. "Mom, I need to talk to you." Even though she knew that seeking her mother's help might be futile, she had to search until she found him. She needed to find him and voice the words that remained unspoken. Chapter 15. The Innocent Tenant and the Charming Landlord Yuanming? "Is it truly you, Li Yuanming?" Bai Ruobing's voice trembled gently. Gazing at the familiar face she had sketched countless times in her mind, Bai Ruobing found it hard to believe. "White sister." "It's me," Li Yuanming exclaimed, equally astonished. He never anticipated encountering an old friend in this place. Time seemed to stand still as Bai Ruobing felt she had finally reclaimed the lost figure, an overwhelming joy surging within her. She suddenly dashed towards Li Yuanming, almost throwing herself into his embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around him. "I finally found you," Bai Ruobing whispered, her voice tinged with emotion. Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback. While this unexpected reunion warmed his heart, he hadn't expected Bai Ruobing to be so overwhelmed. "I didn't realize White Sister was so sentimental. How touching," he mused. However, a question lingered in his mind. "But why were you looking for me?" "I thought I would never see you again," Bai Ruobing replied. A hint of sadness in her eyes, as if she were caught in a dream, yet the warmth of their embrace assured her this was reality. "Well, I thought so too," Li Yuanming chuckled foolishly, nodding in agreement. He had believed he would never meet Bai Ruobing again. Fate had played a curious hand, allowing him to encounter old friends one after another. What a small world, and the sea is even smaller. The connection is truly ineffable. "Did you really not want to see me?" Bai Ruobing inquired, her gaze piercing through Li Yuanming's carefree demeanor with a hint of reproach. "Of course not," Li Yuanming promptly denied. "But someone left a message before disappearing without a word." "Were you avoiding me?" Bai Ruobing's tone was tinged with grievance as she pressed him. "Why didn't you respond to my messages?" "I changed my phone. My previous one was lost, and I got a new one." Li Yuanming scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Indeed, he felt guilty for how he had handled things. Bai Ruobing had always treated him well, offering snacks and meals after their initial misunderstandings. His abrupt departure was inconsiderate, particularly during the tense period of his college entrance exams. "I'm just an unfortunate child," he thought. "But fortune tends to balance itself out. I performed exceptionally well on my exams. Why didn't you replace your SIM card? Did you know how worried I was? What if you were kidnapped? What if you truly disappeared?" Bai Ruobing's face flushed with anger. "Kidnapped? Haha, that's quite an exaggeration," Li Yuanming chuckled awkwardly. Bai Ruobing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. "Do you know how long I've been searching for you?" Li Yuanming's heart tightened, and he hurried to comfort her. "White sister, why are you crying? Please don't." As he witnessed her tears cascading down, he fumbled for a tissue, flustered. "It's my fault. I really lost my phone. That's why I didn't contact you." Bai Ruobing had not been like this before. How had she become so sentimental after just a few months apart? Li Yuanming felt a surge of guilt, realizing how significant he was to her. "White sister, you are truly a kind person," he thought, feeling even more remorseful as her tears soaked his shirt. Just then, the door to the office swung open unexpectedly, revealing a voluptuous woman, similar in age to Bai Ruobing. "Ruobing, I came to." The newcomer, Yin Qi, halted mid-sentence upon witnessing the scene, quickly shutting the door behind her. "I'm sorry, I must have walked in on the wrong conversation." Li Yuanming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he cast a glance at Bai Ruobing. It felt as if they were engaged in something clandestine. "I don't know." Bai Ruobing's face turned crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, as she acutely felt the heat radiating from her cheeks. Oh no. Why did this fool have to come now?" Bai Ruobing thought, knowing that within moments, rumors about her would spread like wildfire. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it wasn't entirely bad. Yin Qi, brimming with excitement, picked up her phone and eagerly sent a message to their friend group. Big news, big news. Guess what I just discovered? I saw Ruobing hugging a man. Everyone is that for real. She is actually in contact with a guy? I thought she despised all men. I assumed she was a lesbian. Absolutely true. That guy is tall and handsome, a real catch. No wonder she dismissed all our introductions. It seems she already had someone. Quick, Tag her and ask her to come out and tell us more. Who would have thought our ice queen would ever be smitten? Let us invite her out for dinner tonight and introduce us to her young man. She never says anything, always keeping secrets. Exactly, let us teach her a lesson. She promised me she wouldn't date anyone for life. Yet here I am, the only one without a man. Ha ha ha, should I introduce you to an old man? Get lost. Old men are great. They come with pensions. Then why don't you find one for yourself? Listen to me. The guy hugging by Yuanming is incredibly young. How young? Not sure, but definitely under 26. He is seriously youthful. How infuriating. She is going to enjoy herself. I want a strong man too. We must interrogate her. With Yin Qi's interruption, Bai Ruobing felt too shy to continue holding onto Li Yuanming. They settled onto the office sofa, the atmosphere becoming subtly awkward. How have you been lately? Bai Ruobing gently inquired, her gaze lowered, her voice soft as a wisp of fog, imbued with a trace of concern. A familiar question, yet posed by an unfamiliar person. Once, there had been a boy who looked at her with adoration, but he had departed. Regret? Li Yuanming felt a pang of regret. Yet the past was immutable. He was grateful to her. Without her mother's words, he might never have resolved to retake the exams. Immersing himself in comfort was not necessarily wise. He should have understood this long ago. Li Yuanming smiled slightly, his tone light as he replied, I'm doing quite well. And you? Is it not your fault? Bai Ruobing pouted, feigning discontent as she shot him a glare. You left, and now my mother is pressuring me about marriage again. I had no choice but to escape here and take on the role of a teacher. It seems I truly made the right decision. Li Yuanming raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle. How can you blame me for your mother urging you to marry? I'm only here waiting for you. Bai Ruobing tilted her head, narrowing her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a mischievous smile, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. Her smile, gentle yet teasing, seemed to provoke and test boundaries, with a glimmer of elusive light dancing in her gaze. In that moment, Li Yuanming admitted his heart skipped a beat. He felt a flicker of undeniable attraction. No, she treats you so well. Li Yuanming, how can you be daydreaming here? It's immoral, truly immoral, he said, attempting to maintain composure. Oh, Bai Ruobing lightly laughed, the curve of her eyes betraying her joy, her lips slightly upturned, offering no rebuttal. You should smile more, Sister Bai. Laughter keeps one youthful, Li Yuanming teased. What, do you think I look old? Bai Ruobing's brow furrowed, her tone tinged with sensitivity, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her eyes. At that moment, her age weighed heavily on her mind. Li Yuanming was only 19, while she was already 26, 7 years apart. Isn't it said that a woman 3 years older brings fortune? Does this mean I'm worth 2 fortunes? Not at all. Sister Bai, although you are older, you look remarkably youthful, Li Yuanming blurted out. Bai Ruobing feigned anger. You're courting death. I was wrong, Sister Bai, he quickly pleaded, raising his hands in surrender, a smile betraying his feigned seriousness. Observing Bai Ruobing's mock fury, he couldn't help but laugh. Her expressions were so vivid, each subtle change tugging at his emotions. Suddenly, Li Yuanming realized he hadn't enjoyed such a light-hearted conversation in a long time. Since retaking his studies, his life had been filled with academic pressures, and Bai Ruobing's presence felt like a ray of sunshine breaking through the monotony. Can I ask you something? Bai Ruobing suddenly sobered, her eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. What is it? Li Yuanming snapped back to attention, curiosity piqued. If a teacher were to fall in love with a student, would that be wrong? Bai Ruobing's tone remained calm, yet her gaze bore into Li Yuanming as if awaiting a pivotal response. Li Yuanming was taken aback for a moment before chuckling, assuming she was discussing gossip among colleagues. Of course it's wrong. How can a teacher harbor feelings for a student? That violates societal ethics. Bai Ruobing didn't respond immediately but pressed on. What if they genuinely loved each other? The kind of love that leads to marriage? That's hard to say. At the very least, she should wait until he graduates. Li Yuanming scratched his head, finding the question somewhat intricate. A teacher who loved a student must be quite unorthodox. The power dynamics in such a relationship could be problematic. Freshly enrolled female students possess little worldly experience. If a teacher truly desired, it would be all too easy to conquer. Though such individuals exist, like those who manipulate their mentors, these cases remain in the shadows, far from public scrutiny. Marrying a teacher while still in school seems absurd, a farcical endeavor for the sake of national birth rates. Joking aside, Li Yuanming firmly opposed such relationships. If he were to have a daughter, he would be vehemently against any involvement in a student-teacher affair. At least they should wait for graduation. Bai Ruobing seemed to contemplate his words, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes. What if the teacher was willing to give up their profession? She continued, her tone hinting at a challenge. I don't know. That situation is too complicated. I've never encountered it, Li Yuanming replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He had never considered such scenarios, finding the concept of student-teacher romance rather implausible. Have you truly never seen it? Bai Ruobing gazed at him, a glimmer of expectation in her eyes, while Li Yuanming, oblivious as a log, shifted in his seat, completely unaware of her feelings. You're actually a teacher at Haidu University. How impressive. I always thought you were just a doctor, he remarked, suddenly captivated by the array of trophies on display, marveling at the transformation of his previously aloof landlord into a university instructor. Perhaps, when filling out his college applications, he could have consulted Bai Ruobing. Bai Ruobing smiled nonchalantly. I grew tired of being a doctor and decided to teach instead. How wonderful, Li Yuanming replied, brimming with envy. He had heard Bai Ruobing was a Ph.D. returnee, her high qualifications granting her the freedom to pursue any path she desired. However, Sister Bai, you are quite suited to teaching. Your cool demeanor exudes authority, and the students must think twice before crossing you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruobing raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you find me intimidating? You have a commanding presence, Li Yuanming affirmed, giving a thumbs up. Ordinary individuals wouldn't dare approach you. Checking the time, Li Yuanming realized he had chatted with Bai Ruobing for quite a while and needed to return to his responsibilities. I must be off. I need to report back to the student council. He stood up, brushing off his clothes as he prepared to leave. Are you that eager to be rid of me? Bai Ruobing teased, arching an eyebrow. No, it's just that it's my first day at the student council. I ought to leave a good impression. Li Yuanming explained with a smile. What are you doing in the student council? Bai Ruobing inquired curiously. Li Yuanming proudly raised his chin, a hint of pride in his voice. I'm the assistant to the president of the student council, second only to the president, above all others. Impressive, right? You'd be better off working with me, Bai Ruobing remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. I heard that the president has a terrible temper and dislikes men. Why would she choose you as an assistant? Haha, who knows? Li Yuanming laughed it off, feeling a touch of helplessness. Perhaps she wants to take revenge on me for being her ex-boyfriend? Oh, who knows? Life is unpredictable, he added with a smirk. Wait, Bai Ruobing stood up. I'll go with you. She was unwilling to part ways so soon after finally finding him. Chapter 16. The turmoil in the president's office. Bai Ruobing and Li Yuanming arrived at Lin Muxue's office. Lin Muxue was engrossed in her paperwork when she heard the door open. She looked up to see the two of them together, puzzled as to why he had brought someone along to deliver a document. Nevertheless, Lin Muxue maintained her composure and greeted them politely. Hello, Teacher Bai. Although they had little interaction, the customary pleasantries remained important. Bai Ruobing settled onto the sofa beside Li Yuanming and smiled. No need to be so formal. I am not that much older than you. Just call me Sister Bai. Very well, Teacher Bai, Lin Muxue replied, her polite smile tinged with a hint of detachment. Teacher Bai, Bai Ruobing mused, feeling rather grand in her address. The rumors appeared to be true. She indeed exuded a frosty demeanor. It was a wonder how Yuanming could endure her company. Perhaps she could suggest he assist her as an aide. A splendid idea. That way, she could see him daily. At this moment, Lin Muxue remained unaware that Bai Ruobing had already set her sights on encroaching upon her territory. Lin Muxue found it curious that Bai Ruobing initiated conversation with her, as they were not typically on speaking terms. Was the topic related to the upcoming welcome party? She had never seen Bai this enthusiastic before. How is the preparation for the welcome party coming along? I heard this year's scale is quite substantial. Is it stressful? Bai Ruobing inquired. Lin Muxue smiled slightly, her tone calm. Not too bad. Although there is a lot to handle, everyone is cooperating well, and the progress is quite smooth. Bai Ruobing nodded and continued. How are the computer and audio equipment adjustments? They are crucial for the event, and we cannot afford any mishaps. The equipment has been fine-tuned. Lin Muxue replied succinctly. The sound engineer came yesterday for testing, and the audio quality is satisfactory. The computer is prepared, the program list and background videos have been uploaded. And we will confirm everything during rehearsal. What about the program list? Has it been finalized? Bai Ruobing pressed on. It has, Lin Muxue said, retrieving a printed program list from her desk and handing it to Bai Ruobing. This is the final version. The opening will feature a dance performance, followed by songs, skits, and club dances. We have also invited a celebrity for the finale, from the neighboring university, who is currently quite well known. Sounds excellent. Bai Ruobing praised, examining the program list closely. The schedule seems rather tight. Will it be manageable? It will be, Lin Muxue replied confidently, smiling. We have strictly controlled the duration of each performance, and we will time everything during rehearsal to ensure we do not exceed our limits. When does the rehearsal start? Bai Ruobing set the program list down, her gaze returning to Lin Muxue. Tomorrow afternoon, Lin Muxue answered. The venue is already set up, and all participants will be present. We will run through the entire process from start to finish. Impressive. You have considered everything thoroughly. However, do pay extra attention to the details during rehearsal, especially the transitions between equipment and performers, as those areas are most prone to issues, Bai Ruobing remarked approvingly. Indeed, I will make it a point to be particularly attentive. Lin Muxue assured her, her responses and demeanor impeccably formal. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Bai. Don't mention it, Bai Ruobing replied with a light laugh. Her tone relaxed. You and your team have done a commendable job with the welcome party preparations. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Teacher Bai, but we have not encountered any significant difficulties as of yet. Lin Muxue maintained her polite smile. Bai Ruobing nodded lightly. That is good to hear. You have worked hard. However, if anything arises, feel free to reach out. Certainly. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Lin Muxue responded with a slight nod, her tone still courteous. As the two engaged in serious conversation, Li Yuanming felt increasingly bored, idly twirling a pen in his fingers. He hadn't accomplished anything today, merely practicing his pen tricks. Now, he found himself the most idle person in the office. What on earth was the purpose of his being summoned here? Was he destined to become a mere mascot? How he longed to slack off. Li Yuanming, would you like to perform? Bai Ruobing suddenly turned to him, her tone teasing. No, I would embarrass myself. Li Yuanming waved his hands in refusal. Why would I perform? Hello everyone. I'm a repeat student of 4 years. Now, let me present a segment of singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. This year's welcome party features a major celebrity as the headliner. Don't you wish to meet her? Bai Ruobing winked, her tone laced with temptation. She is stunning. You might even get her autograph. A celebrity? I'm not particularly interested. Is her autograph worth anything? Li Yuanming responded nonchalantly. The allure of a celebrity held little significance for him. Does it even matter if she is a celebrity? Can she compare to Sister Bai's beauty? Bai Ruobing let out a light chuckle, a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Although she recognized that Li Yuanming was jesting, it still warmed her heart. Clearly, he held her in high regard. Yet Bai Ruobing felt a sense of urgency. While their relationship was amicable, it remained stagnant. She couldn't fathom why this dense individual had no discernible feelings. It seemed he truly regarded her as just a dear sister, which irked her slightly. Before Bai Ruobing could voice her thoughts, Lin Muxue's cold voice interjected, Teacher Bai, do you know Li Yuanming? Lin Muxue's tone held a subtle tremor. Her fingers tightening slightly, knuckles turning pale. A complex emotion flickered in her gaze, as she feared Bai Ruobing might reveal the answer she dreaded most. Lin Muxue's intuition screamed that this teacher Bai had some connection to Li Yuanming. Lived together before? What a coincidence. I never imagined we would meet here again. Bai Ruobing raised an eyebrow, seemingly detecting Lin Muxue's unusual emotions but dismissing it as trivial, as if discussing an everyday matter. Live together? Lin Muxue's voice suddenly rose, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. What? We just parted less than a year ago. Li Yuanming, you, landlord. She was my former landlord, Li Yuanming hastily clarified. Li Yuanming looked helplessly at Bai Ruobing. My dear sister, what mischief are you up to now? But then Li Yuanming realized something. Wait, why am I the one explaining this? It has nothing to do with her. However, since Sister Bai is a teacher, I should clarify to avoid harming her reputation. Thank goodness. Just a landlord, Lin Muxue thought, her heart easing slightly. Wait, just being a landlord raises questions. How can a landlord be so intimate? One wouldn't remember the other after renting. Lin Muxue's smile was strained. What kind of landlord has such a close relationship? Li Yuanming, oblivious to Lin Muxue's emotional shift, reminisced about the hardships he endured while repeating his studies, speaking with nostalgia. When I was repeating my studies, I had very little money, and finding a place to rent was tough. Sister Bai truly helped me out by providing an incredibly affordable room and even treating me to good food. Fortunately, Sister Bai took me in. Although she was initially cold, familiarity revealed her true kindness. To be honest, that period was quite blissful. No money? How could that be possible? Lin Muxue furrowed her brows. a wave of confusion washing over her. She distinctly recalled that under her strong insistence, her mother had given a substantial sum of money to Li Yuanming. Surely that would suffice for even a modest apartment. How could they be out of money? Could it be? Lin Muxue had considered this possibility. Despite her family's assurances that as long as she did not seek Li Yuanming, they would not touch him. She was unprepared for their audacity to reclaim the funds they had given. Lin Muxue's expression darkened, a surge of anger and helplessness rising within her. She wanted nothing more than to distance herself from this wretched family. Yet, being a member of the Lin family, she could never escape the responsibilities that accompanied her lineage. Nevertheless, she had not been idle this past year. With such diligence in her work and studies, was it not all for the sake of achieving a fulfilling conclusion? It was within her grasp. Once she seized control and became the heir of the family, no one could harm her. Ah, so you still remember my kindness. I thought you had forgotten completely. Li Yuanming's words brought a pleasant warmth to Bai Ruobing's heart. She gazed at him, a softness flickering in her eyes. He still recognizes me. He holds me in his thoughts. What a fool. No, absolutely not. Li Yuanming quickly waved his hand. Bai Ruobing continued. Since you are new to the school, would you like me to show you around? Li Yuanming politely declined. No, Sister Bai, please carry on with your duties. I can manage on my own. Suddenly, Bai Ruobing remarked, you know, after you left, my mother and I reconciled. Li Yuanming's face lit up with surprise. Reconciled? That's wonderful. It's so much better to be with family. At least someone cares for you. Talk to your mother more. I believe she will listen. She even wants to meet you. Bai Ruobing smiled. Meet me? What for? Li Yuanming asked. Had they progressed to meeting parents? He had not even reached that stage himself. Watching their cheerful exchange, Lin Muxue felt as though her pen might snap from her grip. It infuriated her. Li Yuanming, you fickle heartbreaker. After how many days of our breakup do you go chasing after someone else? Teacher Bai, do you have any business with our student council? Lin Muxue's voice was as cold as ice, laced with an unmistakable hint of dismissal. No, Bai Ruobing replied with a faint smile. I was just chatting with Yuanming. Yuanming? How dare you call him that? Remove your hand from him. A flame of jealousy ignited within Lin Muxue, growing ever fiercer. The fiery jealousy threatened to erupt. Yet she held it in, mindful of Bai Ruobing's status as a teacher. Lin Muxue's face turned frosty as she coldly stated, we have work to do now. Teacher Bai, it would be best if you did not interrupt him. Since you are so unwelcoming, I shall take Yuanming outside to talk. Goodbye. Bai Ruobing dismissed Lin Muxue. Assuming her foul mood was irrelevant, she naturally linked her arm with Li Yuanming's, as if it were the most ordinary act. Let us go, Yuanming. Sister Bai. Li Yuanming felt awkward, sensing the tension between the two women. He glanced between Lin Muxue and Bai Ruobing, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Muxue's expression darkened immediately. Her voice icy. Li Yuanming, you are not permitted to go. What do you mean? Bai Ruobing narrowed her eyes, her previously gentle demeanor now tinged with chill. What do you mean? Lin Muxue stood her ground, locking eyes with Bai Ruobing, her gaze sharp as a blade. I have my assistant remain here. Which is none of your concern, teacher. Lin Muxue articulated each word with deliberate precision, as if extracting them from between clenched teeth. Her eyes bore into Bai Ruobing's hand resting on Li Yuanming's arm, as if she wished to excise it. Who would have thought you possessed such a strong desire for control? Bai Ruobing scoffed. Does the president of the student council truly believe she can dictate others' freedom? How amusing. Lin Muxue retorted coldly. Teacher Bai, perhaps you should return to your office. This is the student council, and Li Yuanming is the assistant to the president. His work does not require outside interference. Outside interference? Bai Ruobing chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in her gaze. Lin Muxue, are you not overstepping your bounds? My matters with Yuanming do not require your input. Teacher Bai, surely you have other obligations to attend to. Lin Muxue's tone was unmistakably dismissive, her polite smile devoid of warmth, her eyes icy enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lin Muxue. Li Yuanming finally spoke up, unable to contain himself. What in the world is happening? Why are we suddenly arguing? Is it that time of the month for you women? He felt overwhelmed. Why is this even about me? Could it be? It made sense why Lin Feng had mentioned his cousin's fierce temper. She was angry because she caught him chatting with Bai Ruobing instead of working. Enough of this bickering. Li Yuanming, you should go back. Lin Muxue's voice rose sharply, carrying a tone of undeniable command. This is between her and me. Do not interfere. Li Yuanming was taken aback. What? This is none of my business? Have they harbored resentment for long? Why then had they seemed amicable before? He hesitated, glancing at Bai Ruobing. She nodded, her voice calm yet resolute. Yuanming, you should go back. I need to speak with her. Li Yuanming sighed, ultimately choosing to depart. Women truly are fickle creatures. The Lin Muxue he once knew had been so charming. Now she seemed so ruthless. Before leaving, he glanced back, as if to voice something, but ultimately remained silent, pushing the door open and stepping outside. Chapter 17. We can compete fairly. Lin Muxue gracefully approached the table, lifted the coffee pot, and elegantly poured freshly brewed hot coffee for Bai Ruobing. Her movements were deft, accompanied by a subtle smile, as if everything was under her control. The aroma of coffee wafted through the air. Bai Ruobing glanced up at her, a flicker of impatience evident in her eyes. Brewing coffee at this moment? I wonder what she is up to. Teacher Bai, would you like some coffee? Lin Muxue inquired with a smile, her gaze unwavering. Are you implying that I am not alert? Bai Ruobing retorted, taking the coffee offered. Lin Muxue seemed to sense her unease and added, it's just coffee for a guest. I will drink it if I want. I am not afraid of you. Bai Ruobing accepted the coffee. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the steaming beverage with a complex expression. What could she be plotting? Is she trying to poison me? Impossible. What era are we in? Furthermore, Lin Muxue's method of brewing was transparent enough to reveal any foul play. I must have watched too much of the legend of Zhenhuan. It's never a good sign when someone is overly solicitous. It either signals treachery or deceit. Bai Ruobing did not drink immediately. Instead, she fixated on the dark liquid in the cup, seemingly lost in thought. The two sat facing each other on the sofa, sharing a moment of silence. Unable to contain herself, Bai Ruobing gazed at the straight-backed young woman before her and asked the question that had been gnawing at her. What exactly is your relationship with Yuanming? He is my boyfriend. Lin Muxue replied without hesitation, her voice resolute. This was the answer Bai Ruobing dreaded most. Suddenly, her fingers tightened around the rim of the coffee cup, knuckles whitening, causing ripples to dance across the black liquid. What absurdity! How could they possibly be involved? No. Li Yuanming cannot be her boyfriend. Bai Ruobing's mind raced, replaying every encounter she had with Li Yuanming. Then, a cold laugh escaped her throat. As if it were crushed from within. You mean to say he is your boyfriend? Lin Muxue lifted her chin slightly, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her, casting a golden hue upon her lashes. Yes. Witnessing Lin Muxue's obstinacy, Bai Ruobing couldn't help but smile, a mix of amusement and anger. How could someone be so unabashedly shameless? What couple meets without a word of greeting? What couple is so distant? Does she truly think I am blind? Furthermore, would Li Yuanming not inform me if he had a girlfriend? Are you lying without a script? Bai Ruobing suddenly leaned forward, her delicate nails tapping rhythmically on the table, and cheerfully proposed, shall I call Yuanming right now to ask him? You do not truly believe I am unaware of everything, do you? Indeed. Bai Ruobing felt a twinge of resentment. Her dear younger brother had never once mentioned his relationship with Lin Muxue. How infuriating. Wait, don't call him. Lin Muxue's neck was slick with cold sweat. The cicadas outside suddenly shrill, as if her throat were stuffed with waterlogged cotton. Memories of that stormy night a year ago surged back. The boy curled up like a shrimp, clutching a black plastic bag, rain cascading down her umbrella like silver curtains. While she counted the shivers of his trembling shoulders, unable to take a single step forward. Yuanming, has he told her everything? Lin Muxue's gaze flickered, her voice trembling as if carried away by the wind like dandelion seeds. He is my ex-boyfriend. As the last syllable fell, Lin Muxue realized her nails had dug into her palm, pain radiating from a deeper place. An ex-boyfriend. No wonder. Bai Ruobing had known about Li Yuanming's previous relationship, but had never expected it to be with her. At that moment, Bai Ruobing stirred her coffee gently, as if savoring every change in Lin Muxue's expression. So what do you intend to do? Reconcile? Lin Muxue's voice was unyielding. Yes. I do want to get back together with him, and I hope you will not interfere. Are you threatening me? Bai Ruobing raised an eyebrow, a challenging smirk playing on her lips, laced with amusement. What? Do you intend to use your background to intimidate me? I am not afraid of your so-called Lin family. I am merely reminding you. Teacher Bai, Lin Muxue replied coldly, her fingers instinctively gripping her clothing. You are just a failure, a defeated dog, abandoned and pitiful. Bai Ruobing's tone dripped with undisguised disdain. You. Lin Muxue bit her lip, a hint of reluctance in her voice. It was not I who wished to end things. Oh, Bai Ruobing drawled, her tone steeped in sarcasm. So it was Yuanming who discarded you. Why do you still cling to him? You are talking nonsense. Lin Muxue could no longer contain her anger, her voice laced with fury. There was never a point where we gave up on each other. I simply could not resist my family then. Is that not the same as abandoning him? Bai Ruobing pressed on mercilessly. If I were you, for the one I love, I would never waver. It is over for you, dear. Bai Ruobing maintained her smile. So what? I can slowly cultivate Yuanming's feelings for me. Lin Muxue clenched her fists, her voice stubborn, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of defiance. A child is just a child, so easily angered. Bai Ruobing scoffed. As an ex-girlfriend, you should know your place. Once broken up, you become a stranger. Do you not understand this? You are mistaken. Lin Muxue's voice was filled with rage, her eyes brimming with hostility. Bai Ruobing remained unfazed, her tone icy. A relationship that has already crumbled should not be meddled with. Yuanming is doing well now and does not require your interference. Bai Ruobing took a delicate sip of her coffee, her expression radiating the poise of a victor. Arguing is delightful. Winning is even more exhilarating. I shall tear you apart from your ex. I see he is not at ease with you, and my office is in need of an assistant. I wonder if you would accept? You. Lin Muxue trembled with rage, her voice nearly a roar. Bai Ruobing, do not push your luck. Me push my luck? Bai Ruobing raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with contempt. Lin, have you forgotten that you were the one who provoked me first? I provoked you? Lin Muxue's voice was laced with indignation, her anger spilling over. You were the one who enticed my boyfriend. Wait a moment. Has Yuanming acknowledged you as his girlfriend? Bai Ruobing interrupted. It has always been you unilaterally declaring this, nearly dragging me into your delusion. And I have enticed him? Bai Ruobing chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Lin, have you forgotten? Yuanming is an adult. He has his own agency. His agency? Lin Muxue's voice quivered with defiance. His agency is being bewitched by a woman like you? A woman like me? Bai Ruobing narrowed her eyes, her tone suddenly icy, the atmosphere around them seeming to freeze momentarily. Lin, have you forgotten? I am the teacher, and you are merely a student. Teacher? I nearly forgot to express my gratitude for your reminder. You are indeed a teacher. Lin Muxue scoffed, her tone dripping with derision. A teacher entangled with a student is truly an eye-opener. Each word from Lin Muxue seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth, laced with unabashed hostility. What does it concern you? Bai Ruobing retorted coldly. Such a blatant violation of school rules is, of course, my concern. Lin Muxue pressed forward, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. After all, I am the president of the student council. Bai Ruobing's heart tightened, sensing the peril. Lin Muxue shifted the topic, continuing, By teacher, I presume you also have a fondness for Li Yuanming? Yes, and what of it? Bai Ruobing admitted candidly, her gaze unwavering. So what shall we do? There is only one Li Yuanming, and that is hardly enough for us to share, is it? Shall we split him in half? One half for you and one for me. I desire the tail, yet I must also have the head to ensure he watches over me. What to do, by teacher? Lin Muxue feigned a troubled demeanor, though her tone was tinged with mockery. What do you mean by not enough for us to share? This has nothing to do with you, ex-girlfriend. Bai Ruobing shot back frostily, her voice thick with impatience. Crazy. Oh, is that so? By teacher. Do you believe you still have a chance? Lin Muxue smiled faintly, a glint of danger flickering in her eyes. What do you intend to do? Bai Ruobing sensed the underlying meaning in her words, her brow furrowing. What I intend to do depends on what you wish to do, by teacher. Lin Muxue's voice was as frigid as ice, each word articulated with precision. You must remember your position. You are a teacher. And it is inconceivable for you to be with a student. I can choose not to be a teacher. Bai Ruobing blurted out, her tone resolute. That is futile. Lin Muxue's voice was low and measured, each word cutting like a knife. Public opinion will not be on your side. I am certain the onlookers would relish the news. An affair between a professor and a student at a university, wouldn't you agree? You were just pretending? Bai Ruobing suddenly realized that the girl before her had meticulously crafted this entire scenario as a trap. I underestimated her. I thought she was genuinely angry. I believed her to be a naive child. Well concealed, she managed to deceive me as well. Yes, and so what? I only want Li Yuanming. Lin Muxue unabashedly declared her intent, her tone brimming with confidence. No one can stop me from being with him. You have quite the imagination, Bai Ruobing said with a cold laugh, yet a sliver of unease crept into her heart. Of course, by teacher, I have another proposal. Let us compete fairly. Suddenly, Lin Muxue adopted a gentle expression, her tone buoyant. What if I refuse? Bai Ruobing narrowed her eyes, watching her warily. Tomorrow, The entire campus will be abuzz with gossip about you and Li Yuanming. You will be the talk of the town. And Li Yuanming will forever keep his distance from you. Lin Muxue stated slowly, each word detonating like a bomb. You are truly terrifying. A chill ran down by Ruobing's spine as she resolved silently to prevent Li Yuanming from falling into Lin Muxue's hands. Then what do you have in mind? Lin Muxue delicately placed her gilded fountain pen on the student council charter, tilting her head to reveal a doll-like, exquisite smile. You are truly by Ruobing swallowed the word perverse, her gaze drifting to the silver ring on Lin Muxue's ring finger, emblematic of her presidency. The shadows of the blinds slanted across Lin Muxue's face, rendering that smile akin to a blade submerged in icy water. It seems I have no room to refuse. Bai Ruobing lifted her chilled coffee, the cup clinking against the saucer with a sharp sound. You will not refuse me, Bai teacher. Let us discuss the rules of our fair competition. Bai Ruobing gazed into Lin Muxue's pupils, where her reflection lingered. The antique wall clock suddenly chimed, startling a flock of white doves that fluttered past the glass faade. First, you must not speak of today's events to anyone. Lin Muxue smiled, revealing her sharp canine teeth. Bai Ruobing nodded, her tone calm. Agreed. Lin Muxue tapped the table with the end of her pen, the muted thumps resonating with the clock's chime. Secondly, if Li Yuanming wishes to remain in the student council, you cannot expel him for any reason. Likewise, if he chooses to go to you, I cannot prevent him from doing so. All must respect Li Yuanming's own wishes. Lin Muxue's gaze bore into Bai Ruobing's. Bai Ruobing hesitated briefly but eventually nodded. Agreed. Lin Muxue smiled faintly, her tone imbued with a hint of triumph. Lastly, we may both interact with Li Yuanming over the coming year, but must not engage in a romantic relationship with him. After 1 year, should Li Yuanming choose one of us, the other must relinquish her claim. Bai Ruobing asked incredulously, are you certain you want to go through with this? He will be before you every day. Can you truly endure? That is not your concern. Lin Muxue replied with a smile. My family cannot compare to the Lin family. Beyond wielding the authority of a teacher to pressure her, truth be told, Bai Ruobing felt uncertain about how to contend with her. Yet, her request was indeed peculiar. But I am not without my own chances. Who can say who will have the last laugh? She has no idea what Li Yuanming and I have been through. Bai Ruobing took a deep breath. Very well. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Lin Muxue extended her hand, a victorious smile gracing her face. Bai Ruobing regarded her hand, a flicker of coldness in her eyes, yet ultimately reached out and gave it a gentle shake. Their hands clasped, the air thick with an invisible tension. Let us hope we both adhere to the rules. Lin Muxue released her grip, her tone carrying a note of warning. Naturally, Bai Ruobing responded coldly, her voice tinged with disdain. Then I shall take my leave. No need for you to see me off. Bai teacher, how courteous. Your coffee is quite delightful. Perhaps I shall frequent this place more often. With that, Bai Ruobing turned to leave, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. The corridor's motion sensor lights flickered on in succession with the sound of her heels, casting Bai Ruobing's shadow long like a sword drawn from its sheath. It was not until Bai Ruobing's figure completely vanished from view that Lin Muxue let out a long sigh and slowly returned to her chair. Just 1 more year. That is sufficient. No one shall be able to stop us, Ming. Lin Muxue reclined against the soft chair, gazing up at the ceiling, her expression revealing a hint of fatigue as her fingers lightly traced the intricately carved armrest, feeling the chill beneath her fingertips. Bai teacher. Oh, Bai teacher, Lin Muxue murmured softly, her gaze sharpening. You have no idea what Ming and I have endured. Chapter 18. The anime school bell. Li Yuanming hurried back to his dormitory, seeking solace in the quietness that enveloped him. The emptiness of the room provided a semblance of safety. Had he known better, he would have disregarded that email entirely. As for the student council assistant, let those who desire the role take it. He was foolish to have approached her, especially after recognizing her during the interview. How much more satisfying it would have been to simply lie in his dorm, indulging in mindless videos or romantic films. Oh, how he wished to traverse time and deliver a couple of slaps to the past version of himself who decided to attend that student council interview. Who could have anticipated that those two would attend the same school? If it weren't for the absence of any urban system, or the fact that he was not reincarnated, and certainly devoid of any telepathic abilities, Li Yuanming would have thought himself the protagonist of a ridiculous urban novel. It was utterly absurd. The world seemed so small, leaving him exasperated. Out of a population of 1.4 billion, over 20 million resided in Haidu alone. Statistically, the chances of these two crossing paths were minuscule. akin to winning the lottery. Of course, domestic lotteries were unreliable. One would have to gamble abroad. Moreover, the connection he shared with both individuals made the odds even more unfathomable. The difficulty of encountering them was no less than searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Both were from Haidu, both harboring an attachment to Haidu University, leading them to this very institution. This notion made sense, raising the likelihood of their encounter. But what if others shared this possibility as well? Li Yuanming sat up straight as the thought dawned on him. He reassured himself. Haidu is vast, and considering he had repeated a year, many of his peers were not even in his age bracket. It was merely his imagination running wild. Such occurrences were implausible. Having reached this conclusion, he decided to rest. At that moment, Li Yuanming felt an overwhelming desire to abandon all responsibilities. He wished for nothing more than to recline on his bed, browsing through trivial short videos and marveling at the absurdities created by netizens. Hey, old Li, you're back. The dormitory door swung open, revealing Hualihue and two others, laden with bags. Ah, you're back early, Li Yuanming replied lazily from his bed. We went out to grab a few things, Tangjia chimed in. Old Li, this won't do. How come we see you lounging in bed every day? Tangjia teased. Noticing Li Yuanming's early repose, Li Yuanming turned over, stretching his stiff back. I'm getting older. My back isn't what it used to be. I just want to lie down. Old Li, you're back. Hualihue exclaimed, setting down a large bag of snacks. He curiously asked, by the way, how's your work in the student council? Yeah. Did you see the president? Is she as stunning as ever? The mention of the student council piqued Lu Jia's interest. Li Yuanming was well aware of Lin Muxue's reputation as the student council president, known for her beauty and status as the daughter of a prominent family. Unmarried and without a boyfriend, she epitomized the fantasies people held of the affluent and beautiful. Many sought to pursue her, yet none dared approach due to the formidable power her family wielded. She's all right, Li Yuanming said, forcing a smile, recalling their altercation in the office. If he told his roommates that the feared student council president nearly clashed with a teacher, they'd be utterly shocked. To mention that one was his ex-girlfriend and the other had once shared a roof with him seemed too far-fetched. The president's temper was indeed formidable, and it was hard to contain. Li Yuanming reflected on his first encounter with her, where she appeared demure and naive, hardly adept with technology. Little did he know of her fierce demeanor. When it came to confrontation, her words were sharp and eloquent, filled with metaphors and references, all without a single curse word. Old Li, mind your words about the leadership, Hualihue joked, mistaking Li Yuanming's sentiment as a complaint about Lin Muxue. You better make good with the president. You could be our future director. Our little Huang's job as a police dog depends on you. Li Yuanming chuckled at his friend's humor. Indeed, I heard her name long before I arrived. Her family background grants her the confidence to act so. You're right, Li Yuanming pondered, contemplating his potential departure from the student council. It was no longer feasible to encounter his ex-girlfriend regularly. Should he reignite old flames? The very thought made him feel conflicted. Could he truly claim to have moved on? Surely, denying any lingering feelings would be disingenuous. Nonetheless, the words of her mother echoed in his mind. Don't corrupt my little Shui. We are well aware of your past. Do not harbor dreams of climbing our social ladder. Here's some money. It should suffice for your achievements. Their familial differences constituted the greatest barrier between them. To be honest, during that rain-soaked night, Li Yuanming had desperately wished Lin Muxue would utter something that might change their fate. If only she had expressed a willingness to be with him. But alas, life is devoid of what-ifs, only outcomes. Reconciliation may be possible, yet the fractures in their relationship could never be mended. It appeared that his little Huang would not find favor within the royal court. After all, she had let him go. Why should he seek to be a part of her life again? Had he not played the fool long enough? In the grand theater of life, he felt akin to a jester, an eternal clown in a world of jest. As if summoned by his thoughts, powerful music resonated through the air, and Li Yuanming envisioned a man in a sleek black tuxedo, complete with a bow tie. Behind him lay a hazy expanse of urban lights, akin to an endless, deep night, shimmering in the darkness. He sat elegantly in a well-fitted black tuxedo, his bow tie perfectly knotted around his neck. His hair was short and neat, exuding an aura of elite sophistication, tinged with a hint of somberness. With a slight tilt of his head, he revealed an elusive smile, as if the very axis of the world rested upon his grin. The casual curve of his lips radiated depth and confidence, a subtle provocation to the world, yet he maintained an air of elegance. He raised his glass, nodding slightly, casting a look of approval towards Li Yuanming. Li Yuanming's mind was suddenly enlightened, and he felt a wave of relief. To embody the essence of a Sigma man and relish a life of happiness. No need to discuss the club president. She is like a snow lotus on an icy mountain, a being to be admired from afar and not trifled with, beyond the reach of mere mortals. Lu Jie shook his head. Ultimately, beauty is but a handful of dust. It returns to the earth, and a beautiful maiden in this world is akin to a flower, either trampled by passers-by or fading away with time, becoming unsightly compost to nourish the land, her worth existing only in fleeting moments of splendor. Li Yuanming suddenly recalled a novel about the great love immortal, exclaiming in admiration. "Wow, you too," Tang Zhu exclaimed, his eyes wide as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. "Wow, you too." Li Yuanming slapped his thigh, joyfully shouting. The enthusiasts of the great love immortal are indeed everywhere. In my youth, I understood the trials of the world, yet I still allowed my aspirations to soar amidst the clouds. Through biting cold winds, I drift like a feather, a solitary traveler amidst the tumult of fate. Hua Lihui instantly transformed into a bass, his voice deep and alluring. "Wow, you too. Fellow Taoist, what a pleasure." Hua Lihui clasped his hands in a gesture reminiscent of celestial beings, though his plump figure humorously added a layer of joviality to the scene. "What on earth are you saying?" A bewildered Lu Jie looked at his three roommates as if they were extraterrestrials communicating signals, utterly perplexed. "It's an incredibly captivating novel. I'll send you the link. Everyone who's read it praises it." Tang Zhi gave a thumbs up. "Oh, I see," Lu Jie exclaimed in sudden realization. The three engaged in a discussion about the plot of the great love immortal, while the bored Lu Jie took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. I discovered a particularly stunning beauty on Douyin. When I first saw her yesterday, I was utterly captivated, and to my surprise, I saw her again today. She's from our school, incredibly popular. I see her every day. Lu Jie exclaimed excitedly, holding up his phone. What? Let me see." Hua Lihui rushed over upon hearing about the beauty. "I want to see too." Tang Zhi joined in. Under a gentle background melody, several girls clad in exquisite cosplay outfits danced gracefully, their colorful garments shimmering under the lights. The one in the center is stunning, isn't she? The favored topics among men typically revolve around three themes: women, beautiful women, and exceptionally beautiful women. When men find themselves devoid of conversation, discussing lovely ladies is undoubtedly the best route to a man's heart. "Oldly, would you like to take a look?" Lu Jie called out to Li Yuanming. Lounging on the bed. "Nah, I'm fine," Li Yuanming replied, reluctant to leave the comfort of his bed. "Women are merely stumbling blocks preventing me from becoming a Sigma man. Then add me as a friend. I'll share it with you," Lu Jie continued. Douyin. Mentioning Douyin awakened Li Yuanming's sealed memories. Since he had ceased managing that person's account, he hadn't used Douyin again. Speaking of which, his Douyin account still held many videos he had recorded in the past. If they were discovered, it would be quite troublesome. "Never mind, I don't use Douyin." Li Yuanming waved his hand dismissively. At that time, in need of money and with only a high school diploma, he had to work for a prominent internet celebrity, but after a few months, it all fell apart. Naturally, his Douyin account had been transformed into that of a fervent fan, even becoming the leader of a fan club, managing various groups to ensure the fans' loyalty. Pretending to be a fan leader was genuinely exhausting. Thankfully, he eventually quit, but his Douyin account was thoroughly tainted, and Li Yuanming deemed it too troublesome to use it again. However, since he had changed his phone and phone number, that Douyin account was likely abandoned, inaccessible to anyone. Suddenly, Li Yuanming had an idea. Why not register a new Douyin account, perhaps dabble in social media, and earn some pocket money? It could be a return to his roots. Forget it. I just saw the club president. How can I focus on other women? "Show me," Hua Lihui urged. "What do you think? Isn't she stunning?" Lu Jie clicked into her profile, scrolling through his phone screen triumphantly. "Impressive. Your taste is truly commendable," Hua Lihui praised, giving a thumbs up as he gazed at the dancing girl on the screen. "And she's very much in the anime style. I adore that. Is she part of the anime club?" Tang Zhu inquired, noticing a sign indicating the anime club in the background. "Yes, I heard she's the president of the anime club." Lu Jie nodded. "Tomorrow afternoon, there's a club recruitment event. Perhaps this senior will come to support." "How wonderful. We will be in for a treat." Hua Lihui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Jie raised his hand, proposing, "Shall we go check out the club recruitment event tomorrow afternoon?" "Absolutely." Tang Zhi and Hua Lihui readily agreed. "Oldly, are you coming?" I'm not too keen on going. Li Yuanming hesitated slightly. Come on, come on. It's a rare opportunity. It only happens once a year. It would be a shame to miss it. Seeing Li Yuanming still wavering, Hua Lihui urged, the F4 of the boys' dorm, must stick together. You're right. Coming to university is all about enjoying life. This is a once-in-a-year event. I can't let my youth be filled with regrets. All right, let's go together, Li Yuanming promptly agreed. Fantastic. I've been wanting to see our school's anime club. I wonder if they have any of my favorite cosplays? Hua Lihui hurriedly retrieved his Rem-themed t-shirt from the wardrobe, grinning somewhat mischievously. Tang Zhe and Lu Jia exchanged glances, silently contemplating the essence of the anime world. Chapter 19. The 100 Societies battle as the afternoon sun cast its warm glow. The four friends ventured out together to the cultural square of Haidu University. True to its reputation, Haidu University was a vibrant hub of activity. The square was surrounded by a series of small stalls, each meticulously arranged along the pathways, showcasing various student organizations. Banners for skateboard clubs, murder mystery societies, poetry groups, street dance troupes, chess clubs, and even golf and equestrian societies hung proudly above their respective booths. Almost every conceivable student organization could be found here. Each stall was adorned with exquisite props and promotional materials, with some societies even hiring professional photographers to capture the essence of their activities, rivaling the sophistication of commercial events. The square was alive with excitement as participants lined up eagerly to engage with the various offerings. At the center of the square stood a grand stage, temporarily constructed, yet exuding an air of grandeur in every detail. It was reminiscent of a small concert venue, complete with carefully arranged lighting and sound equipment. A prominent banner hung above, proclaiming the Society Welcome Gala, the 100 Societies battle. What a spectacle! Is this what youth looks like? Hua Lihui thought, witnessing the bustling students with an expression of exhilaration. As a seasoned enthusiast of the anime culture, he quickly identified his target and could hardly contain his excitement. Let us go, the anime society is inside. I want to check it out first, he said, his tone laced with a hint of shyness. I'd like to visit the literature society, Tang Zhe added. Oh, a literary youth. You have a bright future ahead. Lu Jia teased, giving a thumbs up. Just remember, if you find a girlfriend, don't forget to introduce her to the boys. Go ahead, I'll wander around a bit, Li Yuanming replied, displaying little interest in joining any society. Seeing their divergent interests, Lu Jia suggested, I'll check on a friend. Let us split up for now and keep in touch via phone. All right, sounds good. And so, the four friends parted ways. Li Yuanming meandered through the square, his gaze aimlessly drifting over the stalls. Everyone seemed to be having a wonderful time. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a profound sense of disconnection from them. It was as if he were living the sentiment expressed by Zhu Ziqing in Moonlight over the Lotus Pond. The merriment belonged to them, while he felt utterly alone. As he surveyed the scene, Li Yuanming realized that these activities seemed irrelevant to him, offering no substantial benefit. Wait, this is university. When did I become so utilitarian? Adopting such a jaded perspective, constantly dragging in the societal burdens of the outside world, a bitter smile crept across his face. He paused, looking up at the sky, sunlight bathing his features while a gentle breeze caressed his ears. University should be a time to savor the essence of youth. Junior? Came a voice from behind, tinged with surprise and nervousness. Li Yuanming turned to see Huang Sujia standing a short distance away, a soft smile gracing her face. Dressed in a simple white dress with her hair casually tied in a ponytail, she exuded a refreshing, natural charm. Senior Huang, what a coincidence, Li Yuanming responded, equally surprised and smiling back. In truth, Huang Sujia had longed to approach Li Yuanming, but as someone who had never dated, she was unsure how to initiate the conversation. Her dorm mates, each more outrageous than the last, had offered a plethora of ridiculous suggestions, everything from directly pursuing him to inviting him to movies, aquariums, and even Ferris wheels. Huang Sujia could hardly believe the absurdity of their ideas. Take him upstairs for a foot massage? How could they even think of that? What a ridiculous notion that a boy's ultimate dream is to be taken upstairs by a girl. If you take him upstairs, he'll remember you for a lifetime. Can you believe that's what good friends suggest? They clearly don't want me to find a partner. Huang Sujia rolled her eyes at the ludicrousness of it all. Wishing to maintain her dignity, she anxiously awaited a message from Li Yuanming, checking her phone obsessively. Each notification brought a flicker of hope, only to be met with disappointment when it wasn't he from him. Day after day, her emotions oscillated between excitement and disillusionment. As a new student, how could he not have any questions? In the freshman group chat, everyone was discussing various issues, network problems, lost meal cards, and dorm access, filling the air with a cacophony of concerns. Huang Sujia felt utterly helpless. Today, she had planned to assist a friend in their society and enjoy the welcome activities, hoping to snag some small gifts along the way. Little did she know fate had conspired to bring her face to face with the charming junior. Oh heavens! Could this be destiny? The universe clearly wants me to find love. I must seize this opportunity. Huang Sujia's heart swelled with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Yet, as a responsible senior, she stifled her exuberance, maintaining her composure. Indeed, what a coincidence to meet again, Huang Sujia said, keeping her demeanor calm with a gentle smile. Certainly, Li Yuanming nodded in agreement. Inside, Huang Sujia was desperate to keep the conversation flowing. Come on, say something. Don't let the silence stretch. Ah, the weather is lovely today, she blurted, immediately regretting her choice of words. What a clutch opener. Indeed it is, haha, Li Yuanming replied, mirroring her sentiment. An awkward silence enveloped them. Help me please, Huang Sujia internally pleaded, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Just then, sensing her discomfort, Li Yuanming broke the silence. Senior, are you here for the society activities as well? Huang Sujia let out a sigh of relief, eager to respond. No, my friend is helping out with the society. And I came to enjoy the festivities and participate in some activities to snag a few small gifts. What society does your friend belong to? Li Yuanming inquired, following the conversation. It's the Photography Society, Huang Sujia answered, relieved at her quick thinking. They set up a really cool exhibition this time, offering free photo sessions for everyone, she added, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. If you're interested, you should check it out later. Within, Huang Sujia couldn't help but smile at the thought of capturing Li Yuanming's private moments through her camera. Chapter 20. Insights from a Senior on Graduate School Recommendations. Li Yuanming chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. It sounded quite intriguing. Coincidentally, he also had a penchant for photography, though his skills were rather average, indicating a need for further learning. Politeness aside, he genuinely liked it. However, with no money in his pocket, affording a camera was out of the question. His smartphone was also not the best for photography. It was merely a second-hand gift from someone else. Nevertheless, Li Yuanming was indifferent, believing that as long as a phone could capture a face or scan a QR code, it sufficed. He decided to nurture this hobby in due time, prioritizing his finances for essential matters. Oh, come on, Junior, you're too modest. Huang Sujia seized the opportunity, her tone becoming lively. I believe creativity is the essence of photography. Technique and equipment are secondary. Just look at those internet celebrities who can create stunning visuals with their phones. It's all about the idea. Li Yuanming listened intently, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point, Senior. Not at all. It's mutual exchange. Huang Sujia laughed, her eyes crinkling with delight as she felt a surge of confidence. Who says I'm just a straight woman? I'm a heartthrob, a master of romance, a true virtuoso. Apologies, I digress. Fortunately, my quirky roommate was busy fiddling with her precious camera, showing off in front of me. Haha, I suppose I've put it to good use. By the way, are you interested in any clubs? Huang Sujia inquired, hoping to keep the conversation flowing. Li Yuanming pondered for a moment before responding. I'm still undecided. There seems to be an overwhelming number of clubs. Then you should explore more. You might just discover one that resonates with you, Huang Sujia encouraged, then asked. By the way, what is your major? I'm in the computer science department, Li Yuanming replied, tilting his head in disbelief. Senior, we're in the same department. Oh right, I almost forgot. I was the one who took you to the dorm, Huang Sujia exclaimed, slapping her forehead with a hint of embarrassment. How could I forget something so obvious? I was just joking. Huang Sujia quickly redirected the conversation. You must strive hard, yet don't focus solely on studying. University life is also about engaging in activities and meeting new friends. She discreetly glanced at Li Yuanming, silently applauding her own cleverness. It would be wonderful if one could secure a recommendation for graduate studies, Huang Sujia added. Recommendation? Li Yuanming inquired, intrigued by this term he had not heard before. What does that mean? Huang Sujia felt a surge of excitement, grateful for the new topic that had presented itself. Oh, it's the process of being recommended for graduate school. Unlike the college entrance examination, there are many slots for recommendations at our school, especially in a prestigious 985 university like ours. Is it that beneficial? Li Yuanming admitted his ignorance on the subject. The college entrance exam had become a nightmare for him. At times, he would dream of sitting in the examination hall for the first time. Nowadays, it was often said that the current environment was unfavorable and that degrees were losing value. Without pursuing a graduate degree, finding a job could be quite challenging. This notion held considerable allure for Li Yuanming. He nodded thoughtfully. How many get recommended? From our computer science department, approximately 34, Huang Sujia replied with a smile. That many? Li Yuanming was taken aback. So nearly half could be directly recommended for graduate studies? Indeed, some specialized classes, like the elite and engineering classes, have a 100 recommendation rate. However, they also face immense pressure. If their grades fall short, they risk being removed from those programs. Yet, our department is not lacking either. 1 in 3 can secure a recommendation, so as long as you don't completely slack off, you should be fine. How enlightening. I was truly unaware of this, Li Yuanming admitted, reflecting on his lack of research during the application process. He had simply chosen computer science and left it at that. I suppose I've missed out a bit. Well, it's done now, and it's not too bad, he mused. Thanks to you, senior, for enlightening me. With that thought, Li Yuanming pondered. So, did you secure a recommendation, senior? Huang Sujia smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Li Yuanming chuckled, confidently responding, I bet you did. Huang Sujia nodded, her smile brightening, her lips curving into an uncontainable grin. You're right. That's fantastic. So, where did you secure your recommendation for? Li Yuanming inquired further. Right here, Huang Sujia replied succinctly. Haidu University? Li Yuanming was somewhat surprised. Yes, she affirmed, adding, but it's mostly because I didn't put in much effort. I only have a ranking, no competitions or papers. Li Yuanming, curious, asked, do competitions and papers significantly impact recommendations? Huang Sujia nodded earnestly. They do hold some weight. Papers and competitions can add points, but the primary factor is your GPA, that is, your academic performance. In September of your junior year, you'll receive a ranking list of all students based on their grades, which determines the distribution of recommendation slots. She paused and continued. However, papers and competitions can only provide a maximum boost of 3 ranks, so they aren't the most critical aspect. Some top students from our department have even gone on to Tsinghua and Peking University, while others have chosen to forego their recommendations to apply to schools abroad. As she spoke, a hint of envy crept into Huang Sujia's voice. The primary determinant for recommendations is still the ranking. Although I lack competitions and papers, my ranking is relatively high, allowing me to enjoy my junior year freely. Li Yuanming couldn't help but laugh. That sounds delightful. Huang Sujia nodded with a smile. Exactly. Thus, securing a recommendation is advantageous. If you work hard in your first 2 years, your GPA in your 3rd year will mostly be fixed after 1 semester. Li Yuanming acknowledged. Thank you, senior. However, securing a recommendation also involves an interview, which is crucial. The ranking for recommendations is not as significant. Essentially, if you obtain a recommendation, you can apply to any school. For our 985 schools, rankings do not restrict applications. Therefore, papers and competitions become vital, serving as distinguishing factors that enhance your chances of receiving offers from professors. Huang Sujia waved her hand lightly, her tone casual. So, if you wish to secure a recommendation, it means dedicating 2 years to hard work and then enjoying the next 2. It's best to participate in clubs or student organizations that focus on competitions. They are well informed about events and professors who can facilitate papers. Once you reach university, the playing field is no longer level as it was in high school, and the key differentiator becomes the access to information. Huang Sujia sighed, a tinge of regret in her voice as she remarked, I simply took a detour. Back then, I was unaware, focused solely on my studies without engaging in any activities. Had I participated, perhaps I could have gained admission to a better school. She shrugged her shoulders lightly. Nevertheless, this situation is quite acceptable. After all, I lack grand ambitions. As long as I have the opportunity to study, that suffices. The senior's attitude was commendable. She radiated kindness. I aspire to learn from her diligently. Li Yuanming regarded her earnestly, stating, the senior is remarkable. Securing a spot in graduate school speaks volumes about her capabilities. Huang Sujia beamed at the compliment, her eyes sparkling. If there's something you do not understand, feel free to ask. I assure you, I will share all my knowledge. She paused momentarily, adopting a slightly more serious demeanor, and added with heartfelt emphasis, however, my advice is to aim for graduate school admission. The current environment is challenging, and the competitive examination is exceedingly difficult. With a gentle sigh, she continued, for instance, if you aspire to enter the graduate program in computer science at Shanghai University, you must achieve a written score of approximately 380. Even if you pass the initial exam, the interview stage remains. A poor performance during the interview can lead to disqualification, regardless of a high score. Yet, Huang Sujia playfully blinked, her tone laced with jest. Gaining admission to a graduate program at your own institution is considerably easier. The interviews tend to be quite lenient, as everyone is familiar with one another. The professors may have taught you previously, leaving a favorable impression. With a mischievous smile, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Thus, establishing rapport with the professors beforehand is crucial. Don't wait until the last moment to reach out. That would be too late. Li Yuanming nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. All right, thank you, senior. A wave of emotion washed over him. He was deeply touched by her kindness and the wealth of valuable information she shared. Had she not mentioned it, he might never have realized these essential insights. The senior was indeed a good person, unbeknownst to Huang Sujia. This marked the third occasion on which Li Yuanming had bestowed upon her the title of a good person. Just then, someone nearby exclaimed with excitement, Look, look, the performance is about to begin. Li Yuanming's attention was drawn toward the grand stage at the center of the square. The stage lights illuminated, and the music gradually crescendoed, infusing the atmosphere with a vibrant energy. Seizing the moment, Huang Sujia suggested, Shall we go watch the performance together? It promises to be quite splendid. A sense of pride swelled within her. I truly am a genius. I get to spend more time with the junior. Chapter 21. The little Chanel style of the junior. Upon witnessing the moment, Huang Sujia swiftly seized the opportunity, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, I heard there's an exciting performance today. Would you care to join me? Truly, I'm a genius. I can spend more time with the junior now. This time, I must succeed. Li Yuanming nodded, his tone gentle as he replied, Sure, I have no other commitments. Huang Sujia's heart inexplicably quickened, and her gaze drifted toward Li Yuanming, her mind secretly reveling in delight. She had already begun to envision a future where she and the junior strolled hand in hand across the campus, occasionally feeding each other in the cafeteria or discreetly passing notes while studying in the library. Meanwhile, her rather unfortunate single roommates could only look on with envy. Wow, Huang Sujia, you've actually found someone? Impossible. This must be a joke. How could such a handsome junior possibly be interested in you? At this thought, Huang Sujia couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Li Yuanming turned his head, looking at her with a hint of confusion. Senior, what's the matter? Huang Sujia quickly waved her hand, feigning composure. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something amusing. Yet inside, she was overjoyed. Just wait until I truly get together with the junior. I will undoubtedly flaunt my affection in the dorm group chat. They will be inundated with dog food until they can take no more. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, Huang Sujia's dorm was renowned for being a gathering of academic elites, with every resident securing postgraduate placements. However, what was the cost? All the inhabitants were still single. The only one with a modicum of experience was Xiaoming, who once snuck snacks during kindergarten playtime. There was no choice. Huang Sujia's roommates were even more studious than she was. To maintain their GPAs and fulfill research obligations, they had lived their university years like a repeat of high school, rising early and returning late, leaving no time or energy for romance. Herself, she was merely lucky. She had initially sought volunteer hours, never anticipating that she would encounter such a dashing junior. Haha, let them toil away in the library. They deserve to be single. Huang Sujia discreetly glanced at Li Yuanming, discovering him intently focused on the stage, the outline of his profile strikingly clear under the lights. Oblivious to the senior's subtle thoughts, Li Yuanming felt fortunate to have met such a wonderful senior. After all, having experienced a streak of bad luck, he now believed his fortune had finally turned. As fate would have it, he had come here to wander and was pleased to accompany the senior. Initially, Li Yuanming had not been fond of such lively scenes and had intended to leave after a casual stroll. However, he was glad he had come, as it led him to the senior. Just then, Li Yuanming's phone vibrated. Harvard University Haidu campus. Upon opening it, he found a message from Hua Lihui. Brothers, the performance is about to start. Everyone should grab a good spot. The rumors are true. The beautiful senior from Douyin will be attending too. What senior? I purely appreciate the art. 11:11, Li Yuanming responded. I will be there shortly. The stage lights had already illuminated, and the sound equipment was set up, with several staff members making final preparations. The audience gradually gathered, creating an incredibly vibrant atmosphere. Li Yuanming's attention was drawn to the scene. Although he had little interest in club activities, the lively ambience piqued his curiosity. He decided to stay for the performance and relish the feeling of youth. Li Yuanming put away his phone and said to Huang Sujia, "Senior, let's find a good spot. The performance is about to begin." Huang Sujia's heart leapt with joy, and she eagerly nodded. "Great, let's go." As the crowd was overwhelming, Li Yuanming naturally took the lead in forging a path. Huang Sujia, swept up in the wind generated by Li Yuanming's presence, felt utterly enchanted. The fragrance radiating from the junior was delightful. Is this what they call the little Chanel style? "Oh, mother, I'll bring home a man during the National Day holiday." The two walked side by side toward the stage. Huang Sujia, already slightly tipsy from the atmosphere, reveled in the allure of the junior, even envisioning names for their future children. If a boy, Lin Muxue; if a girl, Li Yijia. Huang Sujia quickened her pace, stealing a glance at Li Yuanming's profile, mentally urging herself to seize this opportunity and not let it slip away again. At the very least, she must leave a topic for further conversation later on WeChat, captivating the junior in her gentle embrace. Haha, Huang Sujia, you are indeed a genius. Two hosts, one male and one female, ascended the stage. The hosts wore enthusiastic smiles, and the microphone in their hands gleamed under the sunlight. The male host cleared his throat, his voice resonant and clear, infused with infectious enthusiasm. "Dear classmates, welcome to the annual campus club performance." The female host continued, "Today, we gather not only to appreciate splendid performances, but also to witness the blossoming of youth and the soaring of dreams. Each club and every performer brings their passion and talent, ready to present a visual and auditory feast for everyone." The female host's gaze swept over the audience as she continued, "Next, let us welcome with the loudest applause the band from the Music Society. Their music is filled with energy, and their stage presence is brimming with creativity. I am certain today's performance will ignite your spirits. Let us welcome Soundwave Surge. Welcome." The stage lights dimmed dramatically. Though due to the daylight, the effect was somewhat diminished, with only a spotlight faintly illuminating the center. The members of the Music Society walked onto the stage, all clad in matching black leather jackets with the Society's emblem embroidered on the front, appearing particularly striking in the sunlight. Although the lighting effect was somewhat subdued, their youthful energy and confident demeanor still set the audience ablaze. Li Yuanming stood at the foot of the stage, captivated by the vibrant youthfulness of the performers, and couldn't help but exclaim, "How youthful." Huang Sujia nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, they have a distinct style, especially in those leather jackets. It's simply stunning." Huang Sujia's gaze inadvertently drifted to Li Yuanming, and an unexpected thought crossed her mind. If the junior were to wear a similar leather jacket on stage, he would undoubtedly look incredibly handsome. She longed to see it. Huang Sujia unwittingly fell into a daydream. In her imagination, Li Yuanming donned a black leather jacket, exuding an untamed charm. Leaning against a wall, he trapped himself in a corner, one hand gently cupping his chin, a devilish smile playing on his lips, his gaze exuding a mix of wildness and aloofness. Slowly, he would lean closer, speaking in a deep, magnetic tone, "Senior, you cannot escape from my grasp." Huang Sujia's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, her thoughts a whirlwind. Oh dear, what a shame. She hastily shook her head, attempting to dispel such embarrassing fantasies from her mind. "Senior? Senior?" Li Yuanming's voice jolted her back to reality. "Senior, are you all right?" He waved his hand in front of Huang Sujia, looking at her with concern. "Senior, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Is it too crowded, and you're feeling a bit stuffy?" Huang Sujia snapped back to attention, hurriedly waving her hands. No, I'm fine. Really. Haha, I was just lost in thought." She forced a smile, striving to mask her embarrassment. Li Yuanming furrowed his brow as he observed the good-natured senior sister, her complexion flushed and breathing rapid, prompting concern within him. It appeared that the crowd was indeed overwhelming, perhaps causing her discomfort. "Are you truly all right? Shall we step aside for a breath of fresh air?" No, it's unnecessary." Huang Sujia quickly shook her head, feigning composure as she turned her gaze toward the stage. "Look at the performance. It is truly captivating." "Ah ha ha." She offered a nervous laugh, attempting to divert the conversation. Li Yuanming refrained from further inquiry, simply nodding in agreement with a smile. "Indeed, if we were to watch it at night, the lighting effects would surely be more stunning." Huang Sujia secretly exhaled in relief, grateful that he did not press further. She endeavored to focus her attention on the stage. Yet her mind could not help but wander back to the earlier fantasies, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Calm down, calm down. Huang Sujia silently admonished herself. This is a public setting. One must not indulge in such thoughts. Nevertheless, her gaze inevitably drifted toward Li Yuanming. Senior sister, move a bit closer to me. I shall create a little space for you, so no one can jostle you. Utilizing his height advantage, Li Yuanming managed to carve out a small area amidst the throng. Finally, there was something he could do for her. Oh, thank you. Huang Sujia stepped into his embrace, maintaining an outward facade of nonchalance while her heart soared with joy. I brushed against the junior's waist. His waist, a lethal temptation. How delightful. No, Huang Sujia, you must maintain your composure. You must be poised. Yet, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself. The firmness of his waist felt as rigid as a washboard. A mere touch, it wasn't he intentional. Someone had nudged her closer. Wow, the junior truly is abs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Noticing the senior sister's face growing ever redder, Li Yuanming expressed his concern. Senior sister, do you not feel well? Your face is quite flushed. How could that be? Huang Sujia retorted. I have never felt better. I am simply exhilarated, truly invigorated. Chapter 22. Haidu Secondary Dimension University. With a playful smile, senior sister radiated vibrant energy, causing Li Yuanming to exhale in relief. After all, he had once fainted, and that experience during an examination had been excruciatingly painful, a memory he would forever cherish. As long as everything is well, he mused. Just then, the grand curtain of the stage was suddenly drawn back, and the crowd erupted into cheers, their glow sticks merging into a sea of stars. Huang Sujia, envious of the glow sticks in others' hands, lamented, "Oh no, we forgot to get our glow sticks." Li Yuanming found himself at a loss for words. Carrying such items in broad daylight felt as absurd as wielding a solar-powered flashlight. Huang Sujia chuckled. It's all about the atmosphere, and they'll come in handy later tonight. Li Yuanming, surprised, asked, "There's an event tonight too?" "Of course. It lasts until 9 o'clock. This is just the beginning. Haidu University has many clubs, and there's a CS.Go competition coming up where everyone can sign up. Are you interested?" Huang Sujia inquired. He recalled playing CS.Go during the summer while tutoring, only to find himself struggling greatly, his score a dismal 1-13. He shook his head in refusal. "No thanks. I'm not cut out for FPS games. My reflexes are far too slow." Curiously, he asked, "But isn't it exhausting for the host to stand there from day to night?" "Not at all. There are several pairs of hosts," Huang Sujia replied. "Oh, I see." As the lead vocalist took the stage, grasping the microphone with a silhouette against the backlight, the glint of his ear studs reflected a sharp silver sheen. "We are," he exclaimed, suddenly raising his arm, his voice soaring. Sound wave frenzy. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, many waving their glow sticks in excitement. Not only was the stage professionally designed, but the atmosphere was equally captivating. Li Yuanming couldn't help but give a thumbs up in appreciation. What we bring you today is our original song, Chasing the Light. The lead vocalist's voice brimmed with passion. We hope this song empowers you to pursue your own brilliance. Amidst the roaring screams of the crowd, the bassist stepped on an effects pedal, and the moment the bass dropped, Li Yuanming felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, as if electricity surged up his spine. The spotlight sliced through the haze like a silver blade, elevating the keyboardist into the air, where the pendants falling from his fingers danced to the rhythm of the 16th notes. The drum beats intensified like a torrential downpour, and the lead singer tore open the buttons of his shirt, fireworks erupting in sync with his high notes. Let us carve a window at the end of the abyss. With a thunderous descent, the lead vocalist knelt, sweat glistening like stars in midair. Who says ants do not deserve to gaze upon the light? As his words echoed, the stage lights shifted dramatically, beams converging upon the band members. The audience was utterly captivated by this electrifying performance. Some swayed gently to the rhythm, while others raised their phones to capture the moment. As the final note resonated and the stage lights abruptly dimmed, the band members slowly descended, vanishing from the view of the audience. This ingenious exit left the crowd in awe, and applause and cheers erupted once more. When the last note burst amidst a shower of confetti, Li Yuanming noted the adrenaline coursing through him, his palms clammy with sweat. What an exhilarating experience. Is this what you feels like? He pondered, marveling at the originality of the performance. The beauty of the moment made him feel as though he were watching a film, far removed from reality. He could hardly fathom how fulfilling the lives of such individuals must be, a thought that filled him with envy. If only I could experience something like this. Huang Sujia, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This is absolutely amazing. The stage design is phenomenal." Li Yuanming nodded in agreement, genuinely impressed. It's incredible. They must have a substantial budget. This was the first time he had witnessed such a splendid performance. Setting aside the show itself, the mere presence of the elevating platform surpassed many concerts he had seen. He had not anticipated such extravagance at a mere club recruitment event. If only I had this kind of equipment while working at the bar, we would have had full houses every time. However, he acknowledged the school's audacity in allowing students such freedom. Haidu University is truly remarkable. With crescent-shaped eyes, Huang Sujia smiled at Li Yuanming. What do you think? Li Yuanming's gaze remained fixed on the stage, his tone imbued with admiration. It's wonderful. Everyone exudes vitality, and the performance was spectacular. Huang Sujia raised an eyebrow, teasingly prolonging her tone. Oh, little junior, why do you speak so solemnly? Be careful, or you'll end up with wrinkles at a young age. Li Yuanming chuckled softly, feigning profundity as he stroked his chin. This is called being mature for my age. The charm of a mature man, you understand? Huang Sujia burst into laughter, playfully patting his shoulder. All right, enough with the mature man act. You're just trying to sound profound. She paused, her eyes suddenly sparkling with mischief. By the way, seriously, would you want to perform on stage? With your looks, you'd definitely attract a crowd of admirers. Li Yuanming was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head with a smile, dismissing her as joking. No, I really don't have that talent or the energy for such things. Huang Sujia persisted, playfully teasing him further. How could that be? With your looks? You'd be the face of our department. Next recruitment drive, you should film a promotional video to lure in the freshers. Li Yuanming helplessly raised his hands. Senior sister, please don't joke about me. Huang Sujia pouted, feigning disappointment. What a waste of such a face. But seriously, if you do perform, I'll definitely be your #1 supporter. Li Yuanming replied with a smile. Then I would truly be honored. Huang Sujia felt relieved. Perhaps it was for the best he didn't perform. It would save her the trouble of competing for attention with other girls, which only intensified her sense of urgency. Although Li Yuanming currently seemed somewhat introverted, she knew he might eventually connect with other girls. She needed to secure his interest quickly, or risk losing him to someone else. As the performance of the Yuan Society concluded, its members descended the stage. The host on stage took up the microphone, announcing in a booming voice, "Next, let us welcome the members of the Anime Society, who will present an exciting performance. Let us give them a warm round of applause." As enthusiastic applause erupted, the members of the Anime Society stepped onto the stage, all clad in matching sailor outfits. The girls, holding props and striking poses, instantly ignited the atmosphere, prompting reflections on the joys of youth. No wonder the boss wanted to create a dance troupe. Witnessing this was truly a visual delight. One member, beaming with a radiant smile, grabbed the microphone. "Hello everyone, we are the Anime Society. Today, we will present a performance we hope you will enjoy." The audience erupted with even louder cheers than before, more fervent than during the previous act. Many boys, clad in support gear, were almost bouncing with excitement, waving their glow sticks wildly, igniting the entire stage with their enthusiasm. Li Yuanming found himself startled by the fervor of those around him. It was as if he had stepped into a fervent cult. Huang Sujia leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. "Junior, did you know Haidu University has another name?" "Another name?" Li Yuanming shook his head. "I don't know. Haidu Second Dimension University." Huang Sujia blinked. Haidu Second Dimension University? How fitting. It's almost reminiscent of a certain Huagua Genshin University. Li Yuanming couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder so many people were cheering. It turned out everyone was into the second dimension. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. Upon checking, it was indeed a message from Huali Hui in the group chat. When it comes to the second dimension, he was always the most excited. What about that second dimension school beauty on Douyin? Why haven't I seen her? I'm dying here. I don't know, she might be busy. That's impossible. She clearly said on Douyin that she would come. I've been waiting for this moment just to see her. Oh, what a waste. Not being able to see the senior really hurts my heart. That's how the second dimension is. Li Yuanming looked at the crying emoji Huali Hui sent and found it amusing. This senior had such a lure? Could it truly be due to the second dimension? Frankly, Li Yuanming felt they were a bit irrational, akin to star chasing. Still, that was the nature of the second dimension. Coincidentally, at the same time, Bai Ruobing also sent a message. "Yuanming, where are you?" After their last encounter, Li Yuanming had added her WeChat, but they hadn't spoken much in the days since. He felt somewhat awkward and didn't know how to initiate a conversation. Although Bai Jie had taken good care of him back then, it was a thing of the past now. To be honest, he couldn't quite understand why he felt that Bai Jie had been a bit overly kind to him, which made him feel slightly uneasy, like receiving a gift without having earned it. By the way, due to his role as a student council assistant, he had long added Lin Muxue on WeChat, but they hadn't kept in touch. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I'm at the Cultural Square watching a performance." "Oh, all right. Is there something you need?" "Not really. I just wanted to see you." Li Yuanming looked at the message on the screen, feeling a mix of emotions. Before he could respond, a sudden loud noise erupted from the stage, causing nearly everyone to cheer, the sound waves powerful enough to almost shake the venue. Instinctively, Li Yuanming looked up. The platform slowly ascended, revealing Qing dressed in a light blue sailor suit, with a white scarf tied in a neat bow at her chest. Her pleated skirt swayed gently with her steps, revealing her long legs, clad in black shoes and white ankle socks, making her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a comic. Accompanied by an upbeat background score, Qing greeted everyone with a radiant smile. "Hello everyone. I hope you will pay more attention to our anime club." Qing's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere, cheers crashing in like waves. "Qing, Qing, Qing." The chants surged, filling the entire cultural square with her name. "Junior, look, it's Qing. I thought she wasn't coming. Turns out she's the grand finale," Huang Sujia exclaimed, tugging at Li Yuanming's sleeve, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered treasure. "Qing?" Li Yuanming's focus was entirely on that name. A wave of inexplicable emotions surging within him, his expression turning somewhat dazed. He was so familiar with that name. There had once been someone with that name for whom he had worked for a period. Back then, she often encouraged him, insisting he work hard, promising him shares in her studio, yet in the end, he had left in disgrace. That name held too many memories for Li Yuanming. Seeing Li Yuanming's reaction, Huang Sujiao assumed he didn't know Qing and enthusiastically endorsed her. "You don't know Qing? She's a massive internet celebrity with millions of followers. With her influence, she raised the admission scores for the entire Haidu University. Isn't that impressive? No one in our school doesn't know her," Huang Sujia added, her tone full of certainty. Just then, Li Yuanming's phone began vibrating wildly, with notifications coming in one after another. Upon checking, it was indeed Huali Hui flooding the chat. "Qing, Qing. I live for Qing. I've decided Qing is my idol. Life is all about Qing. I can't take it anymore. I want to join the anime club right now. I'm fantasizing that Qing is messaging me, inviting me to dinner." Li Yuanming silently set his phone to silent mode, the vibrations overwhelming. The second dimension was truly terrifying. Huang Sujia noticed his expression and curiously asked, "Junior, what's wrong?" Li Yuanming snapped back to reality and smiled. "It's nothing. I think I've seen enough of the performance. Staying here doesn't seem very meaningful anymore." He sighed and sent by Ruobing a message. "Where are you? I'll come find you." After sending the message, Li Yuanming turned to Huang Sujia and said, "I'm heading back now." "Oh, are you leaving already?" Huang Sujia seemed a bit anxious. Had the junior realized she was being too forward and decided to flee? Was it her behavior that had frightened him away? "Please don't go. I was wrong, Junior. I shouldn't have been so forward." Senior," Li Yuanming nodded. "I have something to attend to, so I must leave first." "I'm really sorry, Senior. You enjoy the show." Although Huang Sujia felt a bit disappointed, she managed to smile. "All right then," Li Yuanming added. "I'll treat you to a meal another day to make up for it." Huang Sujia's eyes lit up, her surprise evident. "Really?" Li Yuanming affirmed. "Of course. You've shared so much about the graduate program with me. I definitely need to repay that." Li Yuanming smiled. "Senior, just tell me what you want to eat, and we can find a time to go." Huang Sujia's mood brightened instantly, beaming. "Then I won't hold back." "No problem. I'm not stingy." "Well, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." Li Yuanming waved. "Goodbye." Chapter 23. The Lost Anqin. Qin, good Qin, I implore you. Please lend a hand." Anqin furrowed her brow, her book still clutched in her hands, yet the senior seized her wrist firmly. "This is a splendid opportunity to promote our club. It's a matter of utmost political importance. Please assist us. The more members we have, the greater the funding we will receive from above. Moreover, it would elevate our club's reputation. Just look at how splendidly the other clubs conduct their activities. Without you, we truly cannot present ourselves well." The senior leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling, her voice as sweet as melting cotton candy. Anqin sighed, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Initially, she had no desire to participate, but the senior's persistent presence, akin to an incessant alarm clock, wore her down. In her past self, she might have coldly shut the door on such pleas, but the person she had become could no longer afford to be so indifferent. I truly owe him my gratitude, Anqin murmured softly, her gaze softening slightly, as if she had found a long-lost warmth. Thankful to him for changing her. Even someone as difficult as herself had transformed into the good person spoken of by others. Reflecting on her former self was both amusing and juvenile, leaving her with a sense of irony regarding her current fate. Very well, senior, Anqin finally relented. Really? The senior's eyes sparkled with delight. Anqin nodded, a resigned smile gracing her lips. She realized her senior sometimes resembled a child, leaving her utterly at a loss. Thank you, dear Qin, the senior exclaimed joyfully, shaking Anqin's hand enthusiastically. Rest assured, all members of our anime club will work in concert with you to ensure your performance is nothing short of spectacular. Whatever you need, just let us know, staff, props, and of course, we won't skimp on labor fees. Anqin shook her head. No need, senior. Just keep it simple. I'm also a member of the club, but you've agreed to help me, so I can't let you go unrewarded, the senior insisted. A hint of urgency in her tone, fearing Anqin might retract her promise. Really, it's unnecessary, Anqin replied with a slight smile, her tone firm. Senior, if you insist on special treatment, I might just withdraw. The senior paused, taken aback by how amiable this renowned figure from the two-dimensional world was. Her smile grew even brighter as she earnestly stated, Thank you, Qin. You truly are a good person. In the future, do seek me out if you need anything. Anqin nodded, smiling. Of course, senior. It's late. I won't keep you any longer, busy person. The senior released Anqin's hand. I'll go inform the others of this wonderful news. I'll reach out to you shortly. Goodbye. Goodbye, senior. Anqin nodded, watching the senior skip away, feeling an inexplicable lightness in her heart. Perhaps such days were not so bad after all. At least she was no longer the Anqin who merely confined herself within her shell. After bidding farewell to the senior, Anqin gazed at the empty studio, falling into a moment of silence. Sunlight streamed through the window at an angle, casting a warm golden halo upon the desk. The air seemed to linger with a familiar scent, one that belonged to another person, a child still naive. The mere thought of him brought an involuntary smile to Anqin's lips. In the past, she had taken pity on him and offered him a position in her studio as an assistant. Back then, he was clumsy, even struggling with the simplest task of organizing documents. Had it not been for his obedient nature, she would have dismissed him long ago. Of course, other factors played a role. The studio was just starting, and many things were not going smoothly. Her temper was volatile, and she often snapped at him. Yet, he always endured in silence, cautiously approaching her with gentle reassurances. Sister Anqin, don't be upset. I'll find a solution. His voice was always soft, as if afraid of disturbing something fragile. Gradually, his work improved, and she entrusted him with more responsibilities. Beyond operations, he took care of cooking, grocery shopping, cleaning. He handled all the tedious and laborious tasks. Were it not for the fact that Li Yuanming was male, Anqin might have even entrusted him with washing her undergarments. He gradually integrated into her life, knowing all her preferences. He remembered her birthday, understood her affinity for the color blue, and was aware of her sweet tooth. Despite her constant lamentations about dieting, he knew she feared thunderstorms, and on stormy nights, he would quietly prepare a cup of warm milk to soothe her to sleep. He knew far too much. Yet, she knew nothing of him. She was oblivious to his birthday, his likes, and even the whereabouts of his home or whether he had siblings. She had no idea if he preferred spicy or sweet food, or whether he liked his tofu pudding sweet or savory. The boy who quietly stood behind her, managing everything for her, what was his world like? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Anqin's gaze dimmed. Anqin slowly approached the corner of the studio, her footsteps light as a falling leaf. Fearing to disturb the remaining memories here, she curled up in the corner, wrapping her arms around her knees, gazing vacantly at the gradually darkening studio. In the hazy light, she could still envision his busy figure. He stood in that familiar kitchen corner, delicately preparing lunch. He had once smiled while handing her a glass of lemonade, cautioning her not to indulge in too many sweets. He was always patiently organizing the scattered documents on the table, categorizing them meticulously. Every detail seemed vivid yet akin to an unreachable dream. A wave of bitterness and regret surged within her, nearly overwhelming Anqin. Suddenly, She recognized that perhaps she had never genuinely cared for him. She had always taken his contributions for granted, never considering the importance of understanding his world. How terribly selfish of her. It resembled the role of a malicious female antagonist in a novel, selfish, indifferent, and tinged with a warped sense of superiority. Anshin looked down at her hands, feeling an echo of that arrogance that once placed her above others. She had squandered his kindness without ever offering a fraction of reciprocation. It was no wonder that she was disliked. If fate were to grant her another chance, Anshin vowed she would never treat him in such a manner again. She would seek to understand him, to care for him, to let him know how significant his presence was in her life. But would such an opportunity ever arise again? Anshin tightly closed her eyes, burying her face in the crook of her arms, as if this would allow her to escape the unspoken guilt that gnawed at her. Only when he was by her side did she feel the most at ease. He was capable, whether in cooking, repairing appliances, or caring for her when she fell ill. It seemed he could do it all. Though she was older than him, in his presence, she felt like a child, reliant on his care. His existence was akin to a silent support, making Anshin feel that no matter what transpired, he would always be there behind her. Since his departure, Anshin sought numerous assistants, both male and female, yet none matched his capabilities or cared for her as he did. Particularly the men, many came with ulterior motives, drawn to her because of her wealth. Their calculating and sordid gazes made her feel repulsed. Only he had looked at her with clear eyes. In truth, when she initially brought him on board, her intentions were not entirely benevolent. He once claimed to have a girlfriend and assured that he would never be swayed by other women. Perhaps to others, his relationship made him the ideal candidate for an assistant. Yet, for reasons unknown, when Anshin observed Li Yuanming's indifference towards her, his eyes filled solely with a fervent dedication to his work, her mischievous side emerged. No man could resist her allure. They were merely men, destined to reveal their true nature sooner or later. Anshin held this belief steadfastly. She was convinced that working alongside a striking beauty like herself would inevitably stir some feelings within Li Yuanming. She even considered this a test of human nature. If he were to falter, it would unveil his true character to his girlfriend. After all, he was just a man. Thus, by inviting Li Yuanming into her sphere, Anshin yearned to witness him succumb to her charm, betraying his girlfriend in the process. Occasionally, she would deliberately dress provocatively or casually toss her hair in his presence, eager to gauge his reaction. At times, she would employ subtle flirtations to test his resolve. For instance, while he was adjusting equipment in the studio, she would lightly place her bare foot on his knee, grinning as she teased, "Yuanming, why are your hands shaking?" Her tone was laced with playful mockery, yet her gaze remained fixed on his response. However, he remained as unyielding as a block of wood, unfazed by her advances. He merely furrowed his brow and calmly replied, "The equipment is expensive, please don't touch it. We cannot afford to replace it." Then he returned his focus to the apparatus in his hands, as if her presence were nothing more than a wisp of air. Yet, he never acquiesced to her desires. His gaze was perpetually clear, his demeanor consistently serious. Even when she fell ill, he would quietly prepare congee and place it on her desk, then retreat to maintain distance. Each time Anshin inquired about his girlfriend, he would deftly sidestep the topic, treating her like a figure of great importance, a celebrity whose name must remain undisclosed. Anshin suspected he might be fabricating this tale to demonstrate his steadfastness against her charms, or perhaps that this so-called girlfriend existed solely in his imagination. At times, she even wondered if he might be gay. Yet, occasionally, he would shyly avert his gaze, dispelling her doubts. Perhaps his non-existent partner was merely a figure from the realm of fantasy. After all, many young men often boast about their wives being characters like Emilia or Remington. What allure do such fictional beings possess? Anshin scoffed at the notion. Why would one ignore a beauty like herself to indulge in fantasies? She contemplated dressing as an anime character one day to see if he might waver. However, that thought was never realized. She drove him away with her words one fateful day, unleashing a torrent of harsh remarks over a trivial matter. Li Yuanming did not retaliate. He simply gathered his belongings, uttering a soft farewell, "Take care," and "Chin," before turning away. Only when one truly loses something do they begin to appreciate its value. Indeed, those who are favored often take it for granted. When that favor dissipates, when his gaze no longer lingers upon her, she finally comprehended what she had forfeited. Once, Anshin was supremely confident she would emerge victorious. She believed she had unraveled the essence of men, convinced that Li Yuanming was no exception, a mere passerby in her life. An entity easily overlooked. She thought she would never waver for him, never alter her course because of him. Yet, on the day he departed, she realized the true loss was hers. She had lost his trust, his concern, and the singular person who brought her solace, the one who appeared in her moments of need and silently accompanied her in times of fatigue. Li Yuanming quietly exited her world, leaving the studio enveloped in a profound silence, as if he had never existed at all. And Qin managed a bitter smile, her gaze unwittingly drawn to the window. The distant sky appeared desolate, shrouded in somber clouds that obscured most of the starlight. The breeze outside gently stirred the curtains, casting a cold, silvery sheen upon the floor, resembling ripples of water. The moonlight illuminated her face, but could not penetrate her heart. The true ugliness lay not within him, but within her own self-righteousness. At that moment, and Qin longed to see him once more, to tell him, "I'm sorry, Li Yuanming." In the vast expanse of the night sky, 2 stars twinkled in unison, yet the chasm between them remained insurmountably wide. Those moments lost and unredeemed regrets had already propelled them to an unbridgeable divide. "I miss you so much, Li Yuanming." The night breeze whispered her lament into the endless void. The suppressed emotions finally erupted in that instant, tears cascading silently, dampening Qin's attire. Some regrets are destined to remain unhealed. Some distances are fated to remain uncrossed. Chapter 24. Wounds like scars, memories like smoke. In truth, Li Yuanming had not departed. Perhaps he simply found himself rooted to the spot for reasons unbeknownst to him. Perhaps he yearned to behold her once more. He lingered at the periphery of the crowd, his body gently leaning against the wall, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the familiar figure on stage. A familiar name, a familiar voice, a familiar silhouette. As he beheld Qin, who graced the stage, disbelief washed over him. Fate, indeed, is wondrous. Qin radiated joy, her eyes sparkling like stars as she warmly greeted the audience. Each of her movements exuded confidence and charm, as though she was destined to bask in such limelight. Her dance was fluid and elegant, captivating everyone with her allure. The cheers and applause surged like waves, and in that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was focused solely on her. She was the renowned internet sensation Qin, the idol of countless admirers. No longer was she the fragile girl in need of his care. Li Yuanming's gaze remained fixated upon her, yet his heart felt as if it had been pricked by an unseen thorn. He recalled the first time he encountered Qin, standing by the studio window, sunlight illuminating her profile, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. At that time, she was proud as a peacock, while he was merely an awkward assistant. The girl who once trembled at the sound of thunder resembled a startled kitten, and the one who frequently lamented her exhausting workload would smile contentedly when he offered her a cup of warm milk. Now, she had blossomed into a star encircled by bright lights. Her smile remained radiant, her gaze still bright, yet his presence had long since vanished from her world. She was still as beautiful and confident as ever. But what did it matter? She thrived, undoubtedly better than he did, and their lives had diverged completely. He remembered her last words to him. "You can go. I no longer need you." At that moment, her eyes were devoid of warmth, her tone resolute, as if he had never existed in her life. Initially, Li Yuanming had harbored concerns that leaving would seem too callous. Yet, in retrospect, he realized he had been rather self-absorbed. The world would continue to turn, indifferent to any single individual. He sighed softly, chiding himself. "Li Yuanming, you are rather narcissistic." The music on stage crescendoed, the melody soaring, and the drums thundered. Qin's steps quickened, her body moving gracefully in rhythm, her skirt swirling like a butterfly poised to take flight. The audience's cheers rose like a tide, enveloping the venue in fervor. At that instant, Qin's gaze swept across the audience. For a fleeting moment, Li Yuanming felt her eyes pierce through the crowd to meet his own. Time seemed to freeze, and the cacophony around them was muted, leaving only their locked gaze, imbued with emotions he could not decipher. Was it surprise? Was it astonishment? Or was it indifference? Li Yuanming could not ascertain, nor could he see clearly. Her gaze appeared to be but a fleeting glimpse, as if that connection was merely a figment of his imagination. Just then, a resounding explosion erupted, and brilliant fireworks burst forth from the edge of the stage, showering the entire area in a kaleidoscope of colors. The dazzling sparks illuminated Qin's figure, making her even more resplendent. The crowd danced to the music, their cheers and screams intertwining, as if the world itself was ablaze with excitement for this moment. Li Yuanming's view was obscured by the brilliance of the fireworks. He could no longer discern her on stage. That ephemeral connection felt as if it had been swallowed by the magnificence of the display, becoming indistinct. He stood still, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Was it merely an illusion? Perhaps. Why burden himself with such thoughts? He was but a minor character, a nobody. Who would care? He shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Extracting it, he saw a message from Bai Ruobing. "All right, I'm waiting for you on Wudong Avenue." Li Yuanming stared at the screen for several seconds before sighing and returning the phone to his pocket. Time to go. The music on stage continued to play, and the fireworks still illuminated the night. Yet, Li Yuanming's figure gradually faded into the crowd, as if he had never existed. On that dazzling stage, Anqin's gaze unexpectedly halted, her heart skipping a beat. For a brief moment, she felt she had caught sight of a person all too familiar. Anqin's eyes traversed the enthusiastic fans waving banners, through the flailing arms, and across the warm afternoon air, landing precisely on him. The sight was so familiar that it sent a tremor through her heart. Their gazes intersected briefly, as if time had frozen in that instant. The surrounding clamor seemed to be shielded by an invisible barrier, leaving only those eyes, imbued with emotions she could not articulate. Li Yuanming? Anqin was momentarily stunned, her pupils constricting slightly. She wondered if she had misjudged, instinctively blinking to affirm the reality of that figure. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably, as if an invisible force tugged at her thoughts, rendering her unable to regain her composure. Could it truly be him? Anqin silently questioned herself, her voice tinged with uncertainty and a hint of hope. However, before she could confirm, a tremendous sound erupted around the stage. Devices nearby suddenly unleashed a burst of resplendent fireworks, enveloping the stage in a riot of colors. The dazzling light pierced her eyes, causing her to squint. By the time the fireworks subsided, Li Yuanming's figure had vanished into the throng. Anqin's heart sank, as though something precious had slipped through her fingers. It felt as if someone had hollowed out a space within her, leaving her breathless. Standing in the spotlight, Anqin's heartbeat had grown erratic. Her gaze frantically searched the crowd, desperately seeking the familiar figure, but he was nowhere to be found. Her once-focused singing faltered due to her emotional turmoil, her steps slowing involuntarily. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. "Is she off-key?" Someone murmured. "What do you know? This is art. This is emotion." A devoted fan retorted immediately. Yet, Anqin paid no heed. Her eyes remained fixated on the crowd, searching urgently. That inexplicable anxiety within her grew more intense. She knew she should not be distracted in such a setting, yet that feeling of loss surged like a tide, overwhelming her. At last, she caught a glimpse of Li Yuanming's back in the distance, moving away against the throng, his silhouette appearing so forlorn, as if striving to sever ties with this cacophonous world. How familiar this scene felt, reminiscent of that day a year ago when she had helplessly watched him leave. Anqin's heart clenched painfully, and the emotions she had long buried could no longer be contained. Anqin leaped directly from the stage, striving to navigate through the throngs of people in search of him. Yet, the dense crowd stood as an invisible barrier, obstructing her path. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had come to a standstill, every individual halting their actions, their bewildered gazes fixed upon Anqin as she descended. Frantically, she pushed through the surrounding bodies, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "Clear the way. Clear the way." Nevertheless, her efforts proved futile. By the time Anqin finally extricated herself from the mass, Li Yuanming had vanished without a trace. Standing there, gazing into the void where he had disappeared, an indescribable emptiness enveloped her heart. A flicker of confusion crossed Anqin's eyes, swiftly succeeded by a profound sense of loss. Despite uttering not a word, a wave of powerlessness surged within her. Why, despite the passage of time, could I not forget him? Anqin understood that Li Yuanming's departure was not solely attributed to their shared past. Perhaps he had discerned the essence of her nature, weary of her selfishness and indifference. The tale's conclusion stemmed from her role as the antagonist. The male lead would never unite with a villainous character. Gradually, Anqin's thoughts drifted away, reminiscing about the days spent with Li Yuanming. During those moments, she felt like a star cradled in the palms of many. While Li Yuanming was the dust that silently shielded her, he cared for her meticulously, yet she consistently placed herself at the center, never truly considering his perspective. Each time she made a request, Li Yuanming exerted himself to fulfill it, running 5 kilometers to fetch pastries without a hint of complaint, even when exhausted. In those days, she perhaps failed to recognize that his patience had reached its limit. Until at last, he grew weary, fatigued, while she stubbornly clung to her conviction of being right. In their farewell, Anshin had uttered hurtful words. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Leave? If you dare walk away. Never return to find me again. There are countless others who wish to take my place. Go ahead, I no longer need you. At the time, Anshin dismissed her words, believing she possessed ample leverage, while Li Yuanming was merely a transient figure in her life. Yet now, reflecting on those very words, a tremor coursed through her soul. Anshin came to realize that she had inflicted deep wounds upon him, and she had never felt the repercussions of her actions. Li Yuanming's departure was the gravest error of her existence. I was wrong. Anshin murmured softly, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. She endeavored to suppress her tears, yet found herself unable to stem the tide of guilt and regret. Please don't go. I beg you, don't leave. I truly erred. Her voice trembled with supplication. However, at that moment, Li Yuanming was already beyond the reach of her cries. Anshin stood rooted, her tears blurring her vision. She gazed into the distance, the void within her heart growing ever more pronounced. The stage lights continued to shine brilliantly, the audience remained raucous. Yet she felt as though the world had forgotten her, standing there in solitude, allowing her tears to flow silently. Anshin, what is wrong? The anxious voice of her senior resonated from behind, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The senior pushed through the crowd to Anshin's side, her hands resting on Anshin's shoulders, scrutinizing her with concern. Anshin, are you all right? Are you hurt? This is terrible. This is catastrophic. Anshin stood in a daze, her gaze fixated on the direction where Li Yuanming had vanished, as if she had not heard her senior's words. Her chest rose and fell slightly, breath quickening, fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her dress until her fingertips turned pale. The utmost priority was to ensure Anshin's safety, otherwise, her fans online would surely tear her apart. Noticing Anshin's silence, her senior's heart tightened, and she quickly bent down to assess her condition. After confirming that Anshin bore no visible injuries, her senior let out a small sigh of relief, noting only a tear in the hem of her dress, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Disperse. What is there to gawk at? The senior turned to the onlookers, waving her hand with irritation. When did they become so nosy? She felt an unprecedented disdain for the bystanders. Her gaze swept over those filming with their phones, her brows knitting slightly. Anshin needs to rest. Everyone should head home now. Thank you for your support. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse, though a few fans lingered, reluctant to leave, attempting to capture a few more photos. The senior paid them no mind, gently wrapping her arm around Anshin's shoulders and softly saying, Anshin, let us return. There are too many people here. Only then did Anshin come to her senses, slowly turning her head to face her senior. Her eyes appeared dazed, as if awakening from a dream, her lips quivering, seemingly at a loss for words. Senior. Anshin's voice was faint, tinged with hoarseness. Yes, I'm here, go ahead. The senior grasped her hand, feeling the coldness of her fingertips, deepening her concern. I think I saw him. Anshin's voice was low, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Her gaze drifted back to the distance, now devoid of any presence, save for the bustling crowd and flickering lights. What? Who? The senior paused, then comprehended whom Anshin referred to. Anshin had mentioned him during their past conversations. Her senior's expression grew complicated as she sighed softly and inquired, Are you speaking of Li Yuanming? I thought I had misseen, but the sensation was too vivid. He stood right there, watching me, and then he left. The senior fell silent for a moment, gently patting Anshin's back, offering comfort. Perhaps it was indeed a mistake? With so many people today and the blinding lights, it's easy to misidentify someone. No, it cannot be mistaken. Anshin shook her head, her tone resolute. I know it was him. His gaze, his figure. How could I possibly be wrong? Her voice dwindled until it was barely audible. Observing Anshin in such a state, the senior felt a pang of sorrow. She understood that while Anshin appeared to bask in glory, an unresolved knot lingered within her heart. That knot was Li Yuanming. Each time he was mentioned, Anshin's eyes dimmed significantly. Anshin, don't dwell on it too much, her senior said softly. Let us return and rest well, shall we? You've had a taxing day. Anshin offered no reply, merely nodding silently. Her gaze remained fixed on the distance, as if still anticipating something. Yet, apart from the bustling crowd and twinkling lights, there was nothing. The senior wrapped her arm around Anshin's shoulder, guiding her slowly towards the backstage. Anshin's steps faltered, as if she had lost her strength, leaning heavily against her senior. The image of that fleeting moment replayed incessantly in her mind. Li Yuanming's gaze, his silhouette, and the moment he vanished into the sea of people. I think I may have missed something, Anqin whispered. The senior said nothing, silently supporting her onward. Ah, Anqin, you poor child, she thought, feeling a sense of helplessness. How could she resolve this? Perhaps time would heal all wounds and teach one to let go. Yet, within Anqin's heart, a voice incessantly echoed. If only I could have been a moment swifter, if I could have caught up with him, if I could have uttered a simple I am sorry. Would everything have unfolded differently? Senior. Anqin suddenly halted her steps, lifting her gaze, tears shimmering in her eyes. Have I truly erred? The senior regarded her with a gentle sigh, reaching out to brush away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Let the past remain in the past. Qin, you must learn to look ahead. Anqin fell silent, bowing her head as tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. After a brief moment, this small interlude in Anqin's life was left behind. In the distance, the music on stage persisted, and the brilliance of fireworks continued to bloom. Yet, none of this mattered to her anymore. Her world seemed, in an instant, to have lost its vibrancy, leaving only an expanse of endless gray. Chapter 25. By rubbing beneath the Paulownia tree, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves of the Paulownia trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground, like scattered golden fragments, infusing the tree-lined path with a touch of softness and poetic charm. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. Bai Ruobing stood quietly beneath a Paulownia tree, the sunlight dancing upon her face, illuminating her cool and delicate features. Her skin appeared exceptionally fair in the light, her brows and eyes akin to exquisite paintings, exuding an ethereal quality that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white dress, the soft hem swayed gently with the breeze, resembling a blooming white lotus. The sunlight caught in her hair, creating a faint halo around her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting, captivating all who beheld her. Li Yuanming paused not far away, his gaze unconsciously drawn to Bai Ruobing, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart. In this world, few treated him with kindness, yet Bai Jia held a cherished place in his heart. A slight smile graced Li Yuanming's lips as he prepared to approach her, only to see a male student hastily stepping forward, eager to reach Bai Ruobing first. The student held an expensive camera, its classic black body gleaming under the sunlight. It was a Canon EOS R5, a professional-grade full-frame mirrorless camera, equipped with a 45-megapixel high-resolution sensor, capable of recording 8K video, a coveted piece of equipment for many photographers. It was astonishing that a student could afford such an extravagant device, raising questions about whether it was for photography or for the model he was pursuing. The male student, evidently proud of his equipment, prominently displayed the camera. Upon seeing Bai Ruobing, a flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed his face. He had intended to stroll through the Paulownia Avenue in search of inspiration and perhaps a charming junior to admire, but was unexpectedly captivated by such an ethereal beauty. Bai Ruobing's presence harmonized flawlessly with her surroundings, resembling a natural work of art, rendering him unable to look away. The male student quickly approached her, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Hello, beautiful. I'm from the photography club. Your aura is so unique. You're practically a born model. May I take a photograph of you? Bai Ruobing furrowed her brow slightly, her tone cool. No, thank you. Undeterred, the young man persisted. Don't worry, it's free. I'm a professional photographer. I guarantee it will look stunning. Bai Ruobing remained unmoved, simply shaking her head and reiterating, I said no, clearly unwilling to give up. The male student quickly pulled out his phone, attempting to showcase his previous work. Look, you can see the photos I've taken for others. My skills are definitely reliable. Would you reconsider? Besides, I have a lot of followers on Douyin. With your charm, you're bound to be popular. Bai Ruobing's expression tightened further, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice. I've already said no. Little did she expect that such juvenile antics would one day be directed at her. Bai Ruobing felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, not wanting to engage in this endless back and forth. The student, though wielding an expensive camera and speaking what seemed to be professional jargon, emanated a sense of immaturity, as if he were employing the most rudimentary methods to flirt. Regret washed over her for the effort she had put into her appearance that day. Had she known it would lead to such trouble, she might have opted for her usual simplicity. Bai Ruobing was typically a person of ease, rarely donning elaborate attire or heavy makeup. However, her good friend Yin Qi, Upon hearing that her reclusive friend was finally venturing out, especially with the man she had seen in the office, had energetically dragged her from bed early that morning. Determined to transform her from head to toe, Yanxi had insisted on taking Bai Ruobing to a beauty salon and clothing store, vowing not to relent until she was completely reformed. Though Bai Ruobing felt somewhat exasperated, she could not resist Yanxi's enthusiasm. Finally, our Ruobing has awakened to the need for self-presentation. Yanxi quipped teasingly, her eyes sparkling as she rifled through the clothes on the rack. Excitedly, she held up a white dress against Bai Ruobing. Do you know what men love the most? What? Bai Ruobing asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. White moonlight. Yanxi declared confidently, handing the dress to Bai Ruobing. She continued, once you wear this, add those glasses, and tie your hair in a high ponytail. You'll be stunning. You'll be transported back to your youthful days. In this attire, you will undoubtedly be the white moonlight in every man's heart. No one can resist your allure. Bai Ruobing felt a flutter of excitement at her words, but found them slightly exaggerated, unable to suppress her skepticism. Really? Yanxi patted her chest, assuring her, absolutely, trust me. Looking at her reflection, Bai Ruobing indeed appeared different. The white dress accentuated her fair complexion. The high ponytail infused her with youthful vitality, and the petite glasses added an intellectual charm. She had to admit, Yanxi's eye for style was commendable. How is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Yanxi stood proudly beside her, arms crossed, a broad smile on her face. It seems quite nice, Bai Ruobing whispered. Of course. Yanxi beamed. With our Ruobing looking this beautiful, I refuse to believe he can take his eyes off you. If you two really hit it off. Don't forget about me. She feigned a dramatic sigh, pretending to be heartbroken. My poor Ruobing is about to be whisked away by someone else. It's tragic. Bai Ruobing shot her a glance, unable to suppress a laugh. All right, enough of the theatrics. We're not even there yet, and you're already dreaming too far ahead. Yanxi winked mischievously. That's called being prepared. Besides, I have complete faith in you. Bai Ruobing laughed at her antics, shaking her head in resignation. All right. Enough already. Yanxi playfully patted her shoulder. Go on, remember to message us with updates. Bai Ruobing shook her head helplessly, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, but encouraged by Yanxi's enthusiasm. Perhaps today would indeed be different. Just then, Li Yuanming approached, his tone casual as he asked, Excuse me, may I take a photo of you? The male student's expression darkened immediately, irritation evident in his voice. Who are you? Can't you see I was here first? He scrutinized Li Yuanming, noting his tall stature and handsome features, yet the ordinary smartphone in his hand lacked the professional equipment one would expect from a photographer. The male student straightened up, gripping his expensive camera tightly. Sorry, even though you're more handsome, photography relies on skill and background. Bai Ruobing, still reeling from her earlier displeasure, turned at the sound of that familiar voice. Her gaze met Li Yuanming's gentle and clear eyes, and the irritation in her heart seemed to dissipate like a gentle breeze. All right, Bai Ruobing's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Is there a fee? Li Yuanming raised an eyebrow, feigning deep contemplation before saying, Photographs are free, but deleting them costs 50. Bai Ruobing couldn't help but laugh, inquiring. Then what will you use to take my picture? Li Yuanming lifted his phone and shook it lightly. Will my phone suffice? Let's go. Without hesitation, Bai Ruobing reached out, linking her arm with his, her tone laced with intimacy. Hey, buddy. A male student stared in disbelief at the two departing figures, clutching his expensive camera tightly. At that moment, he felt like a jester, glancing at the nearly 30,000 yuan camera in his hands, and then up at Li Yuanming, who effortlessly whisked away a beauty with only an old phone. He was left feeling utterly despondent. Damn it, how frustrating. It seemed that in the realm of photography, mere equipment was insufficient. One must also possess charm. I detest this superficial world. Thus, a photographer vanished from existence, while a heartbroken individual emerged. White sister, please let go now, Li Yuanming murmured bashfully, his face flushed. Bai Ruobing, suddenly playful, smirked mischievously, leaning in closer. What did you say? She pretended not to hear, deliberately drawing nearer. Her hair brushed against his cheek in the gentle breeze, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. I want to let go. Let us see what you'll do about it. White sister, he has left. You can release me now. Li Yuanming hurriedly withdrew his hand, a bit flustered. Yet, even with the physical separation, his heart remained restless, stirred by the lingering softness of her touch. The delicate scent of jasmine lingered in his nostrils. leaving him uncertain whether it emanated from Bai Ruobing's perfume or the flowers drifting from the nearby sycamore trees. His hastily withdrawn hand now bore a subtle burning sensation, radiating from his fingertips to his wrist. It was unavoidable. Bai Ruobing was too close. Li Yuanming's mind involuntarily replayed the moment of contact. A sensation akin to breaching a forbidden boundary, both warm and enchanting, gently teasing the deepest desires nestled within him. "Forgive me, white sister, your allure is simply overwhelming." She appeared so composed, yet he never anticipated. Li Yuanming felt his self-control slipping away. His gaze inadvertently roamed over Bai Ruobing's profile before quickly averting. No, this is far from pure." Li Yuanming chastised himself. "You're so kind to her, yet you entertain such impure thoughts." Ba. He deliberately directed his gaze towards the distant sycamore trees. "White sister, why are you dressed so differently today?" Bai Ruobing tugged at her skirt, her hair brushing against her lightly flushed cheeks. "It makes me look younger." The moment the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her as she bit her lower lip, her cheeks reddening further. Her tone resembled that of a playful tease, leaving her feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Yuanming chuckled. "You don't look old at all. What are you laughing at?" Bai Ruobing feigned anger, playfully slapping his arm, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the firm contours of his muscles. The fleeting touch sent a shiver through her, as if something had stirred within her heart. She quickly withdrew her hand, pretending to adjust her hair, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. "White sister, did you summon me for a specific reason?" Li Yuanming inquired. "Is it wrong to call you out just for fun?" Bai Ruobing replied, her lips pouting slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, as if his question had wounded her. No. Li Yuanming waved his hands in hurried explanation, feeling flustered. "I merely asked casually. It's nice to take a walk." Bai Ruobing sighed gently, her gaze drifting towards the sycamore trees, her tone softening. "Have you wandered around the campus since classes began?" "No, I've just been staying in the dormitory." Li Yuanming answered honestly. "What do you do in the dormitory?" Bai Ruobing turned to look at him curiously. "Play games, watch movies, then sleep." He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Haven't you done anything?" "You sound like an old man." Bai Ruobing frowned slightly, her tone tinged with reproach. "While you still have time before classes start, you should engage in something meaningful and prepare in advance." "But classes haven't even started yet," Li Yuanming protested, trying to defend himself. "You're aware that school is about to commence, right? You could learn something beforehand." Bai Ruobing's tone became earnest. "I remember your major is computer science, right?" "Yes." Li Yuanming nodded. "That's quite good. Finding a job in computer science is easier," she remarked approvingly. "Yes, that's what I think too." Li Yuanming smiled, though his heart felt complicated. Job hunting. To be honest, Li Yuanming truly wished to avoid the rat race. If he could find a more laid-back position, even if it paid less, the most important thing was his happiness. Young people should venture out more. Staying in the dormitory is not a good habit. Hearing this, Li Yuanming felt a warmth in his heart and proactively sought a topic. "By the way, white sister, have you been busy with work lately?" "Not too bad. Just that the school is organizing a large event recently, so there's quite a bit to handle." Bai Ruobing sighed, her voice tinged with fatigue. "Sometimes I truly feel that being a teacher is even more exhausting than being a student." "That's tough," Li Yuanming said sincerely. "But white sister, you're so capable, you'll manage it well." Bai Ruobing sighed again. "Let us hope so. However, there are times I feel overwhelmed, especially when dealing with some unruly students." "For instance, Lin Muxue?" Li Yuanming tentatively inquired. Chapter 26. A stroll on campus with teacher Bai. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuanming's meaning was clear to Bai Ruobing. She indeed found herself in a bit of a predicament. With a sigh, Bai Ruobing reflected on Lin Muxue's considerable abilities, yet noted her occasional self-centeredness. During meetings, Lin Muxue always insisted on her own opinions, completely disregarding other suggestions, much to everyone's frustration. Was it merely due to work-related issues? The last argument had been quite evident to Li Yuanming. The two were at odds, almost like fire and water. However, he merely nodded, choosing to say nothing further. After all, it was not his concern. As a mere bystander, he felt he had no place to intervene. "By the way, Yuanming," Bai Ruobing suddenly halted, turning to him with an expression of anticipation. "Next weekend, the school will host a major event. Would you care to join us?" "What event?" Li Yuanming inquired, intrigued. "The welcome party," Bai Ruobing replied. The welcome party was something Li Yuanming was quite familiar with, He had previously delivered documents to Bai Jie regarding the event. However, having attended club introductions, he felt somewhat out of place in such lively environments. To be honest, he found it a bit overwhelming. Perhaps it stemmed from his past experiences working in a bar. Ah, another welcome party. Forget it, Li Yuanming declined. Bai Ruobing blinked. Are you really not going? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, don't just stay cooped up in your dorm. Come out, meet new friends. You could even accompany me. What do you think? After a moment of hesitation, Li Yuanming glanced at Bai Ruobing's hopeful gaze and eventually nodded. All right, if I have the time, I will definitely go. Then it settled. Bai Ruobing beamed, her smile radiating warmth as if the sun itself had brightened. As they continued walking, the leaves beneath their feet crunched softly. The afternoon breeze stirred a few dry leaves, swirling around their feet and playfully darting toward passers-by. Yuanming, look, Bai Ruobing suddenly stopped, pointing at the weathered marks on a tree trunk. The faded inscription was barely legible. 09 Class Zhang Lei will forever love Zhou Xiaowen. The etching was encased by the fresh bark, reminiscent of amber preserving a moment in time. What are you looking at? Li Yuanming, standing a distance away, squinted to see better. Bai Ruobing retorted lightly, the legacy left by your predecessors. The afternoon breeze lifted a few more leaves, swirling around them. As Li Yuanming drew closer, he could finally discern the words. Those annoying lovebirds. One buried in the South Pole, the other in the North Pole. Li Yuanming exclaimed indignantly, vandalizing property is utterly disgraceful. Bai Ruobing shot him a bemused glance, her tone tinged with exasperation. You truly lack romance. Li Yuanming replied earnestly, this school is my home. We must care for it together. With such rhymes, are you considering graduate studies? Bai Ruobing couldn't help but chuckle. Li Yuanming remained silent. Bai Ruobing smiled, her gaze returning to the inscription, her voice tinged with nostalgia. You know, I find these carvings rather fascinating. They are like witnesses to time, capturing youthful promises and the thrill of adolescence. Though somewhat juvenile, they possess a certain beauty, don't you think? When I studied here, I often saw young couples sneaking off to meet. Li Yuanming, surprised, turned to her. Ah, Bai Jie, you were also from this school? Indeed. I completed my undergraduate studies here, Bai Ruobing confirmed with a nod, her eyes reflecting fond memories. Back then, Wudong Avenue was not as picturesque. It was merely a small grove with muddy paths, leaves falling haphazardly, and the trees were not so tall. This area was unkempt, with couples often finding refuge for their clandestine meetings. On rainy days, the paths became muddy, and one could hardly walk 2 steps without soiling their shoes. Yet, despite this, many couples adored strolling here, especially at night when the streetlights cast a warm glow, and the rustling leaves created a wonderfully romantic atmosphere. Bai Jie, Li Yuanming interjected. Why would people come here when the paths are so muddy? He hesitated to voice his thoughts. Was it truly for the sake of exploring the continuity of life? Did they genuinely hide away for romantic rendezvous? He found it hard to believe that people from Bai Jie's era were as innocent as she appeared. To preserve Bai Ruobing's purity, he chose to remain silent. Should I then call you senior? Li Yuanming mused, his curiosity piqued. Former landlord senior Bai Jie? It seemed that Bai Jie was also an alumna of Haidu University, and Li Yuanming felt a sense of serendipity. Ever since enrolling at Haidu University, he had encountered numerous coincidences. Sure, you can call me Bai Xuejie, Bai Ruobing replied playfully, adopting a mock-serious demeanor. Junior, you should greet your senior properly. Immediately, Li Yuanming stood tall, adopting the earnest posture of a primary school student, and exclaimed, Hello, Bai Xuejie. His voice rang out, drawing the attention of passers-by. Bai Ruobing's face flushed crimson. Don't shout so loudly. It's embarrassing. However, this playful exchange made Bai Ruobing feel as if they resembled a genuine couple, stirring a sweet sensation in her heart and causing her lips to curve upward. All right. I'll stick with Bai Jie. It feels more intimate, Bai Ruobing chuckled. The gentle breeze carried a faint, pleasant fragrance, a blend of the scent of wudong leaves and the delicate hint of jasmine from Bai Ruobing. Li Yuanming inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Compared to the cacophony of gatherings, he favored this tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, Li Yuanming pointed toward a stall at the end of the wudong path, his voice laced with excitement. Bai Jie, they are selling sugar paintings over there. With light steps, he hurried toward the stall, nearly tripping over himself in his eagerness. As a child, he had relished such treats. The sweetness of maltose was one of the few joys of his childhood. Of course, he loved them, but often, He could only watch others enjoy them. Occasionally, the stall owner would take pity on him and offer a few leftover sugary scraps for him to savor. Now, with improved living conditions and some money in his pocket, Li Yuanming could finally indulge in the treats he'd once only admired from afar. Upon seeing the sugar paintings, he felt compelled to rectify the regrets of his childhood. Bai Ruobing observed his somewhat clumsy silhouette and couldn't help but laugh. Her gaze followed him tenderly, her heart swelling with warmth. Suddenly, she recalled Yin Qi's advice from earlier that morning. You must give him time, spend more time together, show him you care. In matters of love, the distance is but a thin veil. What do you have to fear? With your charm, capturing that little puppy's heart will be a simple task. Just don't push too hard. You wouldn't want to scare him away. Take your time, and eventually, that little puppy will become your devoted admirer. With that thought, a subtle blush crept onto Bai Ruobing's cheeks. The stall was surrounded by a group of chattering girls, and the owner, dressed in traditional attire, appeared to be a student as well. She was focused intently, using a copper spoon to pour the melted syrup onto a smooth marble slab. The syrup flowed gently from the proprietor's spoon, resembling golden threads. As her wrist turned delicately, the syrup seemed to come alive, gradually tracing the silhouette of a soaring dragon upon the stone slab. Each detail, from the dragon's scales to its claws and whiskers, was vividly rendered. Wow, that's impressive, exclaimed the girls nearby, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Li Yuanming stepped closer, his gaze falling upon the wheel adorned with the 12 zodiac signs. The wooden wheel was intricately carved along its edges, while the center displayed lifelike representations of the zodiac animals. The craftsmanship was truly commendable. Everything was pristine and orderly, likely the work of university students who spared no expense for their art. Hey, just for fun. Handsome, would you like to buy one for your girlfriend? The proprietor raised her eyes, glancing between Li Yuanming and Bai Ruobing with a playful smile. 5 yuan for a spin, and whatever you land on, I'll draw for you. For a specified design, it's 15 yuan each. Indeed, the prices were much more reasonable than those outside, a clear indication of their student status. Li Yuanming's fingers lightly brushed the edge of the wheel as he pondered whether to spin or request a specific design. Spinning was a gamble. After all, for a dragon's grandeur was incomparable to that of a chick. Would you like to give it a try? Suddenly, Bai Ruobing's voice whispered near his ear, startling him and causing him to falter. The wooden wheel creaked softly as it began to rotate. The pointer gradually slowed, ultimately halting between the dragon and phoenix designs. Boss, how do we interpret this? Li Yuanming inquired awkwardly. Today, I'm in a good mood. So consider it a buy one get one free, the proprietor replied with a sly smile. A young couple should have a dragon and phoenix together, right? Shall I sketch them entwined? Just as Bai Ruobing was about to explain, Li Yuanming quickly scanned the payment code. Please draw 2 separate ones. The warmth of Bai Ruobing's breath lingered at the nape of his neck, that almost imperceptible sensation quickening his heartbeat, making him hesitant to glance back at her. The proprietor expertly maneuvered her spoon, swiftly sketching a dragon and a phoenix on the stone slab. Observing Li Yuanming's tense profile, Bai Ruobing unexpectedly took hold of his hand that hung by his side. Sister Bai. Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback, his voice tinged with tension. Call me Ruobing, she replied softly, her tone imbued with a gentle insistence. Ruobing. Sister? Li Yuanming whispered. Never mind, if it's Sister Ruobing. Then so be it. This could be a promising beginning, Bai Ruobing thought, somewhat resigned but accepting. She then smiled, her gaze drifting to the sugar artwork. Though her grip on Li Yuanming's hand tightened slightly. You know, I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Li Yuanming paused, turning to look at her. Why? Bai Ruobing's thumb caressed the calloused palm of his hand. Because of you. Li Yuanming felt a constriction in his throat, a tumult of emotions swelling within him, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. The proprietor gently lifted the 2 sugar artworks from the slab and handed them to Li Yuanming. Here, your dragon and phoenix. He accepted the sugar figures, carefully holding them and turning to offer one to Bai Ruobing. Sister Ruobing, this is for you. She accepted the sugar artwork, taking a gentle bite, the sweetness melting in her mouth, accompanied by a hint of caramelized fragrance. Delicious. Thank you, Bai Ruobing said with a smile, her expression of satisfaction warming Li Yuanming's heart inexplicably. He scratched his head, unsure of what to say next. Feeling that offering such treats to Sister Bai might tarnish her dignity, he was uncertain whether she even liked such things. Thus, he shyly remarked, as long as you like it. They continued their leisurely stroll along the Phoenix Tree Avenue, the sugar artwork shimmering with a golden luster in the sunlight. Actually, I used to come here often for sugar artwork, Bai Ruobing said softly as she savored her treat. Back then, the proprietor was an elderly lady with exceptional skills. Really? Li Yuanming asked with curiosity. What about her now? I heard she has retired, passing the stall to a group of students. It's quite nice. They even established a cultural heritage society dedicated to this craft, Bai Ruobing replied with a hint of nostalgia. Time flies so quickly, Li Yuanming nodded, his gaze resting on the sugar artwork in her hand as he murmured, Indeed, many things change, yet some remain constant. Bai Ruobing turned to him, her eyes softening slightly. Such as? Li Yuanming paused, asserting firmly, my unwavering loyalty to the party, my sincere devotion to the people, and my relentless pursuit of my ambitions. Bai Ruobing. For reasons unknown, Bai Ruobing's fists clenched tightly. White Ruobing. Yin Qi's voice suddenly erupted from behind them, shattering the delicate atmosphere between the two. Li Yuanming and Bai Ruobing instinctively recoiled, their sugar artwork tumbling to the ground, shattering into glistening fragments. Yin Qi, in her high heels, rushed forward, her Chanel ensemble starkly contrasting with the surroundings. I knew I'd find you here. You don't reply to my messages or answer my calls. You're truly ungrateful after being treated so well. Yin Qi waved her phone, the screen flashing with incoming message notifications. Did you know? And Qin fell off the stage and is being rushed to the campus hospital. And Qin fell? How could that happen? Li Yuanming's pupils dilated, his heart clenching painfully. Is she okay? Bai Ruobing's voice tightened with concern. Oh my God, is she not okay? Yin Qi exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. You're the club leader. Hurry up and check on her. Seeing Bai Ruobing appear oblivious, Yin Qi's anger flared. Lu Sun was right. Love truly makes people foolish. Oh. Bai Ruobing finally snapped to attention, nodding rapidly. Okay, I'll go right now. Yin Qi urged quickly. Bai Ruobing turned to Li Yuanming, a hint of apology on her face. I'm sorry. I called you out, but now I have to leave. Thank you for keeping me company today. She looked at him earnestly, adding, but if you have something on your mind, you should express it sometimes. Li Yuanming forced a smile. Of course. You should head over quickly. Bye. Bai Ruobing waved and turned away. Li Yuanming stood rooted to the spot, watching her figure gradually fade into the night. Chapter 27. The Dean's grandmother, is it serious? Bai Ruobing's voice was tinged with anxiety. Oh my goodness. Is it really not serious? Yin Qi was almost exasperated with her foolish friend. If it weren't for her boyfriend being present, Yin Qi would have unleashed a tirade. However, it must be said that her friend's boyfriend was rather handsome. Yin Qi felt a flicker of curiosity about where her longtime homebody friend had found such a striking young man. Could it be an online romance? This thought made Yin Qi feel a twinge of envy. Isn't online dating often fraught with deceit? No, focus on the matter at hand. Yin Qi urged. You're the head of the club, shouldn't you go check it out? After speaking, she couldn't help but shake her head. Mr. Lu Sun was right. Love truly does make one foolish. Oh, Bai Ruobing seemed to awaken from a dream and nodded rapidly. Okay, I'm going right away. Hurry up, Yin Qi prompted. Seeing Bai Ruobing's silly expression, Yin Qi felt a surge of irritation. How could the usually sharp and capable Bai Ruobing turn into such a fool in front of her boyfriend? Had she known, she wouldn't have encouraged her to go out today. What if this pretty boy had ulterior motives? That would leave her naive friend utterly deceived. In this world, not only are there deceitful women seeking marriage and gifts, but also men who deceive for lust and money. She would have to remind her to be cautious. Just look at her now. She might end up counting money for him after being duped. Yin Qi glared at Li Yuanming, vigilant against any untoward actions. Clearly, she was overthinking it. Li Yuanming had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Bai Ruobing turned to him, a hint of apology on her face. I'm sorry. It was my idea to come out, and now I'm leaving first. Thank you for keeping me company today. Bai Ruobing gazed deeply into Li Yuanming's eyes, her expression flickering. But you seem troubled. Sometimes it's best to talk about what's on your mind. Li Yuanming was taken aback, astonished that she could perceive his momentary distraction. He forced a smile, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. I'm fine. You should go ahead. To be honest, at that moment, Li Yuanming also wished to follow her to see what was happening. But how could he express that to Bai Jia? He had once had a relationship with Qin, but they had parted ways. Now, hearing that she was in trouble, he wanted to check on her. Admittedly, it felt somewhat pathetic to even think that way. Who was he? And what right did he have to care about someone else? A complex expression crossed Li Yuanming's face, but he ultimately swallowed his words. Goodbye. Bai Ruobing waved gently before turning away. Goodbye. Li Yuanming stood rooted in place, watching her figure gradually vanish into the night, a sense of inexplicable emptiness washing over him. After she had walked some distance, Bai Ruobing suddenly halted, turning to Yin Qi with a slightly furrowed brow. Yin Qi, how did you know Yin Qi was in trouble? Something feels off. Usually more scatterbrained than herself, how could Yin Qi be so reliable today? Yin Qi rolled her eyes. You have the nerve to ask. I was sleeping soundly when a sudden call informed me there was a problem with the club's recruitment, urging me to find you immediately. You, a teacher, should be more concerned than the students. There was a note of reproach in Yin Qi's voice. Thank goodness someone called me. Otherwise, you'd be in real trouble. Bai Ruobing paused, pressing for details. Wait, who called you? Lin Muxue, the student council president. Yin Qi replied matter-of-factly. You should thank her. If she hadn't been there, I wouldn't have known. Lin Muxue, Bai Ruobing murmured, her brow furrowing even deeper. So it was her. Yes. She even asked where you were. I told her you were out for a walk with your handsome boyfriend. Bai Ruobing abruptly stopped, her eyes widening. You told her? Of course, why? Yin Qi asked, puzzled. Bai Ruobing felt an overwhelming urge to slap her friend. While her friend was reliable, it was only to a degree. But what could she do? She was her friend, after all. You, how could you casually share such information with others? Bai Ruobing's tone was laced with exasperation. What is wrong with that? You weren't doing anything shameful, Yin Qi shrugged, her demeanor nonchalant. Besides, Lin Muxue isn't an outsider. She is the student council president. Isn't it normal for her to help with club matters? Bai Ruobing rubbed her temples, feeling a wave of helplessness. She knew that no matter how she explained, Yin Qi would never grasp the intricacies of the situation. Moreover, she had made a pact with Lin Muxue to refrain from dating Li Yuanming for at least a year. If pressed, she would indeed be in breach of that agreement. But so what? She could always insist it was merely a sibling-like bond. What could anyone say? Lin Muxue was just an ex-girlfriend. An advantage belonged to her. Forget that for now. Bai Ruobing waved her hand dismissively. Next time, don't share such things with others. Yin Qi raised an eyebrow. Why not? There is no reason, Bai Ruobing sighed. Let us go see how Yin Qi is doing. Yet, Yin Qi seemed to have not heard her warning, casually stating, what is the big deal? It's just a May-December romance, right? Could it be? Yin Qi's expression brightened as if struck by inspiration. Is he a student? Bai Ruobing felt a tightening in her chest. Barely managing to explain before Yin Qi exclaimed dramatically, aha. Bai Ruobing, no wonder you've been so secretive. All the good cabbages have been trampled by pigs. Yin Qi feigned indignation, brandishing her fists, but her face was alight with mischief. I need to find myself a young stud too. All right, go ahead with your search. Bai Ruobing replied, exasperated yet amused. Just don't go spreading rumors about me. Yin Qi held up 3 fingers, grinning. 3 meals at Himing Lu. Fine. Bai Ruobing took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Her friend's whimsical nature, so spontaneous and unpredictable, was both infuriating and endearing. Now, tell me what exactly happened with the club recruitment? Yin Qi shrugged. Well, it was nothing serious. And Qin suddenly jumped off the stage crying, causing quite a commotion. I asked around, and it seems she wasn't hurt. No one knows why she broke down. Bai Ruobing frowned slightly. Crying for no reason? Who knows? Yin Qi spread her hands. Young people these days have such fragile mentalities. I suspect she might have been attacked by haters and couldn't handle the pressure. You know how it is. She is somewhat of a celebrity in school. With fame comes gossip. Go comfort her. She usually likes you. And she should be receptive to your words. All right, but why the sudden urgency? Bai Ruobing nodded, relieved that it wasn't anything serious. Yin Qi chuckled. If I hadn't urged you, would you have come? Then, with a mischievous grin, she lowered her voice. What if I told you I saw you and that handsome boyfriend of yours walking into a hotel together? Bai Ruobing shook her head in resignation. Yet her mind was racing. Remembering Lin Muxue's recent behaviors, Bai Ruobing felt an unsettling premonition that perhaps Lin Muxue was involved in this situation as well. Perhaps she is watching me, ensuring that I cannot approach Li Yuanming. Truly, a clever tactic. I must admit, I underestimated you, Lin Muxue. You. Bai Ruobing was caught off guard, feeling both anger and amusement. You are truly something. Enough of this nonsense. I shall go check on Qin. That is more like it. Yin Qi patted her shoulder. Let us focus on something productive instead of daydreaming about romance. Single dog. What did you say? Lonely old person. By Ruobing, you are doomed. 3 meals at Heman building. Well, if it weren't for the fact that you are treating, you would have been in grave danger by now. How did I come to know Anshin? As Li Yuanming walked back to his dormitory, the sky had completely darkened, and the streetlights illuminated one by one, casting a long shadow behind him. However, he had little inclination to dine this evening, opting instead to return directly to his dormitory. Logically speaking, he and Anshin were individuals who should have had no connection whatsoever, if it were not for the money, to aid the director's grandmother in her illness. During that period, the director's grandmother had fallen ill. Her late husband had passed away early on, and her only son had long since established a life abroad. Originally, her son had intended to take her overseas for a comfortable retirement, but she consistently refused, claiming she had no education, no foreign language skills, and that she still had some friends here along with a modest pension. The director's grandmother insisted that her child should not worry, as she could take care of herself. Thus, she chose to remain in Haidu, living off her retirement funds and beginning her retirement life. As the years passed, her circle of friends dwindled, with many departing or falling ill. The director's grandmother felt that she could not continue living aimlessly, akin to waiting for death. Initially, she merely delivered food to children who were hungry, but later she drew upon her savings to establish a small orphanage, dedicating herself to sheltering abandoned children. In Li Yuanming's heart, the director's grandmother was his most significant family member, without question. It could be said that without her, there would be no present-day Li Yuanming. When the director's grandmother fell ill, Li Yuanming was naturally the most anxious. However, she steadfastly refused to go to the hospital, always claiming that she was fine and merely needed some medicine. Li Yuanming understood that she feared the expenses and was reluctant to burden the children. Ultimately, as he witnessed her health deteriorating, it was only through his persistent coaxing that she finally agreed to visit the hospital. "Doctor, how is my grandmother?" In the examination room, Li Yuanming asked anxiously as the doctor scrutinized the chest X-ray. The doctor adjusted his glasses and, with a grave expression, focused on the darkened area on the CT scan of the abdomen, solemnly stating that there seemed to be no major issues. But it would be best for her to be hospitalized for observation. "Ah, she has to be hospitalized?" Upon hearing this, the director's grandmother immediately waved her hand, her tone laced with stubbornness. "Enough, enough, I'm just an old woman. What is the point of being hospitalized? That would be a waste of money. Grandma, please listen to the doctor," Li Yuanming pleaded, his voice tinged with urgency. The doctor glanced at Li Yuanming, then at the director's grandmother, and instructed, "Could you step outside for a moment? I need you to assist me with the hospitalization payment." The director's grandmother remained resolute, though her complexion had turned alarmingly pale. Never mind, doctor, I know my own body best. I'd rather not be hospitalized." "Grandma, please don't be stubborn. If the doctor says you need to stay, then you should." Li Yuanming grasped her hand, his tone nearly a plea. "Just wait for me here." "Xiaoming." The director's grandmother looked at him, a flicker of pain in her eyes, ultimately sighing softly and falling silent. "This child of mine has faced hardship from a young age and has always been sensible. However, rather than spending money on this frail old woman, it would be better spent on the children. Well then, I'll step out." Li Yuanming rose, urgency evident in his voice. "All right, I will accompany you. Please wait here." "Elder." The doctor nodded and followed Li Yuanming out of the examination room. In the corridor, the doctor removed his mask and pulled Li Yuanming aside, lowering his voice. "Your grandmother's condition is serious. I highly suspect it to be gastric cancer, and it appears to be advanced." "Gastric cancer?" The word struck Li Yuanming like a hammer, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he managed to regain his voice. "Doctor, are you sure? From the CT scan, it seems unlikely to be mistaken." The doctor replied gravely, "She will need to be hospitalized for a few days for further blood tests and observation to confirm the specifics." With a pat on his shoulder, the doctor turned to leave. "All right, thank you, doctor." Li Yuanming mechanically nodded, his voice tight. Standing there, he felt as though the world had suddenly fallen silent, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat. Gastric cancer? How could this afflict his grandmother? She is such a good person. Good people should not endure such suffering. She had been so healthy, so concerned for the children at the orphanage. How could this happen? Li Yuanming took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Now was not the time for panic. His grandmother was still waiting in the examination room, and he had to be strong. He turned back to the examination room, forcing a smile onto his face, and spoke lightly to his grandmother. "Grandma, The doctor says you need a thorough examination, so you have to be hospitalized for a few days. The director's grandmother regarded him, exhaling softly. Xiaoming, I know you are worried, but hospitalization is too expensive. We have so many children to care for, and this money. Grandma, don't concern yourself with finances. Li Yuanming grasped her hand firmly, his tone resolute. Your health is paramount. I will find a way to manage the children's needs. You focus on your examination. But the director's grandmother attempted to voice her concerns. But Li Yuanming interrupted her directly. There's no but. Grandma, you must prioritize your health. Leave everything else to me. The director's grandmother observed him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. This child has always been determined. Once he resolves on a course of action, no one can sway him. With a gentle pat on Li Yuanming's hand, she conceded with a hint of resignation. Very well, I will heed your wishes. Chapter 28. Recruitment of studio assistants. The process of handling the hospitalization procedures was smooth. However, upon seeing the string of numbers at the payment window, Li Yuanming's expression changed dramatically. The advance payment amounted to 20,000 yuan, and this was merely the beginning. Should the diagnosis confirm gastric cancer, subsequent treatment costs would likely escalate exponentially. Li Yuanming silently retrieved his grandmother's bank card, as the welfare home was understaffed. And his grandmother was neither adept at online payments nor willing to conduct transactions at the bank. Consequently, he was entrusted with the management of her bank card, and he bore the responsibility for all expenses at the welfare home. Yet, the combination of his grandmother's monthly pension, his modest earnings from part-time work, and the occasional pocket money she gifted him during the new year barely sufficed to cover this initial fee. Upon returning to the ward, his grandmother lay against the pillow of her hospital bed, garbed in a patient gown, appearing diminished. Observing her frail condition, Li Yuanming's heart ached painfully. Xiaoming, his grandmother beckoned. Come here, I have something to say to you. He approached her bedside, sitting down and gazing at her pallid face, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In that moment, Li Yuanming wished fervently that he could bear this illness in her stead, to shield her from the agony. It's all my fault. If only I were more capable. If only I had more resources, she wouldn't have to endure such hardship. If I could live as those affluent heirs do, without financial worries, she wouldn't be in this predicament. It was precisely when he felt most powerless that he longed for ability the most. At that moment, Li Yuanming truly wished he could have a reunion with his biological parents, who might bring a fortune with them. Then he would have the means to afford his grandmother's treatment. Xiaoming, I understand my condition, his grandmother said gently, tilting her head slightly, her gaze filled with warmth. If it's a disease that cannot be treated despite substantial expenditure, there's no need to waste resources. You need money, and the children at home need it too. A faint smile graced her lips, her tone imbued with tranquility and acceptance. I have grown old. This is the reality of aging. Today it's one ailment, tomorrow another. Often untreatable. What I regret most is not being able to see you wed or to witness your children. Her voice grew softer. I might not even be able to see you receive your admission notice. Grandma, please don't say that. Each word felt like a dagger to Li Yuanming's heart, making it difficult to breathe. His tear ducts welled with anxious tears. He could not cry. He must not let his grandmother see his fragility or feel sorrow. Li Yuanming fought back the tears, forcing a smile. Grandma, the doctors assured me there's nothing serious. You will be fine. Just rest well. Despite the profound sadness, he wore a facade of brightness, masking his inner turmoil. His grandmother reached out, gently stroking his face, reminiscent of when he was a child. Her hand was warm and rough, bearing the marks of time, yet it provided him with a familiar sense of comfort. Li Yuanming felt a wave of warmth. It was the most familiar gesture he had known throughout his life. Whenever he accomplished something or faced challenges, his grandmother would always comfort him in this manner. Silly child, she said, her voice tinged with regret, yet filled with tenderness. The greatest joy of my life has been watching you children grow up healthy. I fear not death, but the thought of you all struggling. Li Yuanming lowered his head, gripping her hand tightly, unable to speak for fear that he would break down. His chest felt heavy with pain. Memories flooded Li Yuanming's mind, his grandmother's countless sacrifices for him and the children at the welfare home. During sleepless nights, she would sit under the light, mending clothes for the children or sorting through donated supplies. In times of frugality, she would always reserve the best for the children, denying herself the purchase of a new garment. She would smile and say, "Study hard. When you succeed, it will bring me joy." Yet, he felt utterly powerless and guilty, unable to reciprocate her sacrifices. Xiaoming, go to school. Don't let your studies suffer. There are nurses here to look after me. You need not worry. No. I want to stay with you, Li Yuanming declared firmly. Be obedient. You have exams coming up. Return to school early and study well. You must not let this useless old woman hinder your progress. His grandmother's smile trembled, and as she coughed slightly, she swallowed the remaining sound upon noticing the redness in the Yuanming's eyes. Just as he intended to rise and check on her, she stopped him. Mustering her strength to hold his hand, whispering softly, "My greatest wish is to see you enter university. For now, focus on your studies." Tears swelled in Li Yuanming's eyes as he blinked rapidly, striving to sound as composed as possible. "Grandma, rest assured, I will study diligently and visit you often. You must take care of yourself. There are still many things we need to do together." "All right, I promise you, I will take good care of myself." His grandmother smiled, her wrinkles easing as if she had regained a few years of youth. Li Yuanming stood, tucking the blanket around her and pouring a glass of warm water, placing it on the bedside table. "Grandma, please rest well. I will take care of the paperwork." He stood, his voice thick with emotion, as he exited the ward. The moment he closed the door, the tears he had held at bay finally streamed down his face. Leaning against the wall, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. In the following days, the test results arrived one after another. Each time a new report was handed to Li Yuanming, the doctor's expression grew increasingly grave. Each result felt like a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. The indescribable tension rendered Li Yuanming hesitant to inquire. Yet he was compelled to know. Ultimately, after a series of intricate examinations and analyses, the diagnosis was revealed. The doctor closed the file in hand, pausing momentarily before speaking softly. "I am deeply sorry. The results indicate it is indeed late-stage gastric cancer, and it has metastasized." Upon hearing this devastating news, the world around Li Yuanming seemed to collapse in an instant. Standing in the doctor's office, his mind went blank, his body trembled, and his legs felt weak, nearly giving way. At that moment, his vision blurred, the air around him felt stagnant, and the doctor's words echoed relentlessly in his ears. "Gastric cancer. Late-stage gastric cancer. I regret to inform you," the doctor spoke somberly, "but we can still attempt surgery and chemotherapy to prolong the patient's life." "How much will it cost?" Li Yuanming forced himself to lift his head, struggling to ask. "This isn't merely a financial matter. Surgery is painful, and chemotherapy is excruciating. To be candid, I cannot guarantee that the elderly lady can endure it," the doctor replied, pausing as if weighing his words carefully. "Given her advanced age and frail health, to put it bluntly, even if she survives the initial surgery, the subsequent chemotherapy and further surgeries may lead to a swifter decline than usual." However, the doctor hesitated for a moment before continuing. "There is a special medication available abroad that our hospital has also introduced, but it is not covered by insurance, and—" "How much does it cost?" Li Yuanming interrupted, his voice hoarse and barely audible. 8,000 per injection. A complete treatment usually requires 2 injections, the doctor replied softly. "This can only alleviate the symptoms, not cure the condition." The figure struck Li Yuanming like a heavy blow. He inhaled sharply. The cost far exceeded his expectations. Even if he drained all his savings, it would amount to little more than a drop in the bucket. "To be honest, I am reluctant to tell you this. I sense your family's financial situation is not very good." The doctor's tone carried a hint of regret. Li Yuanming felt as if something had lodged in his throat. He opened his mouth but could produce no sound. The corridor before him blurred through his tears, and the pungent odor of disinfectant made his nose sting. After a long pause, he finally managed to speak. "Doctor, I am an orphan. My grandmother found me. She is a kind soul who raised me. Without her, I truly do not know what I would do. I feel so useless." His voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly breaking into sobs. I am really sad. Doctor." The tears finally breached the dam, and Li Yuanming sank to the ground, resembling a helpless child. "I truly do not know what to do." The doctor fell silent for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh. "Young man, do you smoke?" Li Yuanming was taken aback and shook his head. "I do not smoke." "Neither do I," the doctor replied with a wry smile, patting Li Yuanming on the shoulder. "Child, this is not a burden you should bear alone. Sometimes, you have already done your best." The doctor retrieved a wallet from the inside of his white coat and counted out a stack of bills. "This is a small token of my goodwill. Take it for emergency use." This is not right." Li Yuanming jumped to his feet, his eyes reddening once more. "Doctor, you have already helped us so much. This is my small gesture. Please accept it, the doctor insisted, pressing the money into Li Yuanming's hands. Remember, there is always a way out. Your grandmother needs you to be strong. Thank you, doctor. Li Yuanming accepted the money, bending his knees as if to kneel. But the doctor quickly supported him. No need for that. I have other patients to attend to. I must leave now. The doctor walked away, leaving Li Yuanming standing there in a daze, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. The doctor had offered him assistance today, but what about tomorrow? Who would help him then? The sunlight continued to pour down, yet it felt as though a shadow had been cast over Li Yuanming's world. He looked down at the crumpled bills in his palm, tears falling onto them, creating dark spots. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Yuanming stood on the street, watching the bustling crowd, suddenly overwhelmed by an unknown fear and sense of helplessness. The sun shone upon him, yet he felt no warmth. Clutching the stack of bills that still held the doctor's warmth, he stood on the sidewalk, lost and searching for direction. People hurried by, each wearing their own expressions of joy or sorrow, urgency or leisure. Yet, all of it seemed unrelated to him. He felt isolated in a lonely world, both desolate and helpless. His mind was consumed with thoughts of, what should I do now? Where can I find such a large sum of money? The orphanage was already facing financial strains, and the other children needed care. He could not place the entire burden on the pension of the director, his grandmother. Though his homeroom teacher meant well, the school's financial aid was limited and insufficient to cover such exorbitant medical expenses. His own savings were woefully inadequate, and his grandmother's condition could not afford to be delayed any longer. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Li Yuanming found himself in an internet CAF. He pushed the door open, intending to search for information on stomach cancer treatments, hoping to discover some charitable foundations that might offer assistance. The CAF was dimly lit, filled with the scents of smoke and instant noodles, with the sounds of keystrokes and game effects echoing around him. At that moment, he noticed a group of young people gathered around a live stream. The streamer was a young girl, engaged in a gaming broadcast. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with skin so fair it seemed to glow, and her features were exquisitely delicate, like finely crafted art. Her hair was dyed a soft chestnut color, casually cascading over her shoulders, with slightly curled tips. Dressed in a loose white sweatshirt with a slightly askew collar that revealed a slender collarbone, she exuded both innocence and an effortless allure. On the screen, a girl with twin ponytails was intensely focused on the computer, her long fingers swiftly dancing across the keyboard as her character executed a series of dazzling maneuvers. Anqin is so adorable. Her skills are simply divine. Anqin, please take us along. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like snowflakes, interspersed with cheers and gifts being sent. Li Yuanming found himself fixated on the rapidly increasing numbers in the upper right corner. 100, 200, 500. In just a few minutes, the amount of gifts surpassed 4 digits. This is so lucrative. Li Yuanming could not help but ask a nearby young man who was idly watching. Of course, Anqin is the hottest streamer around here, the young man replied without looking back. I heard she can earn tens of thousands a month. Tens of thousands? You underestimate her. I reckon it could even reach hundreds of thousands. Another young man scoffed. Hundreds of thousands? Li Yuanming's heart raced. If he could also become a streamer, perhaps he could gather funds for his grandmother's medical expenses. Yet, he was neither skilled at gaming nor particularly photogenic, and he had no knowledge of streaming techniques. How could someone like him possibly earn money as a streamer? Amidst his hesitation, he noticed a recruitment ad on the screen. Anqin Studio is hiring an operations assistant. Generous salary, salary negotiable. Interested parties please contact. A spark ignited in Li Yuanming's mind. An operations assistant? This might be an opportunity. His heart raced. If he could work alongside such a prominent streamer, perhaps he could learn the nuances of broadcasting. Even if he failed to pick it up, the salary would surely be far superior to what he earned now. She must be well off. She wouldn't offer a paltry wage to her assistant. And if he became familiar with Anqin, he might even be able to borrow money in a pinch. At the very least, he could ask her to promote a crowdfunding campaign that could provide hope for his grandmother's expenses. With this thought, Li Yuanming pulled out his phone and carefully captured a photo of the recruitment information. Just then, a melodious laugh rang out from the live stream. Oh no, you guys found me again. I told you, I'm not a cute girl. I'm a tough guy. The comments exploded in laughter. Ha, Anqin is at it again. A tough guy? Please allow me to laugh for 3 minutes. In just a few moments, another wave of gifts poured in. Chapter 29. The twine breaks at its thinnest point. Misfortune finds the unfortunate. Li Yuanming immediately opened his browser. his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as he searched for information about Anshin's studio. The search results appeared promptly, revealing the studio's address. Number 88 Jinhua Road. Such a familiar name. It seemed he had passed this road on his way to the hospital. Li Yuanming's fingers glided over the screen as he opened the map application. Inputting the address of Anshin's studio, the screen displayed a distance of 1.2 kilometers, indicating a walking time of approximately 15 minutes. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, his eyes widening involuntarily. This distance was even closer than he had anticipated. Such proximity felt tailor-made for his need to care for his grandmother. He could almost envision the route from the studio to the hospital, crossing 2 streets, turning past a convenience store, and just a few more steps to the hospital's back entrance. If he joined this studio, not only could he earn some money, but he could also address his grandmother's care. Should any issues arise with her health, he could depart at a moment's notice, heading straight to the hospital, without the worry of missing anything crucial. A long-lost sense of hope ignited within him. This was truly a win-win situation. Li Yuanming couldn't help but exhale softly, feeling increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this opportunity. At the very least, he needn't fret about neglecting his grandmother's care for the sake of earning money. However, the job requirements seemed rather peculiar. It was that they were excessively high, but rather alarmingly low. It felt as if almost anyone could apply. Position, operations, pending, age, adult, skills, to be assessed during the interview. Salary, to be discussed during the interview. The primary responsibilities of operations include assisting me with content planning, data analysis, and fan interaction. There are no educational requirements. I hope we can naturally form a team with shared values and progress together. Li Yuanming furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Is this for real? After all, Anshin is a popular streamer, isn't she? Why such a casual approach to hiring? Given her consistent streaming popularity and the vastness of her fanbase, she should have no shortage of professional operations and management talent. Why would she choose to publish such a lax recruitment notice? This seemed rather illogical. He even began to wonder if, after the interview, he might be whisked away on a trip to Myanmar. But then again, he had no choice in the matter. He decided to take a look. Perhaps she was simply a novice herself, unsure of how to manage her studio. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuanming retrieved his phone and dialed the contact number listed in the job advertisement. Hello, this is Anshin Studio. A melodious female voice answered on the other end. Li Yuanming was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing in surprise. The voice sounded exactly like the one he had heard during her live stream. It was indeed Anshin herself answering the phone. Clearly, the studio was in dire need of personnel. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his tone, striving for a calm demeanor. Hello. I saw your advertisement for an operations assistant, and I would like to apply. The voice on the other end remained composed. Let me ask you a question. Before applying, did anyone contact you to dissuade you from joining my studio? No, Li Yuanming replied, puzzled as to why she would inquire about such a matter. There was a brief silence on the line, as if she were weighing her words. A few seconds later, she continued, All right, do you have any relevant experience? No. But I have a strong ability to learn and am willing to start from the most basic tasks, Li Yuanming confessed candidly. The voice on the other end seemed unperturbed. Letting out a light chuckle, a novice, I see. Well, please come to my studio for an interview tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I'll send the address to your phone. Okay, thank you. Li Yuanming hastily agreed, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After hanging up, he stared blankly at his phone screen, feeling as though everything had unfolded rather easily. Events were seemingly progressing in a positive direction. Li Yuanming even began to feel somewhat optimistic. How could someone as wonderful as his grandmother be afflicted by such an illness? Perhaps her condition was merely a misdiagnosis. After all, doctors are fallible. Such probabilities were not entirely absent. With the matter of earning money temporarily resolved, he still needed to address issues related to school. Standing at the school gates, Li Yuanming gazed at the familiar teaching building, enveloped by an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on his heart. As a senior student, this was supposed to be a crucial time for him to exert every effort, yet the tempest of fate had ruthlessly shattered his tranquil existence. Li Yuanming felt helpless. He entered the teaching building, where the corridors buzzed with noise. Classmates hurriedly rushed to their classrooms or gathered in small groups to discuss problems, none of them noticing the solemn expression on the Yuanming's face. The air was filled with the familiar scent of books and youth, yet at that moment, Li Yuanming felt utterly out of place. At the far end of the corridor was the homeroom teacher's office, light seeping through the slightly ajar door. Standing at the threshold, Li Yuanming took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Thoughts of his homeroom teacher filled him with warmth. She had been exceptionally kind, often covering his tuition fees out of her own salary. Not only had she helped reduce his fees, but she had also actively assisted him in applying for scholarships. During idle moments, she would even worry about whether he was eating well, inviting him to share her teacher's meals or secretly slipping him a bottle of milk in the morning. Truth be told, Li Yuanming did not wish to disappoint her at this time. Knock, knock. Li Yuanming gently rapped on the half-open door. Come in. His homeroom teacher's voice was as warm as ever. Li Yuanming entered, standing before his teacher. Yuanming, what's the matter? Is there something you need? She asked, her tone gentle as she looked up at him. Teacher, I would like to take a temporary leave of absence, Li Yuanming said, his voice a bit strained. A leave of absence? The homeroom teacher set down her pen, frowning deeply. She scrutinized the boy before her. Although Li Yuanming had previously taken a few extended leaves for various reasons, this request felt far more abrupt. For someone with such potential as Li Yuanming, she truly did not want him to be disturbed during such a critical period. Yuanming, you must understand, taking a leave of absence requires justification. You are neither ill nor injured, and according to school regulations, you cannot be granted a leave of absence under these circumstances, she said earnestly. Moreover, you are in your senior year, with only a few months until the college entrance examination. How will you? Sighing deeply, she paused, realizing that something must be troubling him. Teacher, my grandmother is ill, possibly in the late stages of stomach cancer. Li Yuanming's voice cracked, laced with bitterness and helplessness. I need to take care of her. I truly have no other option. And your family? As she spoke, the homeroom teacher suddenly became aware of her misstep. Being an orphan, Li Yuanming's family circumstances were all too clear to her. Family? That word felt more like a distant dream to Li Yuanming. The homeroom teacher fell silent, the office enveloped in a brief stillness, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness and gravity. Moments later, she let out a profound sigh. Sigh. The class teacher gazed at the somewhat bewildered boy before her, her tone imbued with a mixture of helplessness and compassion. Well, since the class has concluded, remaining at school merely to complete exercises serves little purpose. Given your unique circumstances, you may go and tend to your grandmother. As she spoke, she rose from her seat, turning towards the window to gaze upon the playground, seemingly seeking to calm her tumultuous emotions. It was hard to believe that at the beginning of the school year, Li Yuanming was just a frail little child, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had grown so much. Yet, in her eyes, Li Yuanming still remained a child. The burdens of life weighed heavily upon him. For a moment, the class teacher felt an overwhelming sense of injustice in the world. Why do those who strive to live earnestly often fail to receive positive reinforcement from life? Is it the case that all who endeavor to live are trapped in a cycle of negative feedback throughout their existence? The class teacher was uncertain. There were countless unfortunate souls in the world, yet all she could do in his presence was sigh, and sigh again. At least Li Yuanming was performing well academically. She could not allow him to fall behind. Turning back, her gaze bore a hint of sternness, yet could not conceal her profound concern. You must return for the monthly exam, and I will need to assess your academic progress. If your grades decline by then, you will have to come back and focus on your studies. This condition is not unreasonable, is it? Li Yuanming nodded vigorously, gratitude lacing his voice. Yes, teacher. I will certainly return for the exam. You can count on me. Yuanming, you are a promising student with commendable grades. I had always felt reassured about you, and I truly do not wish to see you hindered by family matters. The class teacher looked at him, her eyes reflecting a blend of sympathy and resignation. You were once among the finest students in our grade, and gaining admission to a prestigious university should not pose a challenge for you. Therefore, I implore you to persevere. I believe your grandmother would wish for the same. Yes, thank you, teacher, Li Yuanming replied, nodding solemnly. He would forever cherish the kindness of those who cared for him. Sigh, truly, the fragile threads of fate can snap easily, and misfortune seems to seek out the downtrodden. The class teacher sighed once more, her gaze revealing a trace of sorrow for the unfortunate child. You may go now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, teacher. Li Yuanming expressed his gratitude, slowly exiting the office. Stepping outside the classroom building, he took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. There was no turning back now. The weight of responsibility was heavy, and for the sake of his grandmother, he must find the strength to persevere. Chapter 30. Of course I will do it. The next day, Li Yuanming found himself at Inchin's studio, following the address provided. The building, an old six-story structure erected in the late 20th century, bore a weathered facade, and the air in the corridor was infused with the aroma of cooked meals. The sign for Inchin's studio hung above the doorway of room 201. With a flutter of apprehension in his heart, Li Yuanming stood at the threshold and pressed the doorbell. The chime echoed through the empty hallway. "Who is it?" A crisp female voice rang out from within. "I am here for an interview," Li Yuanming replied. "Come in. The door isn't locked." His fingertips brushed against the slightly cold metal doorknob as Li Yuanming took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior, he was greeted by a compact yet neatly arranged space. For some inexplicable reason, he was the sole candidate for the interview. The studio was smaller than he had envisioned, merely a transformed three-bedroom apartment within a typical residential complex. However, it was well-equipped and exuded a professional ambience. The three-bedroom layout had been meticulously converted into a live-streaming area, an office, and a storage room for equipment. In the center before the entrance stood the live-streaming section, adorned with an array of circular lighting fixtures, cameras, microphones, and green screens. To the left, the office space was occupied by two large, curved workstations, where alongside dual monitors lay an assortment of power banks, notebooks, and several snack packages. On Inchin's desk, a bowl of unfinished instant noodles still emitted a faint steam. To the right was the equipment room, where through the partially open door, one could see an entire wall transformed into shelving. Various cameras, lenses, and lighting apparatuses were neatly organized, while a dehumidifying cabinet in the corner housed several unopened boxes of new gear. The air was tinged with a blend of new electronics and paper packaging. "Please take a seat on the sofa. Our space is rather limited, so feel free to be casual," Inchin said as she turned from her chair, rolling up the script in her hands. "All right," Li Yuanming replied, somewhat stiffly, sitting obediently at the corner of the sofa with his legs together. Inchin appeared even younger than she did during her live streams, likely around 21 or 22 years of age. Her complexion was bare of makeup except for a light layer of lip balm, and she wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt paired with dark jeans, emanating a blend of competence and casualness. Her ponytail was loosely tied, with strands of hair occasionally brushing against her ears, swaying gently with her movements. The monitor on her desk glowed, casting a cool light that illuminated her profile. When her gaze fell upon Li Yuanming, Inchin's brow furrowed slightly. "Why is there a child here? Are you even of age?" She scrutinized Li Yuanming's somewhat youthful face. "I certainly don't wish to break the law. Minors are not permitted," she remarked. "I'm of age. Here's my ID." Li Yuanming quickly produced his identification and handed it over with both hands. Inchin glanced at the ID, confirming his age. 18 and a few months. "You are indeed an adult, albeit just barely." "Very well. I suppose that qualifies you as an adult." She returned the ID to Li Yuanming, reclining back in her chair with her arms crossed over her chest. Without probing too deeply into why Li Yuanming had chosen to seek employment rather than pursue education, Inchin reflected that she was not a savior and had no desire to meddle in others' lives. Moreover, educational qualifications were not of paramount importance in the live-streaming industry. After years in the field, she had encountered all sorts of individuals. Many had low educational backgrounds, scant experience, or lacked formal employment history. In this line of work, capability and resilience were the only prerequisites. "Do you have any prior experience?" Inchin inquired. "No, but I possess a strong ability to learn, and I genuinely need this job," Li Yuanming stated earnestly. "Oh," Inchin raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mockery in her eyes. "And why is that?" Li Yuanming hesitated, lowering his voice slightly. "I need money." Inchin let out a brief, derisive laugh, her tone laced with disdain. "Who in this society does not need money? Do you think your need for money entitles you to my assistance?" "I will work hard," Li Yuanming insisted, looking up eagerly. "Please believe me." Inchin leaned back in her chair, her gaze flickering, her long fingers lightly tapping the desk. The room fell silent, punctuated only by the hum of the air conditioning. Time seemed to stand still as Li Yuanming felt an inexplicable pressure. Despite her seemingly youthful appearance, the intensity she exuded was unexpectedly formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. "Are you familiar with the three major guilds of live streaming in Haidu?" Inchin suddenly asked, her voice tinged with amusement. "The three major guilds of live streaming in Haidu? What are they?" Li Yuanming blinked, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head honestly. "I don't know." "Well, that's fortunate." Inchin's fingers traced circles on the table, producing a soft rustling sound as they grazed the wooden surface. "You needn't concern yourself with it." Pausing momentarily, her gaze grew profound, as though recalling some unpleasant memories. Ignorance is indeed bliss, she remarked with a hint of self-mockery. It matters little. You are clearly a novice. However, in a small operation like mine, it's unlikely we would attract seasoned professionals. And Qin fixed her gaze on Li Yuanming, her expression suddenly turning serious. Let me clarify. Should you join my studio, you will face ostracism from all other guilds in Haidu. If you choose to leave for another studio later, they will not welcome you. And let us not even mention the penalties for breach of contract. Why is that? Li Yuanming asked, bewildered. It's merely a position in operations. Why would it make me a pariah among all the guilds? Humph. And Qin scoffed, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Why? Because I have not joined any guild. I run my own studio. Now do you understand why? Li Yuanming frowned. They ostracize you? Are they afraid of me? And Qin's voice turned cold, her eyes glinting with a hint of frost. They will stop at nothing to undermine me. They employ every underhanded tactic imaginable, cutting wires, splattering paint, hiring people to impersonate my relatives online to spread rumors and slander. In short, once you enter my studio, you will have only two paths. They will either bribe you to expose my secrets, or they will offer you a lucrative salary to poach you. To prevent such occurrences, I need you to sign a non-compete agreement. Is that agreeable to you? No objections, Li Yuanming replied firmly, shaking his head. I must make this clear. And Qin narrowed her eyes. If you violate the agreement, not only will you owe compensation, but you may also face imprisonment. Understood. Seeing Li Yuanming's prompt agreement eased in Qin's suspicion that he was a mole from another company. Of course, she also recognized that some individuals might willingly incur costs to bring about her downfall. Additionally, and Qin continued, should you resign involuntarily from my studio, you will be prohibited from engaging in related professions for 5 years. This is also part of the non-compete agreement. So, do you still wish to proceed? Of course, I will do it. I am absolutely determined to work here. Li Yuanming responded resolutely, his gaze unwavering and his tone unequivocal. Not for any other reason, but because this place can earn money, and it is so close to my grandmother's home. Li Yuanming was not about to relinquish this opportunity. His earnest reply struck in Qin as somewhat peculiar. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was being disingenuous, yet lacked concrete evidence to substantiate her suspicions. To be frank, I genuinely do not wish to hire you. And Qin crossed her arms, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Li Yuanming. As a novice, lacking in capability and being a male, I find myself in the position of a female streamer who must constantly observe and guard against you. What do you think about that? And Qin paused for a moment, her tone softening slightly. Yet there was a hint of advantage for him. You could assist me with some physical tasks. Li Yuanming immediately interjected, his tone earnest. Sister, I will perform well. Trust me. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to elucidate his circumstances. In truth, I am in dire need of money. My grandmother is. Enough. I do not wish to hear any more of your lengthy explanations. And Qin impatiently interrupted Li Yuanming, waving her hand dismissively. Very well. I will give you a trial period of 1 month, with a stipend of 3,000, meals included but accommodation excluded. Afterward, the official salary will be 8,000, with the potential for commission based on performance. And Qin glanced at Li Yuanming and added, oh, by the way, you will also need to help me manage this Douyin account. As for the revenue generated from the Douyin account, we will split it evenly. How does that sound? I believe this offer is quite generous. Chapter 31. The granddaughter Anqin glanced at Li Yuanming and added, oh, by the way, could you assist me in managing this Douyin account? As for the revenue generated, we can split it 50-50. How does that sound? Isn't that a generous offer? Li Yuanming's eyes brightened at her words. Such a good deal? A 50-50 split? Although he had little knowledge of how to monetize an account, this was Anqin, a widely recognized internet celebrity in Haidu, known by all, except for him. Li Yuanming, am I even a person? Am I truly a person? How could her account not thrive? How could it not generate income? This was like a timely blessing for Li Yuanming. At least now, there was hope for the medical expenses of the dean's grandmother. All right, I will do my best, he nodded eagerly, filled with gratitude. He had encountered another kind soul. Suddenly, Anqin asked, oh, by the way, do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Why? Li Yuanming replied, somewhat perplexed by her inquiry. It felt like an interrogation. Did this position require one to be single? Unable to contain her curiosity, Anqin pressed on. If you have a girlfriend, and you're working here, won't she have something to say about that? What's there to discuss? Why don't you ask Bosu from dying? With so many women in his dance troupe, wouldn't his wife have something to say? Li Yuanming countered, feeling helpless. What would she say? Anshin smirked. With me being so beautiful, don't you think your girlfriend might get jealous of you spending time with me every day? Li Yuanming found her a bit too self-absorbed. No, that's not the case. I'm here to work, not to pursue a relationship. Anshin scoffed. You'd better be. Many have tried to use work as an excuse to get close to me. Right, Li Yuanming said, not wanting to argue. Whoever pays has the final say. All right, when can I start working? Today, actually. I will send you a document shortly detailing your tasks. She gestured to the 2 new workstations in the room, albeit surrounded by a mess of snack wrappers and takeout boxes. Oh, and you're also responsible for the cleanliness here. Understood, Li Yuanming replied resignedly, rolling up his sleeves to begin tidying up. Whether he was hired as a caretaker or an operator, as long as he was paid, he was content. Thus, Li Yuanming officially commenced his duties at Anshin's studio. The document she sent was filled with repetitive phrases about self-media operation skills for a group purchase on Pinduoduo, boasting sales of over 10,000. Clearly, selling courses was where the real profit lay. During the day, Li Yuanming assisted Anshin with livestream operations while simultaneously brushing up on his knowledge of Douyin account management. He immersed himself in studying. From the intricacies of Douyin's algorithms to fan demographics, content planning to data analysis, absorbing new knowledge like a sponge. Though he doubted its immediate usefulness, he felt compelled to demonstrate his diligence to his employer. Li Yuanming had to adapt to the rules and pace of the live streaming platform, understand fan preferences, devise promotional strategies, and handle various unexpected situations. In essence, he had to engage in intense interactions with eccentric online users daily. While being vigilant against Anshin's potential slip-ups with prohibited language, her fiery tongue was notorious. The live-streaming persona was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. He suspected she had toned it down during the interview, as she had at least refrained from asking about his parents. If he ever lost focus, she would inevitably begin hurling insults at trolls, exchanging barbs about each other's parents, leading to warnings from moderators. Some of the more absurd usernames of the trolls would even send gifts to prompt Anshin to read out their ridiculous handles, such as I love Jinluan's Big Yinzi or Teacher Ma's Skin Peeler, among others. Quite vulgar indeed. Li Yuanming had to remain vigilant and remind her of these antics. However, Anshin showed little interest in the account's management, appearing indifferent, barely willing to check on its performance, leaving the account's oversight almost entirely to him. Each day, he would edit snippets from Anshin's live streams and document her daily life. What troubled Li Yuanming the most was the occasional advertisements from eager businesses hoping to collaborate and promote their products, an excellent opportunity for monetization. Yet, whenever he enthusiastically reported these prospects to Anshin, she would dismissively wave her hand, saying, I don't take advertisements. They're too bothersome and could tarnish my image. With Anshin unwilling to consider them, Li Yuanming felt powerless, as the ultimate decision rested with her. What a pity for his 50-50 split. After completing the studio's tasks each day, Li Yuanming hurried to the hospital to care for the dean's grandmother. The ward was dimly lit, filled with the scent of antiseptic, creating a stifling atmosphere. Nevertheless, he endeavored to keep her spirits high, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes from school to elicit a smile. Yet, he hesitated to disclose that he had stopped attending school. Grandma, this morning during our exercise, I saw someone wearing their thermal underwear on the outside. It was hilarious. The dean's grandmother chuckled at his words, her eyes filled with warmth as she looked at him. While caring for her, Li Yuanming also seized moments to review his studies. Sitting beside her bed with a book in hand, he would keep a watchful eye on her condition while silently memorizing key points. Although time was scarce, he found his days quite fulfilling. However, one aspect that particularly vexed him was coaxing the dean's grandmother for her injections. Like a child, she would frown at the mere mention of needles and throw a small tantrum, insisting that Li Yuanming stay by her side for her to comply. Grandma, the injection is for your own good. It will be over quickly. I don't believe you. The last nurse hurt me. I'll keep an eye on her. She won't hurt you this time. Reluctantly, the dean's grandmother nodded, gripping Li Yuanming's hand tightly. The injection was indeed painful, requiring a new needle every 3 days since a venous catheter could not be used. Each time, the nurse would gently pinch her arm, and Li Yuanming felt a pang of sympathy. After several weeks of treatment, the dean's grandmother's complexion had improved significantly, allowing her to consume some liquid food. Yet, her prolonged hospital stay had dampened her spirits. Each time she saw Li Yuanming, she would inquire, when can we go home? Can't the doctor make an exception? Grandma, please be patient. We need to stay a little longer. But what about the children at the institute? They're fine. The caretakers are there. You don't need to worry. They can take care of themselves. You deserve to rest. This must be costing a lot. Not much at all, Grandma. You have insurance that can cover most of it. Fine then. Seeing her acquiesce to his insistence brought Li Yuanming some relief. Days passed, and Li Yuanming felt guilty for not having noticed earlier that the dean's grandmother had lost her appetite. He should have realized something was amiss instead of attributing it to occasional loss of appetite. His feelings of remorse grew stronger. I'm sorry. I haven't taken good care of you, Grandma. A few days later, the child in the adjacent bed suffering from meningitis passed away. Concerned that the dean's grandmother would be deeply affected by the loss, Li Yuanming hurried from the studio to the hospital. The director's grandmother sat on the hospital bed, her expression dazed, her vacant gaze fixed on the window. Her fingers absent-mindedly stroked the bedspread. Li Yuanming gently approached her side and whispered, Grandma? The director's grandmother slowly turned her head, her eyes slightly unfocused, her voice hoarse. Yuanming, you have come. That child was so small. The director's grandmother gestured with her hand, her fingertips trembling in the air as if sketching an invisible figure. So small, so little. How could she be gone? Grandma, that child. She will suffer no more. Li Yuanming softly grasped the director's grandmother's hand, feeling the chill and tremor within her palm. Witnessing her distress brought a wave of sorrow to Li Yuanming. After all, it was a living life. He had seen the child once or twice while caring for the director's grandmother. Her parents were a pair of young workers who had come to Haidu. Also a pair of unfortunate souls. Li Yuanming could scarcely imagine how he would feel if the director's grandmother were to depart. But she was still so young. The director's grandmother spoke almost as if to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. He was still so young. He hadn't even truly seen this world. How could? Unable to continue, tears finally streamed down her cheeks, falling onto Li Yuanming's hand. When my son was born, he was that small. So tiny. If only my son were still here. The director's grandmother gazed vacantly out the window, as if searching for a long-lost shadow. Why did they leave so early? I, an old woman, have lived so long. Grandma. For a moment, Li Yuanming was at a loss for words to comfort her. Yuanming, my granddaughter should be a bit older than you. I wonder how she is doing now? The corners of the director's grandmother's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bittersweet smile. She used to come and play with you all. Those were good times. I wonder how she is now. Do you think I could see her again? Li Yuanming replied immediately, Grandma. Of course. Why not give her a call? Suddenly realizing how many years had passed, and how he had nearly forgotten that the director's grandmother had a granddaughter, he thought it imperative that they reunite. Perhaps this would be their final meeting. Moreover, if the director's granddaughter possessed the means, she might even enable her grandmother to travel abroad in search of better treatment options. I cannot find her. I cannot find her. The director's grandmother weakly shook her head, her voice laced with helplessness. Why? Grandma, if you think of her, just call her. Li Yuanming urged, feeling anxious. Yuanming, after my son's divorce, the child was awarded to his wife, and I have lost all contact with her. Now, my son has also passed away. After all these years, I cannot find her, truly cannot. I feel so useless. Tears streamed down the director's grandmother's clouded eyes. Yuanming, like you, I am alone now. Grandma, you still have me. Li Yuanming lowered his head and firmly grasped her hand. I will always be by your side. You will not be alone. The director's grandmother nodded, a faint smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Yes. She wiped her tears and made an effort to conjure a smile. Every day, I find myself reminiscing about the past, like a revolving lantern. It seems I have truly aged. A pang of sorrow gripped Li Yuanming's heart. For the past few years, he had not heard the director's grandmother speak of her son abroad. He recalled one day when she received a phone call. It was as if her very soul had been extracted. She locked herself in her room for an entire day, refusing food or drink, merely sitting vacantly by the window. At that time, Li Yuanming was still young, but he remembered himself and several other children pleading outside her door, begging her to open it, to eat something. Eventually, the director's grandmother opened the door, her face marked with tears, forcing a smile as she patted each child's head softly, saying, Yuanming, Grandma is fine, do not worry. Since then, she had never mentioned her son again. Li Yuanming, understanding, often reminded the other children at the orphanage not to bring up anything related to the director's grandmother's son. Don't mention her son in front of Grandma, you understand? It makes her sad. Though the children were young, they obediently nodded in agreement. As time passed, Li Yuanming sat by the hospital bed, keeping vigil until the director's grandmother fell asleep. As the night deepened, an eerie stillness enveloped the outside world. Li Yuanming felt an inexplicable frustration. And her granddaughter too. Not a single call in all these years. Truly, truly. After all, she was the director's own granddaughter, with whom he had once played. He refrained from expressing his irritation too harshly. Ah, how frustrating. She is her only granddaughter, and yet she is even more distant than I am. Chapter 32. Let the streamer soar for a while. If Li Yuanming needed to return to school for the monthly exam, he would request a leave of absence from Enchin. He approached Enchin's desk and softly spoke, "Sisterin, I need to take a few days off next week to attend the monthly exam." Enchin looked up, her expression devoid of any emotion, merely responding with a gentle HM before returning her focus to her phone. Her reaction was as unremarkable as ever, as though it were merely an inconsequential matter. "Thank you, Sisterin. I will make up for the missed days over the weekend," Li Yuanming added. "Okay." Enchin gestured with her hand without raising her head. Indeed, Enchin was a good boss. She never inquired about the reasons for his leave. As long as he informed her in advance, she would not deduct any pay. And it was even Li Yuanming who volunteered to make up for the days missed over the weekend. Thankfully, the studio only had the two of them at the moment. If it were any different, with Li Yuanming's casual approach to taking leave, the studio would have surely collapsed by now. One could only wonder what Enchin had in mind by hiring an operator. Since his arrival, there had been no substantial changes in the studio's operational methods. Was she merely seeking a scapegoat to bear the brunt of her conflicts with detractors? During this time, Li Yuanming had certainly endured his fair share of insults. If that were indeed the case, then Enchin had truly found the right person. If you bully me, then you shall bully into cotton. Dare to provoke me, then consider yourself having picked a soft persimmon. Especially that time when Enchin installed a 361 antivirus software herself, only to find a plethora of chaotic applications cluttering her desktop. She blamed Li Yuanming, questioning whether he had installed some sort of virus on her computer. "You are still from Haidu University, after all. Your intellect is concerning." Indeed, Li Yuanming realized that his boss was still a university student, now in her third year. With few classes, free to attend school as she pleased. If Enchin went to class, Li Yuanming could take the opportunity to focus on his own tasks, such as reviewing essential materials, studying past papers, or working on assignments. The operational style of Enchin's studio could be aptly described as laid-back. She had no fan group, had never published any works on her Douyin account, and even her live streams depended on her mood that day. The entire studio operated in a state of self-sustenance and decay. Li Yuanming often felt like an extraneous observer, watching Enchin languidly seated in her office chair, engrossed in her phone, which made him feel rather redundant. Every time he conversed with Enchin, Li Yuanming felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might suddenly declare, "Shaoli, I believe you are of no use here. Perhaps you should seek opportunities elsewhere." As for the welfare institution, Li Yuanming had no such concerns. The government would send personnel to assist, and he merely needed to check in occasionally to ensure everything was running smoothly. Gradually, Li Yuanming became increasingly adept at his job, starting to grasp the rhythm of the studio. No longer simply executing tasks passively, he began to think critically and propose improvements. One day, while researching new streaming strategies, an idea struck him. He rushed to Enchin, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Boss, I believe we could explore other content for our streams. Instead of solely focusing on gaming, perhaps we could consider cosplay?" Enchin raised her head, eyebrows slightly arched, seemingly intrigued by the suggestion. Cosplay? That sounds somewhat interesting. Do you have any specific ideas?" "Absolutely." Seeing Enchin's interest, Li Yuanming seized the moment to elaborate. Currently, the ACG culture is booming. Many young people have both time and money, and the user engagement is exceptionally strong. This could attract a larger fan base. Furthermore, I have an even more brilliant suggestion. We could delve into abstract ACG. Abstract ACG? Enchin paused, momentarily perplexed by Li Yuanming's terminology. What kind of playstyle is that? Li Yuanming's eyes lit up as he animatedly began to explain. It involves taking classic characters from the ACG universe and reinterpreting them in an abstract manner, breaking away from traditional representations. By utilizing unique visual effects and creative expressions, we could capture the attention of fans who enjoy challenges and innovation. For instance, we could combine artistic elements with ACG culture to create content that is both profound and thought-provoking. We could employ exaggerated colors or even absurd scenarios, leaving the audience exclaiming, "Wow, what is this?" But it's so interesting. Listening to Li Yuanming's lengthy discourse, Qin maintained a stoic expression, her gaze betraying a hint of impatience. Once he finished, she coldly uttered 3 words, "Speak in plain language." Li Yuanming awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling nervously. For example, Emilia in Hellfire Pain clothing, Kagura from Gintama picking her nose, or a sultry mother cockroach. As long as it's abstract enough to be refreshing. It's about creating quirky ACG content that leaves people feeling intrigued and amused, making them want to share it with others, Li Yuanming concluded. Sneaking a glance at Qin. Suddenly, Qin lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on him, and unexpectedly asked, "Am I beautiful?" Li Yuanming was taken aback by the sudden question and instinctively nodded, "Yes." Qin narrowed her eyes, her tone revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. "Is this how you treat beautiful women?" Li Yuanming appeared somewhat flustered, awkwardly responding, "It's for making money. It's not embarrassing." Qin retorted without mercy, "Embarrassing? It's downright disgraceful." She set her phone down, leaned back in her chair, and crossed her arms. "Do you know why I don't join a guild?" Li Yuanming shook his head. Although he had known since day one that his boss had been at odds with the Haidu Guild, he remained unaware of the reasons. With a touch of sarcasm in her voice, Qin explained, "Typically, when a new streamer comes on board, they must join a guild, woo the wealthy patrons, and solicit donations. Once they contribute, the common folk will follow suit. After collecting the money, the guild returns the affluent's contributions, while the commoner's earnings are divided 70-30. Li Yuanming frowned, unable to restrain himself from interjecting, "Why only 70%? Qin coldly laughed in response, "70% belongs to them. If you wish to claim 30%, you must consider the guild's whims." Li Yuanming could not suppress his exclamation, "Whose whims?" "The guild's and the patrons," she replied. "Well, that's incredibly exploitative," Li Yuanming exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. Qin nodded in agreement. "Right, it's downright atrocious. I'd rather beg standing than join a guild. So, I intend to stand and beg. Do you understand?" Clapping earnestly, Li Yuanming expressed his admiration. "Boss, you're amazing. Boss, you're magnificent." Qin shot him an exasperated glance, yet the corners of her mouth curled upward slightly, seemingly pleased with his flattery. She picked up her phone again, her tone lightening a bit. "Nonetheless, exploring ACG is indeed a promising direction. Let us begin planning." From that moment on, Qin began to diversify the streaming content. She experimented with anime reviews, crafts, and occasionally organized offline fan meetups. These new endeavors attracted a considerable number of new fans and revitalized the existing ones. The popularity of Qin's streaming room soared, and her fan count surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. Naturally, Li Yuanming was also formally hired. This alleviated much of the financial burden related to his grandmother's hospitalization. Li Yuanming pressed the final character, releasing a long sigh of relief, stretching his back. He turned to Qin, who was lounging on the sofa, and said, "Boss, I'm off work now." Qin lazily responded with a soft murmur, her gaze glued to the tablet in her hands, her head remaining unraised. She curled herself into the plush embrace of the sofa, resembling a languid feline. A bag of snacks cradled in her hands as she occasionally popped a few morsels into her mouth. The interplay of light and shadow danced softly across Qin's face, enhancing her serene charm, particularly when she refrained from speaking. Li Yuanming, while packing his backpack, couldn't help but steal glances at Qin. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her complexion fair, and her long lashes fluttered gently with each blink, creating a tranquil tableau. It was no wonder many referred to Qin as the mute bride. She possessed an allure that compelled one to gaze longer. If only she would refrain from hurling insults so readily. Once Li Yuanming had secured his belongings, he approached the door, casting a final glance at Qin. She remained ensconced in her own world, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. With a gentle click, he closed the door, his footsteps gradually fading into the corridor's depths. As he departed, the studio was left in an echoing emptiness once more. Qin set down her tablet, surveyed her surroundings, and slowly rose to her feet, making her way to the television. With a soft click, she turned it on, selecting a familiar movie program. Instantly, the sound enveloped the room. She grasped the remote and turned up the volume slightly, attempting to dispel the chill of solitude that enveloped her. Alone once more, the screen displayed an old-fashioned romance film, where where the lead couple engaged in a sharp and jarring argument. Anqin furrowed her brow, a wave of irritation washing over her. Grabbing the remote again, she switched off the television, plunging the room into an immediate silence, broken only by the occasional honking of cars outside. She found this silence unsettling, yet was equally apprehensive of chaos. Memories surged within her like an unrelenting tide. Throughout her childhood, her home was a cacophony of quarrels. Her parents' relationship had long since crumbled, with arguments becoming a daily ritual, sometimes escalating to physical confrontations. Her mother's hysterical screams, her father's shattered bottles, and the image of her trembling self cowering in the corner of a room haunted her. From a young age, Anqin learned to seclude herself in her room, donning headphones to drown out the noise. This was perhaps why she held a detached view towards relationships. Anqin considered herself a refined egoist, indifferent to the emotions of others. After enduring countless storms, she finally gained the means to live independently, establishing her own studio and life. Yet, why did she now find herself so fearful of this silence? Her fingers absent-mindedly traced the edge of a cushion, an inexplicable void swelling within her. Accustomed to solitude, yet terrified of loneliness, this contradictory sensation pricked at her like a tiny thorn. Perhaps this was why she had initially welcomed that clumsy young man into her life. Though he often fumbled and spoke out of turn, his presence brought a certain warmth to the otherwise stark studio. Reflecting on this, Anqin instinctively caressed the cushion on the sofa, as if trying to grasp something intangible. Her gaze fell upon the vacant workbench, where Li Yuanming's keyboard and mouse lay, remnants of his recent presence. It was as if he had just been there, fixated on the screen, fingers dancing across the keys. Anqin found it curious that Li Yuanming always left the studio punctually, as though he had no desire to linger. He was entirely different from the previous candidates who had feigned interest in employment. Those individuals often dragged their feet at quitting time, conjuring various excuses to remain, eager to showcase themselves before her. "I have connections. If you become my girlfriend, I can make you an overnight sensation," one wealthy heir once proclaimed. Another, claiming to have ties to a film company, fervently assured her, "If you're willing, I'll make you the leading lady instantly." How foolish. Did they think she was oblivious to the realities of the entertainment industry? Without connections, entering that world often led one to become a mere footnote or a fleeting curiosity. Regardless of gender, it all depended on the preferences of the powerful. Disgusting. Yet Li Yuanming was different. The clarity in his gaze was striking, almost devoid of any tumult. At times, Anqin questioned whether he might be gay or perhaps even a robot. His behavior appeared programmed, with a routine of clocking in, working, cooking, and cleaning. He rarely spoke, merely a silhouette absorbed in his tasks, silent unless absolutely necessary. If one did not call out to him, his presence could easily be overlooked. Such an oddity, Anqin silently critiqued. Yet, inexplicably, this eccentricity provided her with a sense of unearned comfort. At least he didn't wear a phony smile or spin tales filled with deceitful intentions, unlike those affluent heirs, who constantly schemed with sordid thoughts. Did such men truly exist in the world? Anqin found it hard to believe. Perhaps this fellow was merely adept at feigning depth, fabricating a sense of security, indifference, and a facade of diligent work. Chapter 33. He loves me so much. Although Anqin's studio is located in an older neighborhood, it is fortunate that it is equipped with gas. This allows Li Yuanming to prepare his meals daily, thus slightly alleviating his expenses. Typically, Li Yuanming cooks for himself while Anqin opts for takeout, allowing both to coexist without intruding on one another. One afternoon, a hint of dampness permeated the air. Anqin lay slumped on the sofa, clutching her abdomen, her complexion alarmingly pale. Her stomach felt as though it were being violently twisted, waves of pain crashing over her. Scattered across the table were several takeout boxes, the greasy aroma saturating the room. Li Yuanming, Anqin weakly called out, her voice nearly drowned by the hum of the fan. Li Yuanming poked his head out from the kitchen, instantly frowning upon seeing Anqin curled up in a ball. "What's wrong? My stomach hurts." Anqin bit her lip, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Without further inquiry, Li Yuanming supported her, declaring, "I'll take you to the hospital." Anqin attempted to protest, insisting, "No. I just need some medicine. I have a live stream today." "Your health is more important. The live stream can wait a day." Li Yuanming was not in the mood to argue. At her age, still avoiding medical attention. "If you're gone, who will pay my salary?" In the hospital corridor, the familiar scent of disinfectant wafted through the air. Over time, the hospital had become almost as familiar as home. They went straight to the emergency room, and after persuading the doctor to refer them to the gastroenterology department, they saved a significant amount of time. After the examination, the doctor frowned. Irregular eating habits, severe pickiness, and inverted sleep patterns have led to gastritis. If you don't pay attention, this could become troublesome. Anqin lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Despite keeping a neutral demeanor, Li Yuanming felt a flicker of satisfaction, especially as he witnessed Anqin undergoing the gastroscopy. Now you know how it feels. Upon returning from the hospital, Li Yuanming firmly placed Anqin on the sofa. Rest well, I'll cook. No need to trouble yourself. I can just order some congee, Anqin began. But Li Yuanming had already turned ahead into the kitchen. A light scent of cooking oil wafted out, accompanied by the clattering of utensils. Leaning back against the sofa, Anqin listened to the sounds from the kitchen, feeling an inexplicable warmth. It felt lovely to be cared for. No, I almost let my guard down around him. He is being so nice while maintaining a calm facade. He must be secretly delighted. A tactic of feigned indifference. Sorry, that trick is already worn out. Before long, Li Yuanming entered, carrying a steaming bowl of congee. The light millet congee, topped with a few slices of greens, was visually appetizing. Eat, he said, handing the bowl to Anqin, his gaze still serene. From now on, don't order takeout. I'll cook. Anqin shook her head, preparing to refuse, but Li Yuanming interrupted. It's fine. Cooking for 1 or 2 makes no difference. Just help me share the cost. I can't let you continue to mistreat your body. If you're constantly in pain and don't live stream, who will pay me? Besides, having someone share the expense is a win. I'll just report it as higher. 5 turns into 10, and I 1 tea spend a penny on meals. Anqin took a sip of the congee, the rich aroma filling her senses, the warmth spreading from her stomach, bringing her considerable comfort. Unable to help herself, she exclaimed, "Your cooking is delicious." Not bad, not bad. Anqin nodded appreciatively, savoring each bite. It seems keeping you around has its merits. His choice of words leaves much to be desired, Li Yuanming thought, opting to remain silent as he returned to tidy the kitchen. Suddenly, Anqin, leaning against the sofa, asked impulsively, "Do you have a girlfriend? Should I introduce you to one? I know many beautiful ladies." Without lifting his gaze, Li Yuanming replied flatly, "No need. I already have a girlfriend." "You have a girlfriend?" Anqin's eyes widened. "Seriously? Even a robot has a girlfriend?" Li Yuanming replied calmly. "Didn't I mention it before? When I first came for the interview." "Oh right." Anqin paused, recalling that indeed he had mentioned it. Li Yuanming, uninterested in further conversation, took her empty bowl and returned to the kitchen. Though his motives may not be pure, his cooking skills are commendable. Anqin reclined on the sofa, her gaze following Li Yuanming's busy form in the kitchen, as though she had discovered a new toy. In the evening, after Li Yuanming prepared dinner for Anqin, he found himself overwhelmed with work that had piled up. By the time he finally finished working late, it was already quite late. As Li Yuanming was about to leave the studio to care for his grandmother in the hospital, Anqin suddenly raised her voice, laced with feigned dissatisfaction. "I want to eat cake from Huqing Xian right now." Li Yuanming frowned, glancing at the time. "That shop is about to close, and it's quite far. How about I get it for you in the morning?" "No, I want it now." Anqin glared at him with a hint of challenge. "Do you not want to help me? Seriously?" Li Yuanming was left speechless. "I'm a patient. I want it now." Fine. She is the boss." With a sigh, Li Yuanming realized arguing further was futile and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go get it." Setting down his bag, he hastily exited the studio. Anqin watched his retreating figure with a slight smirk, feeling a sense of triumph. The cake shop was indeed far away. Li Yuanming pedaled furiously on a shared electric bike, racing towards the shop at breakneck speed. What a ridiculous request, eating cake at night. Damn it, I should add some secret chocolate on top and have her eat that instead. As he maneuvered through the crowded streets, dodging pedestrians, he narrowly avoided collisions multiple times. Fortunately, he arrived just before closing time. Breathless, Li Yuanming pushed open the door to Huqing Xian. The staff was already preparing to close up, busy tidying the counter. "Excuse me, could I have a slice of the signature chocolate mousse cake?" he gasped. The staff looked at the time with hesitation. "Sir, we're about to close, and these cakes are no longer for sale." Frustrated, Li Yuanming thought, "What foolishness. You're missing out on business with this hunger marketing." Though tempted to lash out, he restrained himself. "Please, I'm in urgent need," he implored, his tone laced with desperation. Seeing his anxious expression, the staff finally relented. "All right, I'll wrap up a piece for you." Thank you. Your family must be blessed. Huh. The staff blinked in confusion, staring blankly at him. Apologies. That slipped out. Li Yuanming sighed in relief, paid, and carefully took the cake, hastily making his way back. When Li Yuanming breathlessly returned to Anqin, he held the exquisitely packaged cake. Here you go, I got it, he announced, handing the cake to Anqin. Thank you. Anqin accepted the cake, feeling somewhat surprised. Li Yuanming's expression remained impassive, his face a testament to the self-cultivation of a corporate drone, as he casually waved his hand. It's fine, as long as you're happy. Go ahead and indulge. In a place where Anqin could not see, Li Yuanming discreetly raised his middle finger. Anqin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Li Yuanming would go to such lengths, merely on account of her words, to fetch a cake. She glanced up at him and noticed that his face bore no trace of impatience, but rather a gentle smile. Had Li Yuanming known that Anqin interpreted his gasps as a smile, he would undoubtedly have put on a display of his true expressions. Witnessing Li Yuanming's devoted efforts on her behalf, Anqin felt an even stronger conviction. He truly loves me.